finals.
What is the Epsilon program?
Why have so many famous people sorted everything out?
What's holding me back?
Why aren't I more successful?
How much does wisdom cost?
Can I pay money and have all of life's answers?
Yes.
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 We spend. What is the Epsilon program?
Why have so many famous people sorted everything out?
What's
Another bum, man. Waitress?
A reminder to our VIP members, take advantage of our luxury valet, limousine, and helicopter services.
Just let me do the steak.
Be bad at this whole, thing. After all, that person I put you in touch with, he's got another job. And if it's anything like the last job, I won't want to know anything about it except for the finder's fee. Don't worry, it comes out of their end, not yours. He's gonna stop by again soon.
party at my godmother's on 148th Street. And there's a guy there named Nico Picadillo. His name is Nico. I don't know what his last name was, but his street name was Picadillo. Picadillo is a Cuban dish. It's chopped meat with raisins, olives, and little fried potatoes. Just not a lot of raisins, just enough raisins to throw off the beef. It's delicious. He ate it so much that they just called him Picadillo, you know. But the guy was a real jerk off. He was married to this woman named Rosamba, who was a real sweetheart of a lady. He had a bar on 143rd and Broadway called Nico's. So for some reason, my stepdad had a reputation in Cuba. He had 4 brothers, and they would call him Four Winds. Again, you couldn't call him Four Winds to his face.
Right, yeah, right.
His name was Juanito Cuatro Vientos. That's 4 guys. That was his street name. You did not call him that. You either called him Juanito, but if you called him Cuatro Viento and you weren't friends with him, ooh, were you going to get an ear beat or a smack or a gun put to your head? You never knew what situation it was. So at this time, I had seen guns from my godfather. I had seen guns at my mother's bar, you know, whatever. But I had never seen Juan with a weapon. I knew he carried a knife, a straight razor. He didn't even carry a knife. Those Cubans carry straight razors.
Just that little flip open one?
The ones that you shave with?
Yeah.
That shit does a lot of damage. So we're at the Santeria party, and Nico Picadillo has a couple cocktails in him. The party was in the living room where they were playing the conga drums and killing the chickens. Then there's a hallway, and there's a long hallway, and there's a kitchen, and then in the back there's 2 bedrooms. In the middle there, my godmother was the superintendent of the 3 buildings, so she had a path behind the kitchen to go to all 3 buildings. It's about, let's say 1 in the morning. It's me, my mother, and my godmother are talking in the kitchen. Juan is standing by the doorway with little faggy glasses on, reading a novella.
Pretending he's deaf. And Nico walks back there with like half a bag, and he goes, look who it is, Cuatro Viento. And right away I'm like, oh no. My mother ignores it, my godmother ignores it, the poor guy's wife ignores it, and the guy's drunk. Now he comes into the kitchen, and he's telling these women, he goes, I knew this fucking bum in Cuba, him and his 4 brothers weren't shit. So I go over and I immediately hold my stepdad's hand. And he's not saying a word, but I know he's hearing everything. I'm like, oh, this is not going to be good. And this guy's in the kitchen fucking saying shit, Cuban style, you know, like real big machismo. And this guy would have sucked my dick in Cuba if I would have met him in Cuba and all this shit. And finally, I see my stepdad take his glasses off. And he goes, what's this fucking guy saying? And I'm like, nothing. I was like a little faggy kid. I'm like, nothing. He's just talking about the weather or some shit. The weather?
And he looks over at Nico and he goes, you got a fucking problem? And Nico goes, yeah, I got a fucking problem. He pops up. And sure enough, my godfather doesn't run out or to the basement. He runs to the back bedroom where the saints are, like the little, it was her Santeria room. And I guess he hit a 45 in there. And we're all like, what the fuck are we going there for?
You'd already set it up.
And this motherfucker comes out with a 405, with a 405, a 45 over his head, like just walking like nothing. Nico's already, like his wife grabbed him and said, you better get outside. And he's like, I'm not running for nobody, I don't think. And I'll never forget that I went to hold my stepfather, and he didn't push me off. But my godmother went to hold him, and she just fell off him. It was like one of those tackles where you grab the guy.
He just fall right off.
And he just fall off you. She just fell off him. And this idiot, and it was 148th Street in between Riverside Drive and Broadway, maybe 20 yards away from the top of the corner. We run out, I come out there, and I'm like, Nico's got to be fucking running by now. Nico's in front of the place, drunk, and he's like, fuck you. What are you going to do with that thing? There was like 30 people outside. He goes, what are you going to do with that thing? Shoot me, you don't have the balls. He goes, as a matter of fact, if you had the balls, if you're a man, you'd shoot me right in the dick. That was the level of machismo. One did not hesitate.
He pointed the gun and shot this motherfucker. It hit him in the leg. The guy went down. Juan took me by the hand. We walked up to Broadway.
Walk.
Yeah. Nobody ran. We fucking started the car. We went, because 148 goes up. We hit 147, went right down. He went about 2 blocks. He pulled over. Me and him walked like 30 yards. We threw the gun into the Hudson River. We walked back to his car. We went home. Let me tell you something. We left my mother there. Like, that's how crazy it was. Like, fuck your mother. She should know the deal.
Your mom knows what's up.
Fucking, I go to bed like, Jesus, he just shot somebody last night. Like, I go to bed like nothing happened. I wake up the next morning eating breakfast. There's my mom walking in. She's like, what, you couldn't have waited for me? Do you know that it was never discussed again?
You never were like, you shot somebody. There was no conversation about it.
Never again. I just knew that our family relations were ruined. We weren't going to be getting invited to a lot of parties anymore. Our party days were over with.
Oh, my God.
So Juan dies in 2006. This happens 1971, 1970. Yeah, this happened about 1970, 71. And I think by my mom seeing that and my reaction and everything, I think my mom knew it was time. Once the knife incident and the Juan incident, my mom knew that it was time for me to... I think that my mom had it with discipline in me. The next level was like a bat, and she wasn't going to do that. So she gave me to the nuns to... But here's the interesting thing about Juan. We never discussed it. Like, it was discussed around it, but it was never discussed with Juan. My mother dies.
You or other people will be like, Juan shot that.
Juan shot
Juan
Nico.
never thought that anybody.
My mother dies. I go to prison, 1,000 fucking things happen in our lives, And him and I reconnect in I don't know, when The Sopranos got on the air. Him and I reconnect like in 90. Oh, when I went to do Analyze That, he gave me the ring. He gave me a good luck ring, and I booked Analyze That. And I wear that ring in every movie I do now, out of respect for him. Even though he robbed me.
Juan gave you that?
Yeah.
I can't even say anything before some more shit.
Even though, Juan took, because when my mother died, they were married. Mm-hmm. So I didn't get the house. I didn't get the jewelry. I didn't get a lot of things. And I'm happy that I didn't get it, because I always said that if I deserved to get it, I would get it somewhere in my life.
I believe that too, yeah.
And so I didn't make a big deal about it, but I put all my anger aside years later, because I realized all the shit I had done to Juan growing up also. And we always were friends, and whenever I would go to Jersey to perform, I would always go to my buddy Chrissy Fish, and I would get a box of shrimp from him and bring it over to Juan's. And Juan would make this great dish called camarone enchilado. It's like a Cajun-style shrimp with this red sauce with peas in it, and you put it on white rice, and you cook those fried hard bananas.
Yeah, plantain.
So I would go over there around 5, and he had remarried, and they were very nice. She was very nice, and they would, he would cook this for me, and I would eat, and we would talk, and I'd give him a hug, and he'd ask me if I needed money, and he'd throw me like $15, He'd go through a whole wallet. He'd go in his wallet. He didn't even carry a wallet. He'd go to a thing, and he had 3 inches of money. He was so cheap. And he'd just go through hundreds, 50s, and he'd give me like a 10. Like, I'm fucking 40 years old. But he meant well. So one night, him and I, this has to be 2005. The Longest Yard just came out. I brought him a poster. I brought him a copy of the movie. He was really happy. He kept telling me how I got to lose weight. You're getting too fat. And then I'll never forget that. We're sitting there, and I go, all right, I got to go. And I turned to him, and I go, hey, can I ask you a question, Juan? He goes, what? I go, remember the time you shot Nico Picadillo on 148th Street? He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. That's how old school he was. And when he died, I couldn't go to the wake that week. I was shooting something, but I had to go to Jersey the following week. And I went to see her just in case she was going to give me money, you know. She didn't give me shit. No jewelry, no nothing. But the funny story is when I used to come home from Catholic school, I would always, I would sleep at the house Friday and Saturdays. And one Saturday night, something was being done to my room, the air conditioner, so I had to sleep in the attic. And I went to him, and I go, I got to tell you something, I'm scared of sleeping in the attic. And he goes, no worries. And he come back to the attic, and he had a small gun with a silencer on it. And he goes, here, if you see a ghost, shoot it. He took the bullets out, obviously, because I'm up all night shooting at the air, and I'm still hearing it. So about after he dies, I finish eating. His wife says, come over, and, you know, I give her a hug and my condolences, and she apologizes. And, you know, I thought she was going to say, hey, he left you jewelry or he left you some money. She goes, before you go, you're more than free to go in the room and see what he had in there. He was a hoarder. He had everything. You know, he was the type of guy, if he was driving down the street and he saw a TV, even though he was a millionaire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, even though he was a millionaire. He became a millionaire from loan sharking. He was very, very good at loan sharking. And he got into it with a bookie bank. So if you fell behind, he was the loan shark. He made great money over the years. But he was such a stoic that he lived in a fucking building where they had no elevator. And he walked 4 flights every day at 70, whatever he was. He was a great shape guy. Towards the end, I saw him without a shirt, and you could see half his shoulder was missing from a shotgun blast. I mean, the guy he had a scar. They tied him up in Cuba one time with a wire, and they squeezed it, and he had a scar.
All the way under?
And it was cheap stitches, so you could still see the holes. Like, as I was a kid, I would look at the guy and go, Jesus Christ, what type of life did he have? But I went in that room, and I was just going through boxes, and it was just garbage. But at the bottom of the box was the gun with the silencer.
Nuh-uh, was it?
That he had offered me years ago.
Yeah.
So I unscrewed the silencer, I took the gun, and I still got it. It's buried in Hollywood, just in case anybody gives me a hard time.
Well, listen, brother, I know we got to get you out of here. This is what I plan to do. We did childhood today. Next time you come back, we're going to do preteen. We're going to get you all the way through your years, brother.
Done.
Thank you for being here. Will you please, whatever you want to promote, your dates,
I got
DC, all that stuff.
August 9th at Lincoln Theater in D.C. I got September 13th and 14th. The 13th in Dallas and the 14th in San Antonio. And that's it. I got nothing else to promote. Just Ryan Sickler, my brother from a different mother.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I got to give credit to Ryan. He's been calling me since he started the podcast, and I just been busy. But I haven't done a podcast. This was the first one. I kept my word.
You did keep your word.
So thank you very much. You're a good man. I love you too.
I am Ryan Sickler on all social media, ryansickler.com. We'll talk to you all next week. This episode of The Honeydew is sponsored by MyBookie, and just a heads up, we got some new neighbors next door. They get a little loud from time to time. It's not that bad. Whatever. We can deal with it. Let's get into the do.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here at Studio Gene's doing it at your mom's house. I'm Ryan Sickler. You can find me online at ryansickler.com. All social media is Ryan Sickler. You go see my calendar there. I'm going back out with Tom Segura in October. Make sure you sign up for my email list. And I want to say thank you to everybody that came out in Baltimore. I had another sold-out show. Man, you guys were fantastic. I love all of you. Came out, had a great weekend there with you guys. Our boy Josh Potter will be there, Baltimore, in, I believe, November. Go to check him out there as well. For everything Honeydew related, the honeydewpodcast.com. That's where the merch is, everything you want to know is there. And as I always say, thank you to everyone for all the support, the messages, the emails. I really appreciate it. I enjoy doing this every week. And if you're new to the show, I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. And today's storyteller is, he's a legend. He's the legend. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Honeydew, Mr. Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz, everybody. I know right where we're going to pick up.
All right.
Because by age 9, you had already seen dead bodies. You'd already tried to get your mom's friend to blow you and then wanted to beat her ass for not giving you your money back. You've lived an eventful childhood. We're going to pick up from there. But before we do, please promote whatever you would like.
Chicago Theater, next Friday night, the 27th, with Dean Del Rey and Kate Quigley. We're taking over that fucking city. We fly in fucking Thursday, ready to rock. Steaks, hot beef sandwiches. Fucking best beef sandwich in the country with a sausage in the middle. I'm going deep. I'm eating baby aspirin all week. I've been eating my garlic parsley pills to clean out the arteries.
I was going to say, take care of that.
Oh, fuck yeah. I'm taking care of the arteries. No late night eating. I watched fucking Autopsy with James Gandolfini last night. And I learned something. That when you have a big meal, you're in the first 2 hours after a big meal, you have a big higher risk of getting a heart attack.
Really?
Yeah. 2 hours after a big meal, because just all this fat and cholesterol gets released and shit. And it's funny, like, I don't eat meat at night. I like eating meat, but I won't eat meat at night, because it's just too much digestion. And I just saw that last night. No, it's nothing important. Just want to let the people out there know.
That is important.
The Honeydew is also educational.
Well, thank you for coming back. It's always a pleasure to have you on here. So last time you were on, we went to age 9.
Okay.
So let's just pick up at age 10. Where are you in life? And we can move forward from there.
I was thinking about this on the way up here. I had the 2 homes at age 9. I had 2 lives. I had 3 lives. I was the kid on 88th Street, and then I was the kid on 148th Street. So on 88th Street, I had to be more reserved.
Who was on 88th? Mom?
Mom,
okay.
Dad, stepdad. I had already, because I had picked up cursing at the bar, I had already been pulled over by a couple moms and dads to say, hey, don't curse in front of my kids. But when you're an immigrant and you get here, kids don't teach you the fucking nice words. They teach you suck my dick, pull my hair. They don't teach you something useful. Abe Lincoln. They don't talk to you about George Washington. They tell you all the curse words first. So I went fucking nuts those first couple of years. Cocksucker, motherfucker. I was going nuts. So I had to get more reserved. I acted like myself. But then when I went to 148th Street, I had to play like a poor kid.
Now, is that where you just hung up there, or was there a family up there as well?
My godmother up there.
Okay.
So when I hung out with those kids, it was different. They had more fat to them. They breathed from they were young kids and they were already shaking down businesses.
What way?
148th Street was their neighborhood. Everybody on that block knew that they washed their windows and they pulled out their garbage. These kids were dirt poor. Like when your parents would give you $1 to go out at lunch. Right. These guys went out with nothing. There were 9 to a family. Whether you were Irish, Puerto Rican, black, everybody had a bunch of kids. It was the 70s boom. So these kids had nothing. So they would have to make whatever, like to eat lunch. Like I was watching Sleepers a couple of weeks ago. And I remember that there were 4 kids on the roof and they're like, what are we going to eat? And they're like, we could either do this or we could rob the hot dog man today. And, that was your options. You could either fucking rob this dude or rob the hot dog man. Nah, we robbed the hot dog man 2 weeks ago. Shit like that. Those are those kids. And I learned a lot from them. It got me, I tell a joke. It's not really a joke. It's the truth. One of my scams, I used to be a nerd. I was so insecure as a child. So I played with models. My whole life was spent with models.
Model like
Planes, cars,
okay.
Spider-Man.
Original,
the Hulk,
gluing them,
out.
not snapping them.
Yeah, gluing them fucking.
But before they realized kids were getting high on glue.
Before people were getting high with glue. So I'm a young kid, and underneath on 148th Street was a hobby shop, you know, for stamp collectors, coins and shit. And he had he sold glue and models. He had like a little area where, you know, we would break his balls. I don't know what his name was. When are you getting the Silver Surfer? When are you getting the Fantastic Four? You know, and we put ships together. There was this other nerdy kid, and then we became a model team and shit. But when I go to fucking get models or model glue, like when I first got up to 148th Street, there was always this guy in front of the place, like twitching, you know. And he would go, "Psst, kid, come here. Go in there, buy me some glue."
Really?
Yeah, like he would go, "Buy me a tube of glue." The fucking owner's a scumbag. He won't let me go in there.
But he's got the good glue.
I'm a fucking nice kid. I'm trying to be I'm trying to be liked. I'm trying to be accepted.
Right,
you know?
yeah.
So I'm like, okay, you know, it was like a quarter for a glue. So this is like every other fucking day, every time. Because we would just go in there and look at models like as kids and go, that's the next model.
Right.
You know, I got to get 895.
And was it in a tube, like, looked like A&D ointment?
Yeah, it was like, it looked like that, you know, like
where you pop
antibiotic.
the yes,
like,
exactly.
you rub on your fucking pimples.
That's exactly what I remember. But so wait, you would get this guy a tube, and then he'd be back the next day?
And like 2 days later, we'd see him again.
Taking that whole tube,
all fucked
obviously.
up. And his name was Charlie. We became friends after about 3 weeks. But when I started hanging out with the other not Spanish kids, every nationality kid, they would go, "Fuck you, Charlie." They would pick on him. And I'm going, "What are you picking on Charlie for? Charlie's a nice guy. He don't bother nobody. He builds models just like me." And they're like, "Fuck."
I bet you he don't have one model built.
So, dog, this is how fucking stupid I was. I'm like sticking up for Charlie. Right? I'm sticking up for Charlie. Charlie's a good guy. And every day Charlie's twitching. And then, so finally, the owner of the place would go, "Don't get that guy glue no more." He came to me. He's like, "Don't buy that fucking guy glue no more." And I'm like, "Why not?" He goes, "Because that fucking guy snorts glue." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" I knew people smoked pot. I had seen my mother do bumps of coke and her friends. People drank. I wasn't hip to pills. I didn't know anything about pills.
Isn't it crazy when you find out there's a different way to get high?
way to get high.
Yeah, and you'd already seen so much. Like, I didn't see anybody do cocaine when I was under 10.
So I'm like, glue? What?
Right, glue.
So I didn't believe it. So this went on for about 3 more weeks. And then one day I'm like, wait a second. Why am all these kids were hustlers. This was a big move for me. Because I always knew how to work people for money. Like I was at the bar, but let me finish the Charlie story. So one day I look at Charlie and I'm like, wait a second. What if I bought glue and just sold it to him? Like for 10 cents. Like 10 cents was a big profit.
The entrepreneur took over, yeah.
You know,
right,
like in 1969, 10 cents was 50 cents, you know?
Right.
You could buy fucking 2 packs of gum or whatever. So I don't even know. It was like, I just knew I marked it up. So through the fucking grapevine, you know, you hear more stories about him. I found out he was a Vietnam vet. He had been hurt over in Vietnam. He got hit with a missile in the head or something like that. And they sent him back because he was a little fucked up. His head was a little fucked up. You know, and I would look at him from time to time, and I'm like, this guy don't look right, but he's a nice guy. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, God,
so
you killed me.
I went to my mother one day, and I go, "Ma, you know, I got like this base." I don't even know if I went to my mother for that one. I just had the money. So I asked the fucking guy in the glue store, I go, "How much for all the glue?" And he goes, "Well, I'll sell you all the glue for whatever, $8 or something." I gave him the $8, and I just had glue in my pocket. And every time I'd see Charlie, I'd sell him glue. Now, I knew he snorted glue, but I didn't know nothing. About 5 months later, one of my jobs when I stayed with my godmother was to help her take the garbage out for the buildings. She owned 3 buildings, so on a couple nights a week, I would have to pull the garbage out from this basement area, and the rats would scatter. I mean, it was fucking mind-boggling. And it was a little, maybe 6 feet wide and maybe like 15 feet. It was like a little bomb shelter, but it had a door where the tenants went in, opened up the garbage can and put their garbage in, and I would have to pull out the garbage cans. One night, it's got to be, 8 o'clock, and my godmother's Husband's name was Raul. Me and Raul would stay up at night and watch fucking TV and The Saint, you know, cool shit. And I went to the garbage cans, and as I'm pulling it, there's Sticky Charlie. There's Charlie sitting there with a bag just going, and he saw me, and I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing? And he got up, and when he went to fling the fucking bag, he had glue on his hand, so the bag stuck to his hand. So he's trying to get rid of the bag, and I'm like, Charlie, what the fuck are you doing in the hallway? I'm like a little kid.
Right.
And I'm like, you motherfucker, you don't build no fucking models. Like, I believed him.
Yeah, right.
Like, I fought for you for fucking months. I'm at home thinking you're building models, and this is what you do to me, you dirty motherfucker. So from that time on, he was Sticky Charlie, right? So he would get a check. I broke it down. The reason why I wouldn't see him, he'd have lapses, because Sticky Charlie got a check in the beginning of the month, like on the 5th from the government for being a half a tart. And then he would get glue, and he lived in his mother's basement. That place where he lived, magically, years later became like a fucking popular street for marijuana. 148th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. In the fucking late 70s, they had two types of weed on that block. It was called Sense or Thai, Buddha Thai weed.
I've had that Thai.
And then they would mix it, and it would be called the Magic Mix.
Oh, I've had that.
And then they would give you a card with a punch card. And every time you'd come, they'd punch the fucking card. So this is later on. I didn't smoke dope when I was a kid. I didn't know nothing about that, nothing. But that block, so we would walk towards that block if we were going to walk to like a park or something. And one day, some kids were like, that's Sticky Charlie's house. So Sticky Charlie lived in his mother's house. Mm-hmm. But there was like a basement, and Sticky Charlie lived down there. So what they would tell me is when Sticky Charlie would get this check from the government, he would get like 10 tubes of glue. He would stock up on glue and go over to the house, and there wasn't crack hose then. There were glue hose. He had a couple glue hose, and he would be down there listening to like black music, snorting glue with the hose. It was crazy. And then when the money would finish, the glue hose would disappear, right? So he'd be walking around all fucking lonely. So we called him Sticky Charlie for years.
That's great.
But everybody had their own personal scam. Like Nelson, there was this one family, the Cedeños. There were like 9 kids. They lived in a 1-bedroom apartment. They had a fan in the living room. I would go to their house in the summer. You know how bad I would feel? I had an air conditioning with carpeting and cable TV in my room, and there were 9 to an apartment. So all these kids had to fucking work, Jack. So I knew Nelson in those days used to deliver for the pharmacy, like off the books. Like he was like 8. You know, he was like a young kid. He'd just make deliveries for the pharmacy. Our job was to go to the business owners, take the garbage out. There was like the glue shop, a barbecue place. There was like a bodega. Our job was to take the garbage out, sweep the front of their businesses, and clean down their windows, and they would give us like $1 a day. So every day we started the day with like maybe $4.
Right.
And that would get us hot dogs or barbecue beef sandwiches and all that shit. But those kids were wild. They got into fist fights. They knew about fucking knives. So I bought a fucking knife with them one day. It was called the 007. If you look it up on Google, it's a huge knife from the 70s.
Is it like that survival knife that got popular in like
not
the
Rambo.
80s? Yeah, like that kind of thing.
Not Rambo knife. Look at it. It's a 007. Look at the size of that thing.
Damn.
So think of being 8 years old, 9 years old.
An adult hand.
And that's what I had. I would buy special painter's pants so I could put the knife in the side pocket of the painter's pants. Okay? Because this is how these kids ran. They were looking to stab motherfuckers. They protected their block. They lived and died for 148. This is way before gangs or sex This is just 7 or 8 kids that lived on 148th Street. If we went to 149th Street, 149th had their own kids. So either we were tight with them or we were at war with them. So everybody knew you had your own turf. So we were 148th Broadway to Amsterdam. That was our little turf. We helped out the dry cleaner, the pharmacy. There was a movie theater on 147th Street in Broadway called Tapia. We never paid to go to the movies. Like crime don't pay. Like, we used to just walk in there and say, like, we're not paying, or we'll burn the joint down. And we were, like, between the ages of 7 to, like, 10. And we're like, crime don't pay. Like, we're going into the movie theater.
That is hilarious.
So my life up there was completely different.
Such a different angle on
But my
Crime
mom
Don't
would
Pay.
play sneak attacks on me. And she would take a cab up
follow
there.
you?
She'd take a cab up there. And then in the middle of Broadway, she'd start yelling, Jose Antonio. And if I came back dirty, she'd go, what the fuck is wrong with you? Look at you. I own a business. I work hard to close you. And you're running around with these, she would call it mataperro, dog killers. She'd go, you're running around with these fucking dog killers. Look at the shape of you. I would have blood on my shirt in those days. It was always something. So one day she goes, what's in your pocket? And I go, nothing. And she went in my pocket and she took out a knife. And she goes, are you fucking kidding me? And that was it. She went ballistic. She put an APB out that nobody was allowed to give me money at the bar or any of my mother's friends, because my mom had a bar. So I had to scam.
That's what I want to ask you, what the hustle was.
The hustle at the bar was I wait till about, my mom would say, do you want to go home or do you want to hang out here? But if you hang out here, you got to stay till 3. I'm like, I'll stay till 3.
And you're what, 10, 11?
10, not even. And my mom had a bar, but an office in the back with a little cot. And I would go back there, take a nap for an hour, and get up like at 1, ready to work the crowd. You know what I'm saying? So either I would take
That's that comedy.
Oh,
You've
my
always
God.
had that comic
Oh my
clock
God.
in you.
So either I get up like at 1, and
Got the late show's about to start.
I bust out conga drums, and I'd play conga drums to the music in the jukebox until somebody would come knock it off with the conga drums.
Oh, you irritate them? Pay you to get away?
Yeah, they pay me to get away. So I didn't,
Get the fuck out of here.
and if I didn't run that scam, I would see a bookmaker that I knew, like a bookmaker that I knew, talking to a chick, that I knew him and his family, talking to like a woman, and he was trying to get a piece of pussy, and I would just go up to him and start talking about TV. Hey, did you see the latest James Bond movie? You know, His Majesty's Secret Service? Yeah, fucking this chick's in it. And the guy would look at me like, yes, Coco. Yes, Coco. And then after a couple of minutes, he'd pull me by the arm and go, what's it going to take to get rid of you? And I'd go, $5. But that's for 10 minutes. You know what I'm saying? I'll be back in 10. But if you give me $10, I'll disappear
I'm going for the night.
So
You get me on my cot
I would
in the
leave
back.
there, and then I would rob a roll of quarters from my mom. She would have those boxes
man.
of quarters at the bar, and I would take one, and she'd ask me like a week later, do you know what happened to that roll of quarters? So I would have money from that, and I would buy illegal things. So they made, her and my stepfather made a rule. It was called shakedown. I got shook down before I left the house and when I came in. Okay? Anywhere they see me, they go shake down.
If you move.
Oh, and I'd have to raise my hands, take my socks off, take my fucking shoes off. They'd look everywhere. They were professionals. And every time I thought I had a hiding spot, they would bust me under my nutsack. You know, I would, everything I had, they would always bust me. They always knew when I was up to something. So it was shake down, shake down, shake down. They would just pull over on the street and go lift the arms. And they would shake me down. My friends would go, why are they shaking you down? You know, like nobody knew. That's how fucking crazy I had become with those kids. So my mom said, fuck it, we can't. After the babysitting incident, there was just too many incidents. There was just,
A lot of incidents.
There was just too many little incidents. My mom decided, my mom's plan was simple. My mom's plan was for me to get out of high school, go to college, join the service as an officer, because she wanted to give back to the country what the country had done for her by giving her a home. And then she wanted me to become an attorney. So she was already thinking about that when I was 10.
You went the whole other way. You're like,
well, I tried. I was 3/4 there. I was 3/4 there. So she wanted to send me to Loyola Military Academy in Miami. And I think that was too hard for her, like for me to be away from her.
Right.
So she settled on Sacred Heart School for Boys in Kearney, New Jersey.
This is where the third life comes in, the Jersey life.
My Jersey life was always there in Union City.
Okay.
But this was an extension of my Jersey life.
How old are you now? 14 going into
No.
high school? Oh, no.
I'm a kid. I'm still a kid. Let's say 8, whatever. Now I start going to Catholic school. I was always a Catholic. Always. Like, The first time my mom would always have church services for my dad, and she'd give the priest like a 50 and a bottle of Dewar's, and he would put like a phony casket in the aisle, and my mom would throw every like couple months, my mom would have a special service for her. Somewhere in Manhattan, like some fucking small church. So I was really Catholic. I made my first communion, and then it was time to go to Catholic school, and I was all in, guys. I was all in. I was a little Catholic guy. I believed the whole thing, you know. I also had my Santeria roots.
Right, yeah.
But I was still a fucking Catholic. I thought God was watching over you, the whole fucking thing. And then, you know.
So you've been baptized and confirmed at this point.
I didn't get confirmed.
I mean,
I was
communion.
I was baptized, communion.
Yeah.
And I think that is confession.
Yeah.
It's the 7 sacraments. And then... So
I did it all. I got it all.
Yeah, we got. I made my confirmation when I was 28.
Well, you did it.
We'll get to that later.
Yeah, episode 4.
I was sitting there fucking sweating bullets. You know, I'm sitting there. I can't stop snorting coke. And the last resort I thought was the Holy Spirit. That's what it was. I need the Holy Spirit in my life. So here I am every Saturday in a fucking classroom with a bunch of 12-year-olds and coming down off coke from the night before. Hilarious. For 6 fucking weeks, I had to take a confirmation class with a bunch of 12-year-olds, and here I am all coked up the night before. So I made my confirmation, but it didn't work. It didn't help me, so I went to Buddhist school instead. I went to Naropa Institute in Boulder and took walking meditation, but that came later. So I went to this Catholic school, and this Catholic school was a blast because it was kids of parents that had money.
It's all boys, though, right?
All boys.
Are they ever male and female?
Well, this was the 70s.
I mean, even today they're not, though, are they?
Yeah, it's weird. Like, my wife is thinking about sending Mercy to that one in Hollywood.
And
it's a progressive girls' Catholic school.
All girls, though?
All girls.
That's what I'm saying. Usually it's all the same.
Right.
Even today, it's still all girl, all boy.
All boy.
Okay.
So I went there, and I met some fucking wild.
You said these are kids that parents had money?
Had money.
Okay. How'd you get in? And why? Why was this so important? Because you were acting up so much, you thought this would straighten you out?
I think my mother had fear for the direction where I was going. I was getting exposed. I mean, I remember what I'm telling you, but there's 1,000 other things I don't remember. Yeah. So I could just imagine what, I was getting this big exposure. Like, I look at my daughter, Mercy. Mercy's a sweet kid. I look at her and I want to cry. Because at that age already, I had been to Sing Sing to visit somebody in prison.
Right,
I had fucking, I knew about drugs. My godfather had taken me after a movie, and he took me to his girlfriend's house, and they had a girl there, and they ate each other out.
Yeah, you
and
told
I'm
us
sitting
that
there like
as
a
a
fucking
kid.
fruitcake, I mean, it was all these fucking things that I had been exposed to. And I think my mom was like, I think it's time to slow him down a little bit. I think it's time to pull him off the street a little bit and let him, but those kids are savages.
Right.
It's like, I spoke to a friend of mine, like Malibu High. This kid went to Malibu High and he had to leave there because it's all rich kids that have pills in the fourth. They're raised by nannies.
See, where we were, it was always the rich kids. We had the weed and the alcohol. The rich kids always had the coke. They always had the pills because they had the money to go buy that.
And they had the party. Yeah. And they supplemented the parties. That's why guys like you and I hung out with them, because we brought the party. They didn't have the balls to go out and pick up an 8-ball. We knew where to get the 8-ball for them. So I think my mom put me in there because she was just fearful she wanted to slow me down.
And are you living there?
I'm staying there.
You stay there.
So I get dropped off on Sunday afternoons. Okay. And I get picked up on Thursday afternoons.
All right. So you spend Friday, Saturday back with your mom.
At home. So Thursday night, I would go to the bar. Friday, I would run with them and whatever their duties were. Friday night, I'd go to the bar, and Saturday, I'd go to the bar. By this time, I was becoming friends with kids in that area. Karate friends. Like, I would join karate, so I would go to karate on Saturdays. And these kids were nerds. All our life was about was going to karate on Saturdays, lying to our parents, and then going to Chinatown and buying fucking Iron Palm Technique juice and Stars and, And I got into karate. I got into tournaments and shit like that. Those 3 years at Catholic school were pretty peaceful, except I was having a hard time with the nuns. Like the nuns were just a little too violent for my taking.
Isn't that amazing?
I don't like getting hit. You know, I don't like getting hit like that. And you know, I didn't like milk. To this day, when I see a little carton of milk, my heart stops.
What happened?
Because I don't like milk, and they would make me drink the milk every night. When you had to finish your tray, you had to show it to the teacher. Listen. At the age of fucking 5, I knew what I liked and what I didn't. Listen, I was so bad at this as a kid. The other night, my wife made crab cakes. She makes them with Alaskan king crab.
You told me, hell yeah.
And my daughter says, "Oh, I can't wait for crab cakes." And when my daughter tasted the crab cake, she went, I don't like it. If that was my mom would have pulled my fucking hair and made me eat the fucking crab cake.
Yeah, it ain't like.
And I got kind of mad. I got kind of angry at my daughter, but it's 2019. It wasn't that I was angry, it's that my feelings were hurt. And I thought back to when I was a little bit older than her, we still lived on 205 West 88th Street. I discovered a company called Chicken Delight. Don't cook tonight, call Chicken Delight. And they'd bring you 3 pieces of chicken, crinkle fries, a bun, a thing of jelly, and I would dip the jelly in the french fries, and they would deliver it right to my door. When my mom cooked something I didn't like, that today I would give a fucking hand for one of those dishes. But when I was 7, if she cooked something I didn't like, I would just call Chicken Delight. And we'd be sitting there in the living room, and all of a sudden the bell would ring, and I'd just get up, and I'm like, "It's for me." And she'd go, "What are you talking about?" And it'd be Chicken Delight, and I'd give them a tip and everything. And I'd take the chicken into my room. And they used to have a soda called Tahitian Treat. It's like a fruit punch. I used to get a Tahitian Treat. And now, knowing what I was doing, I was really hurting my mother. Like, I was really hurting her, because my mother took pride in her cook, her food and stuff. But that's how fucking crazy I was. Yeah. Like, they'd be there getting ready to eat dinner, like a dinner party. And all of a sudden you hear, bing bong. And I'd walk out with my little tiny whiteys and tip the fucking guy like $3. And my mom was like, "What's going on here?" 205 West 88th Street was a great building. I had a great time in there. What I forgot to tell you last time, I don't know if I told you that there was a couple in the building named Monguito, and her name was La China.
God, you remember everything.
And La China, they called her La China because she was a Cuban Chinese woman.
Oh.
And she was really good looking, and her husband was really good looking, and she lived like on the 9th floor, and she would come down at night to visit my mom before my mom would leave for work. And they would do like a couple lines of coke together. So when I came down, China would say, "Go upstairs, Monguito's waiting for you." My mom thought that I was upstairs watching like a secret agent movie with Monguito. Monguito was a highline thief. So he had one of those key makers at the house with the grinders and shit. And he would take the things that you gauge
spark plug,
a spark plug with, the harder ones, and he would make keys from that. And then he would tell me, "Go to the other doors on the floor and try the key, and if the door opens, just tell him you hit the wrong door." So I was already, at the age of 6 and 7, he was teaching me how to take the pins and pick locks.
Yeah.
He was teaching me how to open up a door with a credit card. But my mom didn't know this. And we would fucking grind keys all night. Like, we would make keys up there.
They're grinding their teeth.
Oh, me
You're
and him would be grinding up
teeth.
there. And then I'd come downstairs like nothing happened. My mom would go, "How was it?" It was great. Me and him, at the end of our work, he would reward me by giving me an orange soda and Nilla wafer crackers, and I would dip the crackers in the soda. I was such a fucking hillbilly. You know, I would dip the crackers. But
well, you didn't like milk.
I didn't like milk. So all that
carton.
shit, I had all these fucking tools. My mom didn't know that I wanted to be I didn't want to be a part-time thief, but that was already set in stone with me when I was 6 and 7 with this guy. But now back to Sacred Heart. At Sacred Heart, I liked the kids.
Did you do well in grades?
Yes, I did very well with grades. No problems. I always studied. I was always good at math, all that shit.
And were you taught by only nuns? Were there?
No. There was a teacher, Mrs. Clark, in the 3rd grade.
Oh, so there were
regular nuns and teachers, but there was a teacher, Mrs. Clark, that was good looking, and she would sit with her legs spread with a skirt on, and you could see her panties, And we would sit there, all of us, and look at her panties and walk in front of her desk and throw pencils and look at her fucking snatch and shit. So one night we all got together and told Sister Anna. We all got together and we're like, Sister Anna, Mrs. Clark is hot. We didn't know. We were just ratting ourselves out for Sister Anna. The next day we went to class and Miss Clark said, raise your hand if you're in Sister Anna's dormitory. And we all raised our hands. She's like, I know what you guys said last night. And so she put a poster in front of the hole in the desk.
Oh, no.
So you couldn't see inside the snatch no more.
You guys ruined it.
So, Catholic school was great. I made friends with a bunch of kids, a couple mafia kids. Like, there was a couple mafia kids that their parents were. There was one kid in particular, his father would pick him up every week in a stretch limo. And then walk out of the car, you'd have to walk up to a guy named Jack. He was a disciplinarian. He had a stick and a dog. And sometimes he would sick the dog on you.
This was for the school or for this guy, the mafia
The
guy?
Catholic school. The Catholic school's disciplinarian, his name was Jack. And he walked around with a pointer.
And what, like a German Shepherd or something?
No, like this little mutt, dirty dog.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes he'd either hit you with the stick or sometimes he'd sick the dog on you. And the dog would grab your pants and go, and then he would hit you with the stick at the same time. So I told Jack, you ever touch me, I'll fucking have my stepfather here in like 3 weeks to knock the fuck out.
3 weeks?
He'll fucking knock
you got 21 days
You
to
got like
think about
21
what you
days
did,
and he'll knock the fuck. So I pretty much, I told Jack like my third week in that school, if he, like already in the third grade, like I was that hip. I go, you touch me with that fucking pointer, and my stepfather will be in an hour to fucking put a bullet in your head. So Jack and me never saw eye to eye those 3 years. Okay? So but this particular father, he was in the mafia, and he would walk up, and a nun would be outside, and then they would like walkie-talkie, and then you would come out of the dormitory, and then the nun would tell your parent how you did for the week.
Oh, okay.
And let me tell you something. Every fucking week, that fucking Italian kid would get a beating all the way to the car. And I'm not talking about smacks in the face. I'm talking about the dad would just be punching him and kicking him. He would be rolling down the hill while the dad kicked him in front of everybody. All the nuns. It was fucking sad. It was the 70s, guys. It was a different mindset for a parent. Terrible. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine 2 days ago when we talked about this kid, Richie Vanacek. His father was fucking gigantic. Just the name Vanacek scares you. They had like 6 brothers and sisters. They were all big, and the father was a cop with a stick. And I remember when Richie was bad, Richie wore glasses, and he had thick glasses. And I never forget that. One day, Richie was in the hallway with Mr. Levito, and Richie's father was talking to him. He was telling him what Richie did, and without even moving, he just went like this, and backhanded Richie. The glasses broke. There was blood coming out of the eye.
Damn.
And the kid went down. And nobody said a word. I mean, this was the 70s.
Today.
You're not doing that today.
No.
I mean, he just backhanded them guys. Just ka-cam! The glasses broke and the bridge, and they cut him under here. I don't think he got stitches or anything, but there was visible blood. I mean, that's the type of parents were completely different animals than what we have today. Well, he can't have peanut butter. You know, in the 70s, you ate it, whether you fucking choked or not. You know these little faggy kids, I can't eat shrimp because my fucking throat closes. Kids were dying all the time when I was a kid because parents didn't give a fuck.
There's a full-on assault on peanuts. In the school system. I just talked about. I said in Baltimore to everybody in there. I go, did we just not know? Like, of all you people who were in your 30s and 40s, did any of you have a peanut allergy? Like, I don't ever remember any school I ever went, and they're all like, no, it's all a newer thing.
This is all new things. So
I'm like, we're kids dying?
I don't eat shrimp because my throat opens up. Let me tell you something. If your dad was a bus driver and he drove up and down Broadway for a living and he bought shrimp and you told your dad you didn't like shrimp because your throat was closed and you can't breathe, looks like you're dying. You're dying. Yeah. You're going to eat a shrimp and die. They didn't give a fuck.
It's going to kill you.
There was no allergies. Like, there was no allergies. There was no allergies. This is a new fucking thing. So, I mean, it was just a weird time to be a kid. Like, you know, I was getting hit at Sacred Heart. But it's not like
What's the worst discipline you ever got there?
At Sacred Heart?
Yeah, that you remember. Like, what really stood out? You said 3 years you were there. And they hit hard.
I got hit with the paddle a couple times.
On the ass? Is that where they hit you?
On the ass. She would make, and it's demoralizing.
Is it in front of people?
In front of people.
It is. It's not just
like bend over at the desk and they would hit you with the paddle and you would walk back to your fucking chair crying. I never made a point to cry. I made it a point never to cry, just mentally as a kid, just to let her know she didn't beat me. That's spick shit. That's Spanish shit. Like, I'm not fucking crying. You're gonna have to beat me to fucking death to cry. So I would, even though they had the upper hand, they would hit me with the paddle. I never fucking cried. I always kept it together and walked back and had like a straight Ted Bundy look on my face. Like, I'm not gonna get you today, but I'm gonna get you, you fat bitch. The main one being Sister Hyacinth. Sister Hyacinth, Sister Angela was okay. Sister Patricia was okay. Sister Anna was old. But Sister Hyacinth was the one that would bite her tongue. She was a fat fuck, and she enjoyed hitting you. You could see it. She, you know, the lack of cock or whatever it was. She was just angry. She was just an angry woman. You know, she never had a nice word to say. You know, never. It was always like once a year she had a smile on her face during the holidays. But besides that, she was just a miserable woman. And I just, you know, she would come in the classrooms and go, hey, yesterday there was an argument. Both of you get up here. And while she'd just start chasing you with backhands, like that type of shit. So 3rd, 4th grade, 5th grade, something weird happened in the 5th grade that I just started talking about on stage. There were these two brothers, the Bravo brothers, Raphael and Nino. Nice kids. I shouldn't be saying their name, but who gives a fuck? It was 40 years ago. And what happened was, Raphael was the brains of the operation.
I love that there was an operation.
Yeah. Nino was the one that would go, he's right. You know, like that guy, you know, like, yeah.
Mr. Cosign.
Yeah, he was the cosigner. Not the sharpest guy in the world, but a sweetheart of a kid. And we had a dormitory, 12, you know, like 24 kids in a dormitory.
Were you in bunks and stuff?
No, we were in beds, but the heads of the beds were together.
I see, okay.
So there was this kid from Brooklyn. His name was Lazarito. And Lazarito was a nice kid for all we know. I hung out with Leslie Rubero. I hung out with a lot of kids that were from Jersey. Peter Fregosi, Jamie Exart. And I'm still friends. Jamie Exart just came to my show in Atlantic City.
Wow.
And at the Borgata, August 10th. So all these guys, we were all friends. Lazarito was a little off. And at night, Lazarito would tell this little, the slower Bravo brother, all night you would just hear, I got a big dick. I got a big dick. But he's like a bed over.
Right.
It's like me just laying here going, I got a big dick.
Just to the room.
I got a big dick. So at that time, guys, let's be as honest as I can. I had never watched porn. I didn't know what sex really was. I was a young kid. I didn't even want to have sex at that time. Like, it wasn't even in my thought process. I was just trying to survive. I was insecure, and I was overextending myself to hide those insecurities, you know. Mm-hmm. One night, in the middle of the night, I hear like, and I hear this moaning, I hear a little crying, and I see the half-wit brother walk out of the bathroom. And then a couple minutes later, I see Lazarito walking out of the bathroom.
They're brothers?
No, the one kid that was slow and the kid that would always go, I got a big dick.
Oh, got it.
I got a big dick. Well, the kid that kept telling him, I got a big dick, eventually talked him into letting him fuck him in the ass.
Wow.
This is crazy shit.
Yeah.
This is crazy shit that I never really forgot. Like, it was one of the, like, I saw a lady once get beat up. Domestic violence from a husband. I've never taken that memory out of my...
burned in your...
He burned her with cigarettes. I mean, it was the beating of a life, and my stepfather had to come out with a gun and tell the husband to get back, and my mother had to take the woman in the house, and it was just, it was like it was horrible. To this day, I can't get that vision out of my face. But that, I can never get out of my head. Like, there was a rumor going around that Lazarito had fucked him. You know, everybody knew that Lazarito had fucked him. And then the kid started acting weird. Like, he was always like an insecure kid. But now the insecurity from him, everybody knew that Lazarito fucked him in the ass. So the kid was walking around a little like autistic at this point. Like, he went backwards. So, I don't know, from my roots on 148th Street, I learned that what those kids had over 88th Street was that they lived and died for one another. You could not touch one of us without 6 motherfuckers jumping on you. It was, when we only had money for one sandwich, we broke that sandwich 6 ways. If I got a soda, we drank it 6 ways, And like I said, from time to time, I bring a little money with me, and I just say that I found $5, and I buy them all sodas without being...
I see, right.
I didn't want them to think I was better than them. I was on an equal field. I never wanted them to think
they're not charity.
That my mother had money. I didn't want them to know that. I didn't flaunt it or anything like that. I didn't want to make them feel bad. So it was just I learned to stick up for people from that neighborhood. I learned that if you wanted respect in Harlem, you had to throw down without even thinking about it in life. Like, there's no family, there's no nothing. I call you at 4 a.m, we got a beef, you just get your gun and do as you're told. You shoot the first, that's how those kids were. Like, they would get bottles, they were just savages. When I first mingled with them, I gotta tell you guys, I wasn't up to those standards. I was a little fucking pussy, but I had gotten hit in the head with a lunchbox. And that metal lunchbox, yeah. And it snapped me out. Like, it hit me on the right side, which tells you you're a pussy. It must have snapped me out or whatever. And then I run into these kids, and they polish me up. Like, they really, till this day, I look them all up on Facebook. I've Googled them. I've tried to hire an investigator to find the Cedeños. Whenever I, for years, whenever I would go to 104, like whenever I go to the city, I'd take the A train up, and I just walk the neighborhood. Because I always find, when I just went back to do the Soprano movie,
yeah,
I went up there 3 times.
Did you?
Just get off and walk the neighborhood.
I've gone and done
all
that
the way
too.
to like 150th.
Yeah.
And then I'd walk back on Broadway on the other side, and all these memories come back to me. And
anybody still there at all that you know? Anybody still?
I went into the pharmacy. They didn't know what I was talking about.
Yeah.
The movie theater's gone. Sticky Charlie's long gone. God knows where Sticky Charlie is.
Oh God.
There was one kid that I got a hold of through Facebook, and we communicated for a while. Tracy McDowell was his name. He had a couple fucking brothers. There was one black kid that I was tight with that I wish I could see him today to give him a big hug and tell him thank you for what him and his family did for me. Like, that was just an amazing neighborhood,
So what was it like? So you get out of this school. Where now you're ready to go to high school?
No. So now I jumped a nun one day.
What? Wait, what?
So 5th grade, when I got to that school in the 4th grade, we were watching Happy Days. There was a show called Happy Days with Fonzie.
Yeah.
And one night, in the middle of fucking Happy Days, a commercial. There was a commercial for the trailer of a movie called The Chinese Connection. Now, there was 24 kids in this fucking room yelling and screaming, throughout the commercials, because that's when you could talk. Hey, pass me the chips. Hey, fuck you. Give me the ring dings. Shit like that. We would be able to eat food while we watched TV on the big screen. They had like a regular TV, no big screen. When Chinese Connection hit the United States in 1972, I was in the 4th grade, Jack. That whole 24 kids went silent. Like, we all just went silent. Like, Fist of Fury came and went. It really didn't stick. I was still thinking about what happened to Kato from the Green Hornet. What happened to Kato from the Green Hornet? Well, there that motherfucker was. And if you ever watched the trailer, watch the trailer for Chinese Connection. It's on YouTube. You'll die. Like, that's what you saw on Happy Days. And everybody knew we were fucking, and that's it. That brought a different era to this country. That changed society forever. I love when a couple weeks ago, Tarantino put down Bruce Lee. Yeah, he did, but you guys that are sticking up for Bruce Lee, you don't know nothing about it. You didn't live through Bruce Lee. So don't tell me about your stories. I lived through Bruce Lee. I know that before Bruce Lee, Chinese people were fucking walking around like shy and scared. They would only bow. Once Bruce Lee came on the scene, Chinese people were like, what the fuck did you say, motherfucker?
Even if they didn't know, anything.
They're like, don't be calling me no yellow nigga. I'll fuck you up. Because in Harlem, they would call them yellow niggas. It was fucking crazy.
Oh,
it was crazy. It was crazy. So then once Bruce Lee came, you couldn't fuck with Chinese people no more. Now I can't go on Saturday Night Live. That poor bastard. That sends a horrible message, firing somebody. Now young comics are going to be scared to be edgy or to tell what's really in their heart because they're not going to get on Saturday Night Live or Dave Letterman or whatever. Monday was the best thing for me because I'm out of television. And if not, I'm out now. I'm out now. I'm out of TV. You know what I'm saying? But that's the truth. Like the Puerto Ricans and the blacks and the whites and shit in those days would call the Chinese yellow niggas. It was fucking crazy, and it bothered the fuck out of me. I didn't like it because I like black people. I love black people. If it wasn't for black people, I wouldn't be in the position I was in. Right there on 148th Street. I loved, But once Bruce Lee came, that's it. It tamed things down. People had belief. People that were insecure were going to Kung Fu now.
Right.
Like people who were getting bullied, like
I can do that.
I can do that.
With me,
Everybody had nunchucks. When he pulled the nunchucks and the Chinese connection, the country went bananas. You would go to Honda. We would go to a martial arts store called Honda that had those octagon nunchucks. Mm-hmm. They weren't just singular. And then we started making them at the house. Yeah. Everybody was making them out of a broomstick with an eye thing. You opened it up and you put the chain in between and you had nunchucks. And then Karate the Hong Kong Cat came out after Bruce Lee died. Now it was even bigger. Now you put copper tubing at the end of your nunchuck. So when you hit somebody, instead of hitting them with wood, you hit them with copper tubing. Anybody that you see that's 50 years old and they're a little retarded today, it's because they practiced the nunchucks. Because every time you had to do this move, the nunchuck would fly up and hit you right in the bottom of the cranium. So if you see a 50-year-old that stutters or he's a little fucked up, nobody ever talks about nunchuck challenge. Like, oh, he's got DFT. He got punched in the head. What about all the retards that are walking around till they're my age because of fucking nunchucks? Because we had to practice nunchucks. The back of my head had fucking balls on it. And then that other thing came out. The two balls. There was two balls that you'd fucking pull like this. They were called something. And they were made out of like fucking fiberglass. And you go ding, ding, ding. And then when you got good, you go ding, 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 ding. And they would go backwards and forwards. Kids were walking around with eye patches. Everybody was a pirate. It was Halloween every day. Kids were losing eyes and they were still playing with the fucking balls. Because they would chip. They got banned in the United States. Because they were chipping and going into kids' eyes.
Oh, okay.
So half these kids, if you see somebody over 50 that's retarded or got an eye patch, they're a victim.
Because of that.
And they didn't sue nobody. Did they sue the nunchuck factory? No. They took the retardation with stride, okay? It's true. I'm retarded from all those knocks in the head from the nunchuck because it hits the bottom of your cranium right here.
See, I'm a little younger than you are, but for me, that same movie was Enter the Dragon.
Yes, 73.
And that's when we found throwing stars and nunchucks and butterfly knives. All that shit. Right, we started getting into all that, but all that came from there,
So it was crazy.
All right, so wait, you started telling a story. So the commercial comes on for this during...
and that changed America.
But what you said, you jumped a nun.
So then what happened was... everybody like in America, jump karate, blah, 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 blah. A couple things happened in 73 that destroyed America. First, there was the passing of Roberto Clemente.
Yeah.
Destroyed. You started a new year with goals.
Picture in your
like you start a new year with goals. And all of a sudden, January 1st, 1973, Roberto Clemente dies. Everybody who was, even if you didn't like baseball, he was your hero.
Yeah.
The guy would hit at will. What do you need, a triple? Bam! What do you need, a double? What do you need, a stolen base? Coconut juice? The guy was a fucking, the guy never did an interview and didn't know fucking Spanish. He didn't embarrass you as a spick. He always spoke the best. He always wore a suit in his interviews. The guy was a gentleman. I remember waking up and hearing the news and just holding my mom. Like every kid cried. Everybody, America, fucking, Pittsburgh was fucking, what did W.C. Fields say? I went to Pittsburgh. It was closed. Yeah, because Roberto died.
Yeah,
that's why.
that's right.
He went up there. It was closed. Pittsburgh never recovered from Roberto. Half the East Coast never recovered from Roberto. And then what happens on July 23rd or July 16th? Bruce Lee goes under.
Was that 73?
Yeah.
Was
Bruce
it?
Lee
Wow.
died either 8 days before Enter the Dragon came out or 8 days after Enter the Dragon came out. It was like mind-boggling. So they took a piece of you. So now my happiness had turned to anger. Now I turned into Bruce Lee. I wanted revenge. Everybody had a little fucking coin on their thing. Out of respect for Bruce Lee, because in Fist of Fury, he made a promise, and he had a green thing on. So everybody had a green thing that if you fuck with me, I'll kill you like Bruce Lee in Fist of Fury. So I myself put one of those things on my chain. My mom couldn't figure out what it was, but my revenge was for that fucking nun. Like I made a decision.
The one that paddled you.
The one, she abused me. She poured milk on my head. Like, she did all this shit. So what happened was, we're in the 5th grade. I don't know what class it is. She was teaching. Because you have like a new teacher come in every hour to teach you a certain subject. This dirty bitch comes in. And I'm looking at these fucking Bravo brothers. And they're crying. But at that time, I knew Nino had gotten fucked in the ass. And we had already had a plan to take down Lazarito. Me and the Rubero brothers and a bunch of guys were going to wait till he was sleeping and put like a pillowcase on his head and just beat him with everything we had. Because he did this to this kid. And their mom was having a kid. They were twins, but the mom was in labor. And they were crying. And they asked Sister Hyacinth if they could call the hospital. The phone was fucking 30 feet from the classroom, a payphone. And Sister Hyacinth said, no, wait till after the class. And they're like, but our mommy's in bad shape. We want to make sure and call. And she goes, what did I just tell you? You know, I just told you to fucking... And at that time, I was already starting to hate her. And I was already starting to get that attitude from 148th Street. I was running it down. And I looked at them straight in the face, and I go, fuck her. With a little bit of a volley to it. Like, it was like April... And I go, fuck her. I go, you know what, man? Your mother and your father worked really hard for you to come here. You know, I go, Jesus don't pay for the bills here. Your parents do. Like, I was already that hip. I go, get up and go make that fucking phone call. I'll get up with you. And she looked right at me. She goes, what'd you say, Mr. Diaz? Like, I told him to go make that phone call. Their mom's hurting, man. Who the hell are you? And she goes, all three of you get up and wait for us after class. And that pretty much meant she was going to fucking light you up after class. Right. And you had like 5 minutes to get in between from class to class. So I don't know if the other teacher came. I don't remember exactly what it was. But I remember we waited in the hallway for class to finish. And then she came up, and the two kids were still crying from their mom, you know. And she's like, stop crying. You know, how many times am I going to tell you? And what are you going to have your attorney, Jose, stick up for you or something like that? And
oh, talking about you.
Yeah, and I go, listen, man, I just told them the truth. Their mom's fucking, you know, and she goes, shut up. And she like smacked me. And then she pulled Raphael's hair and just started violently smacking him. And then Nino, she started smacking him. You know, and I wrote a joke about it that I pushed Nino. And no, she just attacked Nino and Raphael. And I'm like, I don't know what I said. Is this necessary? I mean, what the fuck is going on? These two kids' moms are in the fucking hospital and you're beating them up because they asked you? It's expensive to come to this fucking private school. So then she turned her attention on me. And she goes, what'd you have to say in there? And she bit her tongue and she just started reaching for me, smacking me. But I was done with it. In that school, they had a thing. You had to put your hands down.
Oh, and take it?
And take it. And just like my mother at the house, my mother had a rule. Put your hand down. Put your fucking hand down or I'll burn that fucking thing. So I would, and this particular day, I put my hands up. And she goes, put your hands down. I'm not putting them down. And she would bite her tongue, and she'd go, put them down. And she kept pounding me. And I kept standing my ground, like I'm not going to fucking put them down. And then she grabbed me by the hand. She goes, get into the utility closet. And it was well known that in the utility closet is where they bloodied you up. Like they bloodied you up in there. Like that's where they closed the door and she started smacking you and she'd hit you with books. She'd knee you, whatever she could do. And I went to the utility, and on the walk to the utility closet, I said, this is not going to happen to me today. I was 10 years old. I knew where I came from. My mom was a tough bitch. My mom wouldn't accept this. I go, I'm not letting this nun beat me up. And we went into the utility closet. I walked in first, and she closed the door, but it never shut. And she threw me against the wall, and she just started violently smacking me. You put your hand. I kept putting my hands up, and I could feel the blood coming from my lip. And once I tasted that blood, like Bruce Lee.
Hello, Empire fans, it's William Dalrymple.
And I'm Anita Arnon.
Why don't you live dangerously and come and see us live?
We're doing a live tour of Empire, and just as with the episodes, the live tour is going to be packed with...
Shit, the Cuban connection.
I looked at her and I said, I'm going to go for this bitch. Now, I was pretty proficient in karate.
And you were fifth grade?
Fifth grade, I was a purple belt in karate at Laranjo, whatever's father's school, Mr. Black on 98th Street. I was great with kicks. I had really good kicks. My hands were kind of weak, but I was a pussy. I was scared to fight. I was scared to get hit, but I was getting the hang of it. And I said, today, this is not going to happen. And in the middle of her smacking me, I just grabbed her. And I'll never forget, it was like metal shelves that had notebooks on it and like all school utensils. And I pushed her with her back in the middle of one of the things that was sticking out. Mm-hmm. So when I pushed her, I hit her hard. And she's like, well, what's up? And she goes, what are you doing? And I go, you're not going to hit me today. You know, not today. And I think I smacked her or whatever once or twice. Like I was crazy. And then she went to push me, but she fell into a fucking a headlock. Mm-hmm. So this bitch had me like by 50 pounds, 60 pounds, maybe 100 pounds. She was a big fat bitch. And I had her by the fucking head, and I knew that I couldn't let go. I knew that either if I let go, I had to run for that door.
Hell yeah, man! You're.
So I'm holding on to her, and she can't get out of this
everything
headlock.
Right there.
And I'm squeezing her. I don't have it under the chin like I had.
Like
it was a Khabib. I knew nothing about. I knew nothing about choking people or nothing. I just knew about fear, what it was to be a scared little boy. And I just grabbed her. My adrenaline must have been pumping because she kept saying, you're gonna kill me. You're gonna kill me. And I'm like, fuck it, you're dying today. I'm like, I didn't give a fuck. You know, and I kept squeezing. And then I turned her around and she fucking kept in the headlock. She could not. I don't know how I had her. Like I had her. I was holding on to like a fucking thing. By this point, her veil had come off.
Shit's all over.
Everything came off. My heart's pumping. You know, my heart was fucking beating to death.
Yeah.
And I got to open the door, and the kids were exiting the class. So now they're looking at this. They just like, oh, and I'm grabbing. I'm like, get help. Get the fucking Rubero brothers. We got to go to work here. I'm running out of time. You know what I'm saying? The ship is fucking sinking. And I knew that I had her. I knew I was just going to run out of there and keep running. That was my plan, to just run out of there and keep running, get to a payphone, call my mother at the bar in Union City, which is about 20 minutes away. That was the plan. That was the fucking plan, to run out of there, guys. I swear to God. And as I came out, these are New York City kids. This ain't fucking California people. This ain't kids. These are fucking suburb-raised kids that are crazy. So what do they start doing? They start clapping. Go, 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 go. Now I gotta kill her. Now I gotta kill her. Now I gotta kill her. I can't pussy out in front of these guys. I'm representing 148th Street. And I'm representing Union City. I'm representing 88th Street. How am I gonna pussy out? They're yelling, Coke, go, Coke, go. I'm choking her to death. And she's like, let me go, let me go. And now other kids start jumping in. Thank God for Puerto Ricans. Thank God for Puerto Ricans and Italian kids. Because those are the only two that helped me. All the other fucking races just stood there, shitting their pants. These fucking Puerto Rican kids came. And now they picked her up and we flattened her, pancaked her up.
Later.
Like we pancaked her up while the Italian kid is kicking her in the midsection. This is hysterical. Now, we're fucking her up. I'm still holding on to dear life. I'm fucking up her ear. I can see that I'm fucking up her earring. You know, and she's like, let me go, and we're holding on, and these Puerto Rican kids are fucking pulling her legs, and for some reason they pulled her shoes off, so she couldn't run after us or whatever. I'm like, pull the shoes off, and they're like, okay, for what? She had these big fat fucking feet with no nail polish on her fucking feet, and the poor Italian kids kicking her, body kicking her. I mean, it was just fucking ugly, right? So
I'm just laughing because every kid that she's hit just trying to get. Scoot over. Let's get a couple of these motherfuckers.
And the nuns are coming. Now there was brothers who are nuns, but a male, but they were in the other building.
They're not. I didn't know they were male.
They're called brothers before they become a priest.
Oh, okay.
So now we kind of pancake her down, head first on the floor. I let go of the fucking headlock. And I got like I could just get on top of her with both knees. The Italian kid has kicked her fucking 80 times to the midsection, and the two Puerto Ricans are stepping on her ankles. She's not going anywhere, right? They're stepping on her ankles. So we're like, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Now the phone is, like I said, 30 feet away. I had change in my pocket. The only way I'm gonna get out of this is by fucking calling my mother and telling her the truth. But I can't leave her there. She's going to get up.
Yeah.
So again, I get her in a good position. She's like out of it. And now I get her with the right fucking headlock. And we actually drag her to the fucking phone. Like, this is fucking crazy shit, guys. And she's like, let me go. Let me go. And by this point, the brothers come in. And Jack's there with the stick and the dog. And he's like, let her go. But I'm bleeding. That's the only thing that saved me. I'm bleeding. And I'm bleeding bad out of my lip.
You were bleeding first.
And I'm bleeding first. So I'm like, he's like, we're going to call the police. I go, call the police, bitch. I got a story to tell the cops. And while they held her down, like by this time a couple kids had jumped over. And these kids weren't scared of Jack either. Like they had it with Jack.
Right.
Like, they're like, that's it. We're revolting today. This was a fucking coup today. We've had it with Jack. And Jack, you might hit us with the stick with two of us. And your dog might bite one of us, but 40 kids are going to jump you. So you better think twice about your next fucking move. And I'm talking about crazy New York City kids that had to be put in here because behavior problems and shit. So if you want to keep this up, Jack, we'll keep this fucking up. So I broke away, and they're like, we're like telling them to shut the fuck up. We're like, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. And everybody's yelling at it, and the nuns are like, we'll pray for you, shut the fuck up. You know, and I get on the phone, I'm like, my mom picks up on the first ring, and hello, that was the name of the bar, and I go, Mima, you know, the nun hit me, and I'm bleeding from my face, and she goes, ¿Qué pasó? And she's like, tell me what's happening. And I go, you gotta get out of here, because they're gonna fall, this is gonna get ugly. And she goes, I'll be there in 10 minutes, and she hung up the phone. So now we're standing there with her, with the nun on the floor, and she's like, you guys gotta let me up eventually. And we're like, we're not letting you up. And they're surrounding us now. The brothers are there, the fucking, the Jack is there, the nuns are there, but these kids are ready to go. They're like, don't let that fucking bitch up. Fuck her, you fat fuck, I'm sick and tired of getting hit by her. So now this is like it became a revolt. And all of a sudden the door opens up. And it's my mother with like 8 Puerto Ricans. Anybody who was drinking at the bar, she put it in the car with her. Like, let's go, we're gonna go clean some fucking clocks. They came in, dog, and they're like, what the fuck is going on? And one of the guys pushed Jack. And it was real. We let the nun up. They didn't want the police to come. Nobody wanted the police to come. Like, they were really scared of the cops to come. Like, no, nobody have to call the police. It doesn't have to be this way. They put everybody else in the classrooms. I stayed up. My mother cleaned me up. My mother went at the nun and called her a cunt in Spanish. Puta. You know, everything. Sucia, hijo de puta. She was telling her, you got to get fucked in the ass 4 times before you can hit my kid. I mean, it was terrible. It was
That's a hell of a fucking role.
Oh, yeah. My mother's like, you got to get fucked in the ass 5 times, have a kid, and then you can lay a hand on my kid. Until that time, don't you ever lay a hand on my kid. So I think a priest was a principal, and he came upstairs, and he fucking said, he sat down, and he goes, you know, Jose has been a good student. You know, he's had his eating problems or whatever, but besides that, he's okay. But how would this work? How is this going to work? Because it was like April. And I'm like, I'll tell you how this is going to work. She's not going to fucking fuck with me no more. She's never going to say those things. And I told her, now I told him what I had kept secret for all those years. She hit me with a stick, and my mother's getting hot. My mother's standing up, and the 8 Puerto Ricans are holding her back, and it was ugly. So we made a fucking deal. They said, listen, he could stay in the school. She is not going to be your teacher. We will work on you on a one-on-one basis to the end of the year, and after that, we're resolving. You go to your way, and when you go, because my mother told him, well, you can't throw him out. He's got nowhere to go in April. And then my mother dropped a bomb on him. My mom's like, and I want my money back for the year in 5s. I want my deposit back, but I want it in $5 bills, something crazy. My mom was crazy like that. And she goes, I won't leave till I get my money back. This is bullshit. I'm going to contact my attorney. They wrote my mother a check.
Did they?
Yeah, so I went to school a year for free.
And you got to stay in school.
And then you should have seen me. I was walking around like Chinese people after Bruce Lee. I was walking in there the kids were shining my shoes. I had become a star in that school. People were fucking wiping down the table before I sat down. I didn't have to eat my string beans no more. I would just throw them out in front of them. I'd take the milk full and I'd pour it in the garbage in front of Sister Hyacinth and give it a finger. I mean, I had a bad attitude. Now I had won. I had won, you know.
Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, MyBookie. At the end of a hard week, it's great to sit down, take some time off, and watch some football. Game-winning touchdowns on 2-minute drives, running backs racing down the sidelines with no one to stop them, Lamar Jackson juking everybody left and right. There's nothing else like the NFL, and there's no better way to make the games even more exciting than to bet on them. So do the smart thing and go to mybookie.ag. No one gives you more ways to win than they do. MyBookie's got the fastest payouts and better lines than any other sports book, including Joey Diaz. Don't forget, where you're betting is just as important as who you're betting on, and mybookie.ag is the best in the business. It's where I play and where you should too. I wouldn't be telling you guys to bet with them if they weren't the best. Do the smart thing. If you're going to bet this football season, bet with MyBookie. If you're the kind of guy or girl that likes to bet a little and win a lot, try a parlay. If all your picks come through, you'll multiply your winnings, and no matter how you bet, the NFL season is the best time of the year. Join now, and MyBookie will double your first deposit. Use promo code Honeydew to activate the offer. That's promo code Honeydew, HONEYDEW. Visit mybookie.ag today. You play, you win, you get paid. Now back to the do.
So I get home, and it's May of '73, and I think the Mets played the Cincinnati Reds in the playoffs, and I got the chicken pox that week on purpose. I just drew little red marks on me and told my mom, because they didn't even, the Catholic school didn't even care if I came back.
Right.
They were just going to give me straight A's.
So he's out of here.
So in May, I told my mother I didn't feel good, and I made up this thing that look at these dots on me. I think I got the chicken pox. I just wanted to see the Mets play the Cincinnati Reds in the playoffs of the National League East. And it was great because fucking Pete Rose beat up Bud Harrelson. It was tremendous at Shea Stadium. And that was my favorite player at the time, Pete Rose. So that week also, my mother and I went and looked at schools. So my mother's like, well, it looks like you're going to Miami. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm going to McKinley, right around the corner. There was a school in our district called McKinley. And my mother goes, if you go there, you're going to go there on 2 conditions. You either do it your way, I'm going to let you do it your way at first, and if it doesn't work out, it's going to be my way. So I said, okay. So I signed up at McKinley. I got out of Sacred Heart School for Boys, and that was it. But at the same time, my mom's like, I'm so scared of that 148th Street, especially now that you beat up a fucking nun.
Yeah.
Now this is coming to fruition. We're going to move. We're leaving 205 West 88th Street, and we're going to look for a house in New Jersey. So we went, we looked at houses in Fort Lee, we looked at a couple houses. We found the house in a town called North Bergen, New Jersey. My mom's bar was in Union City, but Union City and North Bergen, it's like Studio City, NoHo.
Gotcha.
It's the same shit. So I spent the summer at my mom's bar, and my mom kept telling me, you know, you're done with that fucking school. You have to be friends. You have to make friends in this neighborhood. But in North Bergen, when I looked out the door, it was these nice Italian, Irish kids, but they weren't to what I was used to on 148. I wasn't going backwards. I'd much rather just, on the weekends, go over the bridge and hang out with my friends on 148th Street. You know, we were 10, 11, 12 now. I think Nelson, the oldest one out of the group, was already getting pussy. So he was, like, we would sit around him, and he'd tell us, yeah, wait till you come, you could jerk off. I remember he told us you could jerk your name off on the wall. And I was, till I was like 18, I would always jerk off to try to get my name on the wall. And I'm like, it never worked for me. Like, he would always tell us stories. Oh, wait till you suck a girl's tits. Your dick gets hard. And we would sit around him like, ooh, you know, like that shit. Like, he was like our hero, Nelson. It was Nelson, Ricky. They had a sister that was in a band called the New Riders of Purple Sage. She sang backup. And they did a stint on Saturday Night Live.
Did they?
New Riders of Purple Sage, the first season of Saturday Night Live. And Nancy Cedeno got to sing in the band.
Okay.
And we were like fucking blown away. So my mom kept saying, that's great. You can have all these friends you want in 148th Street at my mother's bar. But what are you going to do when you go to school? You don't know any kids in the neighborhood. Go out in the fucking neighborhood. Go see what these kids are about. I fucking didn't want to do it. I refused. These kids were soft. I didn't think they knew what was going on. But eventually one day, it's like, my mom's like, calabaza, calabaza, todo mundo pa su casa. That means you got to get out of the house. You know, so I went out in this Jersey town. And North Bergen is the second hilliest town in the country.
Is it?
Yeah, behind San Francisco.
I was going to say, yeah.
That's why I could snort coke till I'm 90. I can't die. Just walking those hills when I was a kid, man. And they were like this. North Bergen, New Jersey is like this. So I walked down my block, Gibbonette Terrace, and on 30, if I made it right, it was 39th Street. There was a park called 38th Street Park there. But if I made a left, there was a street called Charles Court. There was a circle street.
Cul-de-sac.
And there was all kids on that street.
Yeah.
And I could hear them from my kitchen.
Funny. We called it a court, too, back
Court,
in the day.
yeah. That's what it was called, Charles Court. And I said, let me go to Charles Court. And I go to Charles Court, I don't see no kids, but I hear them yelling. But I had to walk up the hill. And there was like an island in the middle with 2 houses. So I couldn't really see the kids. So I walk up the fucking hill, and I'm hearing this commotion. This is my first day in Jersey. This is my first time going out in North Bergen, New Jersey. I hear this commotion, and as I walk around, fuck, it's a fist fight. And there's 2 circles of kids, and they're yelling, go, go. And this kid's beating the fuck out of this kid, an Italian kid, brown curly hair, you know, short, compact. Rogan, when he was 10, with hair, you know? And he's fucking fighting like a caged animal. And I'm like, this is interesting. And all of a sudden they break it up, and the brother goes, it's my turn. So the kid this Italian kid just beat up, his brother came, and he's like, it's my turn. And before he could say turn, this Italian kid was on him, throwing him down, throwing a fucking beating on him. And then I just figured it out, that the kid that he was fighting had a big family. Then a fat chick came. And that was their sister. If you know Irish families, they always got like 4 boys. Then they got the big Irish sister at the end, like in The Fighter. Remember, they were all ugly. All of them could stop bird shit in midair. Except for the one girl that's pretty, that's a comic. But all those chicks were deadly. But those chicks will fuck you up. Remember when those Irish chicks had the fight on the balcony and the fighter with the girl, the redheaded? Like, that's what those Irish chicks are about. And I love them. I'm married to an Irish chick. I love Irish women. Freckles, moist pussy, Catholic. I'm in. You know what I'm saying? Those potatoes make the pussy nice and moist. If your pussy's dry, ladies, eat more potatoes.
More potatoes.
You never see a single Irish girl. You know what I'm saying? Between those freckles on the titties and that moist little monkey, oh my God, you can finger them and smell the crucifix. You know? We're definitely not getting on TV shows. We just squash commercials too. So now the sister's fighting this fucking kid, and he's smacking her like fucking.
He's taking on the whole family.
Yeah, he's like Burt Reynolds in the beginning of The Longest Yard. He's smacking this fat bitch, bah, bah. And I forget what her name was, whatever. And now the father comes running. Like, you just see a man coming. Now, I'm watching this from 25
This is day
feet,
one.
ladies and gentlemen. This is day one, North Bergen, New Jersey. Now I see the father, or a man. Let's just say I see a man run into the picture. And he's like, what's going on here? Break it up. But when he breaks it up, I realize he's the kid that's getting beat up's father.
Oh, okay.
So he takes the Italian kid, throws him off, and pushes him.
Oh, he's the Italian kid's dad.
No, the Irish kid's dad.
Oh, the Irish kid's dad.
Robson.
Okay.
He was Mr. Robson.
Family dad.
So he's like, what the fuck's going on here? You get on your own fucking block. And Anthony's like, fuck you. His name was Anthony. I didn't know this at the time. The kid's like, fuck you. And I'm like, you know,
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. He's like,
I'm home.
He's like, fuck you, motherfucker. You got something to say. And there's a young kid. I'm maybe 11. And he's my age. And he's telling an adult to go fuck himself and fuck your mother. And the kid comes over, the man comes over and pushes him. And now from that distance, I fucking shoot the gap. I'm fucking 148th Street. I gotta represent here. I gotta let these motherfuckers know you can't hit a kid.
Yeah.
So I jump in. And now all these neighborhood kids are watching me.
Like, who the fuck is this?
And they're like, who the fuck is this guy? But what I forgot to tell you, my mom had dressed me in white that day. With like a gold chain and like white sneakers. So everybody knew I was Spanish. Like, when you dressed in white, you were a Spanish kid. So I come up and I go, hey man, don't fucking play. He's like, who the fuck are you? And the kid looks at me that I stick up for, and he's got his own friends, and none of them jumped in because they're scared because he's a fucking man. And I'm like, fuck you, man. You can't be fucking touching him, whatever. And the Italian kid looks at me, and all of a sudden he goes, you know what? Fuck you, to the father. And he goes, I'm calling my fucking father. And the guy's like, call your fucking father, you guinea motherfucker, whatever. And all of a sudden the kid went into a house. I'm sitting there with the kid. There's no introduction.
Yeah, this is
Nobody
the
says, hello, my name is Joe. Hi, my name is Mike. I don't eat peanuts. There's none of that shit. These kids are just like standing around like looking at me. But the kid that said he was going to call his father, the Italian kid, goes in this other kid's house who later on turned out to be Anthony Sabatino, dear friends with. And he comes out and he goes, wait 5 minutes. By this time, the family had gone into the house. He wasn't even out of the house. And 2 cop cars rolled up. An unmarked car and a marked car. The unmarked car guy got out, and the cop got out. The uniform guy got out, and the detective came out. And the detective walks up to the kid, and he goes, what's the problem? He goes, the guy, I'm watching this from like 8 feet. Like, I could hear the conversation. He's like, that guy up there put his hands on me, whatever. And that's all I heard. I can be honest with you, that's all I heard. The fucking detective looks at the kid, and he goes, okay. He walks up the stairs. Now, all these are houses in front of us, but in the corner was like an apartment building. Not really, like 2 levels. Mm-hmm. And like 4 apartments on each floor.
Duplex.
You could access them from the outside on stairs. So I see this cop with a walkie-talkie run up the first level of stairs, run up the second level of stairs. He gets in front of the house, and he knocks on the door. We're all there just watching it. Now, the cop that's in the police uniform is also standing there. And all of a sudden, the guy opens the door. Mr. Robson, Carmine Balzano takes his hand, grabs the guy, pulls him out into the thing, and starts beating him with the walkie-talkie.
Right in the stairwell?
Right in the stairwell, 22 witnesses, and a police officer. He's just beating him with the walkie-talkie, beating him. The guy drops to one knee and hangs onto the railing. Bad news. Carmine handcuffs him and finishes him off with his hands. And the kids are out, Daddy, Daddy. And they're like, ah, and the mother's out, like, stop it. And Carmine's hitting the fucking father, and us as kids are like, Jesus Christ. Like, blood's coming down the guy's head. And all of a sudden he's like, you touch my fucking kid again, I'll fucking kill you. He takes the handcuff off, he walks down the stairs, and he walks up to Anthony, and he goes, let's go home or whatever. But before he turns, man, it was the weirdest thing. He looked at me, this big fucking Italian guy that had big hands, and he had a big graduation ring from like Rutgers or some shit. He had hands like prosciuttos. And he looks at me and he goes to Anthony, who's this kid? Now, I don't know nothing. I don't know names. And Anthony goes, that's the new Spick kid, but he's the only one that fucking stuck up for me. So the guy goes, why don't you invite him over for dinner? And I'm like,
yeah, you ain't saying no to
this ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what I should have told on Ari's thing. I'm like, dinner? So I don't know who this guy is. I just know he's a cop. And I just seen him knock the fuck out of somebody's father. and I'm fucking like, wow, this is my type of neighborhood. Then I'm going to dinner at your house. And they're like, yeah, come over for dinner. I go, I can go over for dinner, but you got to drive me up my block. And you got to drive me home and let me stop at my mother and tell him where I'm going to be. And he goes, that's fine. And I'll never forget, my mom, before I left, gave me this speech. She's like, listen, it's your first day here. Show a little dignity in class. No problems. You have a new start.
Right.
You have a new start. Because we made a mockery out of it. You know, my mom chased Rudy the Haitian with a knife. You know, it was just a mockery on 205 West 88th Street. So she's like, there's a new start for you, you know. You're going to do better, you know. So my mom's a Cuban mom. She's in front of the house. I'll never forget this. She's brooming. What is it? Sweeping. And she's sweeping, and she looks, and here's this brown police car with no markings on it, and I'm in the back seat.
Yeah.
And Anthony's in the front seat, and Carmine's driving. And we pull up in front of the house, and my mother looks, her eyes open up, and right away she turns the broom over, and she starts unhooking the broom. I'm going to get hit. Like, I'm going to get beat.
Making nunchucks out of
it. So Carmine walks around, opens the door, and my mom charges the police car. Like, que hiciste, hijo de puta? And she's hitting the fucking cop with the stick, and he's like, oh. He's like, no, I'm not arrest your son. Your son's a good man. He goes, your son stuck up for my son when nobody else did. You did a good job. And my mother's like, ¿qué dice come pingaste? You know, like all this shit. My mother's like, what's he saying? And I'm like, I stuck up for his son or whatever, and he wants to invite me over. And my mom's like, oh. And my mom must felt like an asshole that he gave her a card. He goes, you did a good job with your son. If you ever have anybody ever bothers you, Mrs. whatever, I don't even know their name. He goes, just call this number. And my mom's like, gracias. And she said, okay, go over there. And I went over there, and they had 4 kids. And they had a mom, and I had a family, guys, but not like that. I was an only child.
Right, yeah.
And these were 4 fucking gorillas. Like, he was the baby.
Oh, he was?
He was the baby. He was 12 or 11 like me. Then there was Jimmy. Then there was Peter. And then there was Frankie. Frankie was about 15. And I ate with them, laughed. They're telling me about all this political shit. He's a detective. And I said, you know, like after we ate, we listened to Kiss.
Yeah.
We listened to Kiss Alive, and we played in the yard. They had a built-in pool, and they had a basketball. They didn't have a basketball court yet. And when I left, I said, I got to go. And they all surrounded me, and they gave me hugs, and they said, don't be a fucking stranger, you know. I was a fucking Spanish kid, you know, and they invited me into their home, like, don't be a stranger. Then Anthony actually walked me to my house. Like, we lived that close that they walked to my house. And Anthony's like, I'll call for you tomorrow. So every day I would walk down the hill, and on the way to school, I would meet Anthony on the corner, me, Dominic Special, Anthony, a bunch of us. You know, we would just hang out, and we just became, and then I would go to his house every day. Like I would go to my house.
It became that, huh?
I would go to my house. My mom was at the bar. I would drop my books and run to Anthony's, and do whatever they did. And then little by little, they just trusted me more and trusted me more. And Carmine was very corrupt. He was a very corrupt cop. But guess what? Everything those kids got, I got. If they went to the Bronx to the Yankee game, I went to the Bronx to the Yankee game. If they got a motorcycle, I got a motorcycle. When the father bought them all India motorcycles, I got a motorcycle.
Wow.
Then he switched up. Something happened. He knew people. So he would just go, give me all your bikes. I'm bringing you new ones tomorrow. And then he brought us YZ80s,
Yeah, I remember the YZ80s.
And Anthony was the type of friend that he just muscled people. There's nothing like... I hit the jackpot. They gave me... I joined the Mafia. I was in the Mafia. Nobody could say shit to me because I was with Carmine.
Right.
I was considered one of Carmine's sons. I was always over there. My mom had the bookmaking operation in the bar, and she would go, find out information for me. And I go, fuck you, I'm not breaking that relationship. No. I don't want them to know anything about who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
I would keep them far apart. As my life at the Balzano's house was started calling her mom. When he would buy cannolis in Hoboken, I would be at the basketball court across the street from their house, and he would come out, Carmine, and go, Cocarini, come over. And he would buy me up my own cannolis, and they would say for Cocarini, And I mean, it was just something that you can't understand unless you were there. If they got a no-show job, you know how many no-show jobs I had with him?
Well, people wouldn't show up and he just have you do it?
No, we didn't show up.
You just didn't show and you still got paid.
Come home and go.
You all were the no-show.
Yeah, he'd come up to us and go,
I thought you were the filler.
Go to Horace Mann School and pick up a check every Friday. I got you a no-show job. He would get us jobs at the parks. Like, it was just...
No-show.
It was like a year. And then with Anthony, if you said something, Anthony always muscled you. Like, no matter what, teachers, because Anthony always said, you don't want me to call my father, do we? You know what I'm saying? Like, do we have to call our fucking father here? So I was in. I was untouchable. Even if I was Spanish and you didn't like me, you couldn't fuck with me now, because I had the Balzano's brothers behind me. And not only was I friends with Anthony, I was friends with Jimmy, I was friends with Peter, and I was friends with Frankie. As a matter of fact, when Frankie started driving, me and Frankie, I was maybe 12, and Frankie started driving, and every Saturday we go to the Englishtown, New Jersey, to the funny car races. We'd sit at the races for a while, but we were there buying hot shit. And then we jumped. There was this factory that had Converse, limousines for the feet, the Julius Erving ones, and I guess they would do something. It was a Converse, like, off-plant, but they would throw away the mistakes. This is before Kmart and Marshalls.
Yeah.
If sneakers had a wrong stitching, they would throw them in the dumpster. And me and Frankie would jump dumpsters. We would have to find the matching ones because they weren't together. So I'm like, find the 6.5. Find an 8.5 in blue. And then we would take the sneakers back up north. We'd sell them and we'd chop up the money with Anthony and Jimmy. Like, we were our own little fucking mafia. And before the Meadowlands, like the Meadowlands Arena, that was a swamp. That's where we rode our motorcycles. Me, Frankie, and we would steal motorcycles. We had like a little motorcycle thing going. We had a kid next door to us, Valentine Ferro. He already knew how to scratch the VINs off.
Oh, yeah.
And he changed gas tanks. Oh, it was tremendous. So we all had different, but now I had a different fucking person in my life that didn't like what was going on. My stepfather. My stepfather's like, how come every time I come home there's a different motorcycle? Because I could pull the wool over my mom's house. Right. I could tell my mom whatever I wanted. My stepdad was a different story. He was the leader of the shakedown. He's the one that insinuated, he was the fucking guy that invented the shakedown. And he would ask me, where were you? And I go, I was in 38th Street Park. And he goes, no, you weren't, because I went over there with the car. God damn it. Motherfucker. So he would tell my mother. And then he would tell my mother, we got to watch him. Then my mother would pull me aside, what's going on? And I would go, this guy's just trying to start trouble. So I said, fuck this. When I became like 11 or 11 and a half, I said, looks like my stepfather's got to go. Because for me to run my game,
yeah, he can't be in the way.
No, I loved Juan. I saw Juan throw 2 beatings on guys. I saw him shoot a guy. Juan taught me how to be a man, how to fold my clothes. But now he was in the way. You know, when you have a stepfather, it's you and your mother, and there's another person. It's a weird triangle. And only people who have stepfathers and you're a mama's boy know this feeling. There's a little jealousy. And as I started getting older, there was a little jealousy. Like, he's sleeping with my mom. This can't happen. So he was a bookie. He was a top bookie. And he would hide money around the house with little bundles, like 5,000 here, 10,000 there. So what I started doing was switching the bundles around. I put the 5,000 here and the 3,000 there. Sometimes I would take the money and hide it in the jacket pocket. So he would go crazy. Somebody's moving my money around. I don't know who the fuck it is. You know, and all this shit. And then I started turning the hot water on him when he'd take showers.
He was fucking with this.
And I couldn't bust him. I couldn't crack him. Because he was that mentally tough. He was a bad motherfucker. And it's who I'm becoming today. Like, mentally, like, you have to have, like, you know, there's a lot of people who approach us for dumb shit.
Man.
Like, he was fucking the king of tough. Like, he didn't talk in front of a phone that was hung up.
Yeah.
In 1970, guys, he didn't talk any bookmaking business. If a phone was hung up and it was right there, he wouldn't talk. You had to go outside.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he never dressed up. He drove a shitty car. He never attracted attention. He was a fucking gangster to the end, but I had to get rid of him. So one night, I just thought about this because I'm writing a one-man show. I just thought about this. One night, he didn't really read labels, and we were making sundaes, and I had like Ready Whip, like like Breyer's ice cream. You know, when it came in the Cosmopolitan, the red, black, and white, the pink, and we were making sundaes or something. And just goofing around, my mom had oven cleaner on the sink, and I switched it with the whipped cream, and he actually sprayed it on the sundae. I'm like, this motherfucker's gonna die right now. But I didn't have the balls to go on with it. It's like, oh, Juan, what the fuck are you doing? You put oven cleaner. He's like, man, you saved my life.
Now he owes you one.
Juan was the first person to know he taught me about insight.
Mm-hmm.
He taught me about insight. Like, he would always tell me, on the walk home, I want you to look around the neighborhood and watch the cars. And I want you to start noticing what cars don't belong in the neighborhood. So whenever I would walk to the bar, I was always trained to walk a different way to the bar to see if there were, because bookmaking in New Jersey is a felony.
Is it really?
Yeah, but in New York it's a misdemeanor. That's why all the banks for bookmaking are in New York. And then you pay off the cops, and everybody's happy. You get arrested once every 8 weeks, and it's a joke. It gets tossed out before you even... Look, the cops get their name in the paper, but in Jersey, it's a felony.
Okay.
So they would do a little bookmaking in Jersey, numbers. So Juan was the one that taught me, like, when I was 6, I was a lookout at his numbers operation. I had to run errands. I had to carry money in my pocket, you know. And this was in Brooklyn. Like, every week you went to a different apartment to run numbers. You're always one step ahead of the cops or people who want to rob you. So Juan taught me a lot, man, like a lot of insight about life, like keep your eyes open, so whatever. So one day I went down to do judo. I was a big martial artist, I have to say. Once I got out of Catholic school, I dedicated my life to hanging out with the Balzanos, robbing shit. We robbed trains and... You know,
trains?
Yeah, we used to rob trains. I'll get to that in a second. But Juan taught me a lot about, like, one night I went to judo on 7th Street. And I knew that on Wednesday nights, Juan played cards, baccarat, and poker at this bar on 9th Street. So when I was walking to get the bus, I noticed 2 undercover cop cars there. And when I got home that night, he was getting ready to go play cards. And I go, hey, man. And Wednesday night was Get Christy Love. There was a show on ABC called Get Christy Love.
I remember that.
About a black chick. I think it was even played by the chick from Jackie Brown.
Oh, okay, Pam Grier.
Mm-hmm. I think, I'm not sure. And that was our show until he started playing cards. So at this time, I would be alone at night. Every night I was alone because my mom had the bar. I'd stay at the bar, but on school nights I had to go home. I would go to Balzano's, eat dinner, and then I would go home. And one night he was going to play cards, and I go, listen, man, if I was you, I wouldn't go down there tonight. And he's like, why not? And I go, because I saw 2 unmarked cars down there about a block away from that poker, from the bar. And he was like, they're probably there for somebody else. And as he was leaving, I go, if I was you, I wouldn't go down there. And he got in his car, and about a half hour later, I heard the garage door opening, and he came up, and I go, what happened? He goes, I think you're right. It was just a bad night. Sure enough, the next morning, the place got raided.
Did it?
So he was like, you're a bad motherfucker. You're a bad motherfucker. So on top of being a martial artist, I was also getting into basketball. I was playing a lot of street basketball. And one day I joined the league in Union City, like a recreational league, and I just went for the shirt to be cool. I didn't know what I was. You know what a 3-second violation is?
Oh yeah,
I got
in the
called,
lane too long.
I got called that first game like 83-second violation. The kids on the team hated me because I didn't know what 3 seconds were. I was playing street ball, and they're like 3 seconds, and the kids like stop that. Like when we walked out of the kids like don't come back, you fuck. You made us lose tonight. You suck and all this shit. But when I walked into the house that night, I had this T-shirt in my hand, and my stepfather goes, "Where'd you get that from?" Because, like I said, shakedown, you know. So he's like, "Where'd you get that from? Empty your pockets." And I show him the shirt. I go, "I joined the fucking league," and it said, you know, Union City Department of Recreation up at Washington School. When I turned it around, it was number 57. And he looked at me, and goes, "Put a number in front of that." And I go, 557. And the next day when I woke up, he goes, "You hit the number, motherfucker, for $10.
Straight?
$5,000.
Holy
So he gave me $2,500. Now he thought I was like a wizard, right? So he's like, this motherfucker's got magic powers.
He wanted you to pick 3, and you nailed it.
So, you know, I loved him, man, but he had to go. So I just created heat between him and my mom. I'm not proud of the story. This is what this one-man show is about. I'm telling stories that you haven't heard about me. I'm not proud about this. I just kept putting a fucking wedge in between them.
Just friction and friction.
Just friction. I had her ear. He had her ear because now I was just robbing him. I stopped moving the money around. I just started ganking him. Like he had money hidden. He had this money for an attorney. He had this attorney called Sam DeLuca, top fucking attorney in Jersey. You had to buy him like 5 suits before you did business with him. And he was putting over, like, this guy was like, you know, every time you talked to him, you wanted 10 grand type shit. So Juan was putting away money for him, and every day I would go over there and I'd tell my friends, "What do you want to do today? You want to eat burgers, shrimp, whatever?" And they go, "Burgers." And I'd go in the house and I'd pull $100 from him until it was down to like, I must have robbed him for like 9 grand. And he blamed a lady who worked with my mother. And I felt fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Like, this lady would come in on Saturdays and iron our clothes and whatever. My mother was dear friends with her for 30 years, you know. So she got the blame, and my mom had to fire her, did
you ever confess to anybody?
No, this is the first
involved
time
in that
story. Yeah, and I just took, I was a kid, man. I didn't know. And then I put such a wedge in them. But before that, like, me and him were just tight. And I got 2 stories to tell you about him, just to let you know the type of guy he was. One night, it was right at Christmas had come, and it was like 2 nights after Christmas. And we were just sitting around. They had come home from the bar early. It was like 2:30 in the morning. And we heard this pounding on our door. It's the worst pounding I ever heard in my life, man. And I went down to answer it, and my mom ran down, and she got a knife out of the kitchen. And she's like, "Who is it?" And the lady's like, "Are you down there? Help me." And it was a Spanish woman. She lived like 4 doors down from us. And my mother opened the door, and guys, I'll never forget this as long as I live. She had an alata casa on, which is a house thing, but her nightgown had been torn. She had blood dripping down her face like Carrie.
Yeah.
Like blood dripping down her face. Her lip was up like Roberto Duran had hit her. And she had burn marks from a cigarette all over her. And she's like, you gotta help me. My husband's going crazy. And my mother pulled her in. I'll never forget. My mother's like, go upstairs. I started crying. I couldn't handle a woman like that getting beat like that. I started crying. My natural reaction. And my mom was like, get in the fucking room. And her and Juan had to come down and pull the, like he broke her shoulder. Like he just beat her bad. They took the thing off her and I'm sitting up there like, Jesus, like, and I'm peeking and my mother's like, get in the room. And she's bleeding from her nose. And they're putting ice on her. And all of a sudden, the door started pounding. And it's like, let that fucking bitch out or I'm going to fucking kill her in Spanish. And I saw Juan run to the garage and he came back with a gun with a silencer. And he's like, open the door. Open the door and Juan popped the hand up and he goes, you got 10 seconds. The guy had like a knife or something and Juan's like, you got like 10 seconds to get the fuck out of here. And the guy ran down the stairs. We took her to the hospital. They couldn't leave me by myself. We had to take her to the hospital. My mom, the cops came. We didn't know. We found her. And that was one incident. And then another incident.
She didn't rat him out?
No.
Wow.
That was taboo in our neighborhood. Just leave him. Just leave him. And then there was another situation where I dated this girl. I was in love with her. I got left back. I was a little retarded. And we got into an accident. It was an accident. She was riding a bicycle, and she was riding my bicycle, and it was a stolen bicycle that the kid would redo. Like, he would steal bicycles, redo them, and as I was leaving the house, he'd go, hey, Sickler, take this around the block. Let me know what you think. Like, he was one of those kids. So he took it. So as I was riding the bike, I went to make a left, and he hadn't tightened the steering wheel. So when you'd make the left, the thing would turn, but the tire would stay straight.
Yeah. The handlebars.
Yeah. So I rode it, and I rode it up Charles Court. And Charles Court was an interesting block. That was my base block, because you had Dean Altman, you had Sabatino, you had the Arizas, you had the Alonas. But the other family you had on the block was... You ever see that documentary on the Iceman?
Yeah, I have.
Mr. Softy?
Yeah.
Pronge, John Pronge. I went to school with his sons. John Pronge lived on that block.
I don't remember him in there, but I've seen
he
that.
Was
that
the
guy's
Mr. Softy
in there?
Guy.
Okay.
When we were kids,
we'd
always ask the Pronges, Doug, how come your father don't sell us ice cream? And he would look at us and go, my father don't sell that type of ice cream. That was a badass block, but we used to always play on that block. So we were playing. Remember, I told you there was a circle in the middle. We were playing in the middle where Anthony had beat up that guy. I had the bike on the floor. It didn't have a kickstand, so you just put the bike on the floor on the sidewalk. Nikki was her name. Ran up, took the bike, got on it. At this point, I wasn't in love with her anymore. We had dated. She broke my heart. She started going down the other side of the hill. So me and my friends like, dog, the handlebars. So we ran on the other side to meet her on the bottom. And we caught her, but when she went to turn to get away from us, the tire stayed straight. Shit. She went over the handlebars. We picked her up. She had a bump on her head. She wasn't bleeding or nothing. We took her into her house. We all went home for dinner, and that was it. The next day, I go into the 8th grade. She was a year older than us, because I got left back, because I fell so in love with her. She never gave me pussy or nothing. We were just dry humping. I fell so in love with her that I couldn't even do homework. Like, I didn't go to karate. I just became worthless. But after she broke up with me, I got it together and stuff. But the next day when I went to 8th grade, the teachers were standing in front of the door, and they're like, hey, man, can we talk to you? I go, what's up? And he goes, did you hear about Nikki? And I go, no. They're like, she's in the hospital in critical condition. And I go, what are you talking about? I just seen her last night. She goes, she fell off a bike and bumped her head.
Whoa.
It became a blood clot in the middle of the night, and they had to operate, and she almost died last night. We just wanted to tell you first. And so I'm like, fuck. So after school, I went to her parents, and the mother was like, what happened? I told her, and it's coming at you. A couple days later, there was a rumor going around that I threw her off the bike. And I'm like, guys, that's not my MO. I got these guys to back me, that she went to turn and flew over, and my friends like, what are you talking about? Coco didn't do nothing to her. So everybody was cool with it. But she had a brother that was to this day, don't like me. To this day, we throw little jabs at each other on Facebook. From
Oh, really?
time. Yeah. He just threw a jab at me like a month ago, and I had to keep putting him in his fucking place. So, about a week after that went down, and all things were settled. The kid's name was Al, and his father had a Corvette. His father was a real scumbag. They didn't really like that I dated the daughter. They didn't like me that I dated her. Me and Juan would hide guns everywhere. Like if Juan called you and said, "Sick, I'm coming up tomorrow to do the podcast," as soon as he got off the phone with you, he'd come up here and hide a gun in the hallway.
Yeah, right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Just in case something went down, he'd have a piece. So me and him are outside, we're mowing the lawn. I'll never forget that. And we look up and we see the father's Corvette coming up the block, and the word on the street is they were going to come throw a beating on me for what happened to the sister. And I would have fought Al. I wasn't scared of Al. I just didn't know what the father was thinking. And when I saw the Corvette coming up, I looked at Juan. We were like mowing, and I was like raking and putting them in garbage cans, like garbage bags, like those green bags. I'll never forget Juan looking up, and he goes, "What's this?" And I go, "This guy wants to come over here and mess with me." And without even moving, he just turned around, and there was like a brick staircase, and he just moved the brick, and there was a little fucking 45 under the brick, and he just pointed at him. He just pointed at him in broad daylight. There was people out sweeping, and they saw it, and the vet went in reverse. It was fucking classic. In reverse downhill. When they saw Juan just pointing at him, like, Juan did not fuck around. He was known for shooting motherfuckers. So fucking,
oh my God.
One night, shortly after that, I had put the wedge in them both. I had no fucking feelings. I just wanted him gone. I wanted to manipulate my mother, you know. So it just wrote itself out. They came home from the bar. My mother had a couple cocktails in her. He didn't drink. He didn't like when my mom drank, so he gave her attitude. And I guess my mom asked him for a cigarette. And on the way up the stairs, he took it out of the Marlboro box and flung it at her. And my mother took that, being my mother, she took it as a sign of war. Not even like, "Hey, man, what's your problem?"
Right.
My mother took it as war. Now, where we come from, my mom used to always say, if you think of hitting somebody, you're already fucked up. Like, that was her motto. When people bullied me or whatever, if you think of hitting somebody,
yeah,
you're already fucked up.
You should have just
hit
hit
him. It should be an automatic
That's right.
reaction.
Hit him. That's right.
So I didn't catch the whole cigarette thing go down. I didn't see it or nothing. I just remember Juan going to bed, me going to my room, and about 45 minutes later, I hear, and I see my mother running down the stairs, and all of a sudden I see Juan come out, and half his skull is hanging off. He looked like that lady. There's blood everywhere. He was sleeping. My mom got a statue, a religious statue, and broke it over his head while he was sleeping. Fucking horrible. A religious statue, one of those saints like Bacalao or Saint Mercedes or whatever. She busted it over his head when he was sleeping. This motherfucker got up with a fucking gun, and like he didn't even know what to think. He didn't even know what to think.
He just
like
dead asleep.
Yeah. And they were done at that time.
Yeah.
You know, they were pretty much done. And the next morning, he packed his stuff and left.
Do you ever hear from him or talk?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We didn't speak for about 6 or 7 months. But to continue this, I know we got to wrap it up. I won the war. What's that expression?
Didn't win the battle. You won the war.
I won the war, but I lost the battle by doing that.
That's right.
Now I could manipulate my mother. I was in the 7th grade or 8th grade. I could tell her whatever the fuck I wanted. There was no, you know, I didn't have to be home at a certain time.
Curfew or anything.
There was no rules. My mom worked the bar by herself. I had the whole house to myself all day. I could weigh weed. I could fucking, you know, jerk off where I wanted to, you know, so. But it started a dark time. But just to go back to Carmine before we wrap it up, in the 8th grade, like about April or March of the 8th grade, there was a school, it was a snow week, and there was no school in 78.
Out here.
And the phone rang. early, like 8 in the morning. And it was a voice I never really spoke to him on the phone. It was Carmine. And he goes, tell your mother to clean the house. And he hung up. And I sit there, I go, why would Carmine, clean the house. I ran upstairs, I knocked on the door, I go, Ma, get up at Policia. That's what we would call him at Policia.
Yeah.
Just call, and he said to clean the house. My mom got up, ran downstairs, and started taking shit and whatever. And right away we heard, police, open up. Police, we have a warrant. And they kicked the door down, they handcuffed me.
Wow.
They handcuffed my mother. And my mother got arrested for conspiracy to sell cocaine. But here's the deal, guys. My mom had a bar, and she had a payphone, one of the ones you sit and slide the door.
Yeah.
I'm going to get one of those before I die.
They got one in like Cafe 50. Yeah, they still have that.
We got to buy one of those things. But that phone was connected to the bar. It wasn't just a singular payphone.
Oh, so
it was connected to the bar.
Her phone, and they're doing these deals on her.
So when they did the deal, my mother got arrested for conspiracy. Yeah, she didn't go to jail. She paid off.
They just scared her to shake her down.
They just scared her to shake her down. I think she got probation for it. She didn't rat or nothing like that. But part of the deal was that she closed. There was a whole thing going on in Union City with the Cubans. They had killed the Cuban cop. That was shit. We'll get to that time later. they just
next episode.
This Cuban cop was shaking down Cuban businesses, and the Cubans got together and said he's got to go, and he went. But to tape off with this. May of 78, as tight as I am with the Balzanos, I'm tight with them. I mean, I've walked in there and I've seen money on the table counted. I had to look the other way. You know, you could borrow from Carmine. So if I wanted to do something, I could borrow from Carmine. Carmine, give me $20. And he goes, what time is it going to be here? Friday at 5 o'clock. So if you borrowed from Carmine, you had to be there Friday at 5. Stand outside his office and pay him his money. If not, he would never lend you money again. And his slogan was, when we were kids, you know how everybody has a slogan? His slogan was, hey, Coco, come here. If you ever want to kill somebody, invite them over for dinner.
He fucking invited you over.
Those are his words of advice all the time. If you ever want to kill somebody, invite them over for dinner. And he would blink at me. I'm a kid. I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm not planning on killing somebody. Well, they'll plan to me. But in the 8th grade, something bad happened. Let me tell you how much Carmine loved me, guys. He liked that I played basketball. He didn't want us to play at the park. So he put a basketball court in his yard.
That's when he put it in, okay.
So me and Anthony would go over there and play till midnight. And the neighbors would be calling in, stop playing basketball. And the cops would hang up on him at the police station because they knew it was us. But when we wanted competition, because me and Anthony were on the basketball team, we would go to the park right across the street. Right across 38th Street Park. By this time, Carmine had been arrested. Even though he was a cop, he had been arrested on conspiracy charges and obstruction, and he had the machine gun that Patty Hearst used in his house when they raided him. Bro, Carmine was the real deal. When I tell you Carmine Balzano, God rest his soul, was the real deal. So one night at 6 o'clock, me and Anthony and a bunch of us are playing basketball. And Anthony goes, you coming over for dinner? I go, no, I'm going to go home. I got to do homework or whatever. And I went home. And Anthony supposedly went home. And the next day I get up to go to grammar school. And I walk into the 8th grade. The teachers are outside talking. And Mr. Barone, who's still a dear friend of mine, pulled me aside and he goes, you do know what happened last night, right? And I go, no. And he goes, did you see Anthony last night? I go, yeah, I was with Anthony till fucking dinner time. And he goes, well, I guess after dinner, him and Frankie took a ride to the supermarket, and a guy ran a red light. And Anthony was sitting in the back with a guy in the front seat called Stephen Edwards. We called him Tweds, and Frankie was driving, and he didn't have a seatbelt on. So when the car ran the red light, his head hit the other side.
Oh.
He didn't die. He was in a coma. And he was in a coma for like 2 weeks. I was a mess. Till today.
Yeah, I see.
I'm still a mess about it. Carmine had so much juice that he went on national TV before Saturday Night Live and the news that night and pledged for a doctor to help his son because he had a rare thing. And before that, it was the skinny chick from the Carpenters.
Karen Carpenter.
Karen Carpenter was put on a ventilator. And like 11 days, they pulled the fucking plug and he died.
Oh.
So me and him looked the same. So now I had filled that void in their house. I was now Anthony to them.
Right.
You know, I went over there. I called Ma every day. I mean, they were my. Man. I still get upset about it because they were so good to me. Like, you can't understand how I just filled into that void, you know, of being in their family.
I'm sorry.
Every day I have a picture of Anthony on my wall, and I go, you know what, today I'm going to go live for you. Like, I'm going to go live for you. Like, I think about Anthony all the time.
How old was he when he passed? 15, 16?
13.
Oh, that young.
13, 8th grade. May, you know, he graduated in June. There's always some fucking kid that dies in a DUI.
It's always around
graduation time.
Absolutely.
So was the rough. I couldn't even graduate. I didn't even show up to the graduation.
You didn't?
No. I buried my Kiss albums with him, and I made a promise that next time I would listen to Kiss, it would be with him. And I broke the promise about a year ago. I put Kiss on the podcast just because I was having a weird day. But till this day, I just won't listen to Kiss. I said, all my albums went into the fucking thing with him. My knife went with him.
The 007.
Yeah, I put everything there. I didn't want him to have any problems along the journey. You know what I'm saying?
Just think.
But real quick, we got 7 minutes. Just a piece of advice for you. So, when I first moved to that neighborhood, the big thing to do to make money was either go to the swamps and cut punks. You know what punks are? Like a tree, like a little plant, like a weed. And if you burn them, the mosquitoes disappear.
Oh, okay.
And we would sell them door to door. And then we realized that the area like Awana ran down there. So we would sit there and watch these trains go by, and the kids from 26th Street used to rob the trains. So what you do is they would climb on like a little bridge. This one particular guy, and he would jump off the bridge onto the train as it was moving slow.
I used to roll slow right through my aunt's place in Baltimore. My cousins would roll under them.
Oh, yeah, please.
Oh,
they're
my
savages.
God.
Those train motherfuckers are a complete different animal. They don't even exist today. Kids don't even think of robbing trains no more. This is when the Con Ed they would only shoot you with salt and pepper guns. Salt and pepper guns is like a capsule that would make you itch for like 3 days. Yeah. So I got shot by one right in the side. I still got a little mark there.
Salt shotgun.
So we would go down there, and the main guy's name was Dibby. He would break the seal, go into the train, open up the door, and then throw boxes of motorcycles out.
Damn.
We knew refrigerators or stoves. And then they push him to the side, and then we'd have to carry him through the weeds. Dog, we were tough fucking kids. We had to carry him through the weeds and then have somebody. Like, we lost like 30% just in favors. 10% went to Dibby for throwing it off. And then we had to get Ryan's uncle, who had a truck, to go down there at night and help us pick it up. He wanted 10%. And then Ryan's uncle could sell the stove at his fucking factory job, so we had to give him another 10%. So after we'd fucking rob a stove, we get like $80. So we did that for a couple months. But the kid that used to rob the trains, I forget what his name was. It's not Dibby. The other night I called him Dibby. Dibby's an okay guy. He lives in New York. He's a friend of mine. There was a kid that used to jump off the trains. One day he went to jump. You see what I'm doing with my hands? He went, like, you know, Vive la France. And before he landed on the train, there was an electrical wire.
Oh, shit.
And he caught this arm, and the electrical wire was, I wasn't there. I just heard the story. I could tell you I was there. I wasn't there. All people said that they heard was like, and he's like, and all of a sudden you saw the arm go one way, and he went the other way, and he was like on fire and shit. But if you ever get in a cab in New York and you got a one-armed cab driver, it's that motherfucker. Send him my love. We'll close the podcast with that. I'll see you in Chicago Friday night, you bad motherfuckers. The Chicago Theater. I'll be with Dean Delray and that crazy little fucking bitch, Kate Quigley with the skinny pussy. And we're going to take over Chicago. Kate Quigley got a tremendous body, but look at the pussy in all bikini pictures. It's non-existent. It's like a transvestite's pussy. Like they cut their dick off and they didn't put no filler in there. You got to fill the lips like that lady Rihanna. What's that white lady?
Rihanna.
What's that white chick that filled the lips?
I know you're
talking crazy.
About.
She's charging the models and shit. But that's all I got for you. I got Chicago, the 27th, and I got Denver the 12th, and Kansas City the 11th.
Thank you, brother. I love you. Thank you for
Thank you
being
for
here.
having
Go
me
see
on.
Joey Diaz in Chicago. I am Ryan Sickler on all social media, ryansickler.com. Talk to you all next week.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story with a professional website that reflects who you are and what you have to offer.
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Upstart and Away. We'll talk a little bit more about that, but I want to let you know about some dates. Here in town, February 22nd, I'm headlining the Ice House. March 19th through the 21st, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Phoenix. March 26th, La Jolla Comedy Store. And April 23rd through the 25th, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Vancouver, BC. Come on out and check me out, guys.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here at Studio Gene's doing it at your mom's house. I'm Ryan Sickler. You can follow me on all social media, Ryan Sickler, ryansickler.com. The website for the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com, where you can get the links to everything. And if you're new to the show, we've been here a year now. I'm excited to have this new year off with you guys. Excited for all the new guests, excited for the new stories. We're highlighting the lowlights over here, and these are the stories behind the storytellers. And today's storyteller, we're about to hit part 3 of the saga. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Joey Diaz is back. All right.
The saga.
The saga, brother. I know exactly where we left off, as I told you I listened. But before I do, please plug, promote everything you'd like to get out of the way.
Just January 25th, they had a second show at the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta. I'm just going into Atlanta to do one show. It's a makeup show. You know, the agents are trying to, why don't you route it with Tampa? No, because I fucked Atlanta last time. I don't want no misunderstandings.
Is Atlanta the one you were doing with Simone when you guys got the flight canceled and couldn't make it? He told me about that.
Yeah, it was a horrible fucking day.
Oh, man. Well,
there was
good.
no way we could get to whatever.
Atlanta, go see Uncle Joey.
Yeah,
25th, January 25th.
I'm focused on Atlanta. I'm not going to be greedy and go somewhere else. I'm giving everything I got to those 2 shows because I feel bad. I had to cancel, not on purpose. It was a fucking airport thing.
Yeah. So. And I know you're going through, we talked about it. You tore your hamstring.
November 12th.
He's saying like it's D-Day.
Fuck.
Listen, I don't blame you.
Because when I landed, I knew it was over. Like when I landed.
I had the same thing happen to me, and I called you right away.
Oh, my God.
And I've been checking on you because that was a mother. Tell me what happened because I'll tell you exactly what I did.
I went to the Improv, I did a spot with Joe. I went to the Comedy Store, pulled up. I saw Rap out there and Mike from the store, and I gave them all a hug. And I walk into the kitchen, and my left foot just went straight. And
it was
it slid? Like it just slid at 90 miles an hour. I bounced and then fell over. And all I could see is stars and fucking, the pain was brutal. And, thank God, sometimes you go, I just go to the store to work out. No, you don't. They're really a family. Because I never saw them react to me like that. Kudos to Whitney Cummings, who was all over me.
Oh, that's great.
The funniest, the night belonged to Annie Lederman when I was in my darkest shadows. I mean, I couldn't see the pain. I was breathing out of my nose. I thought I was going to pass out. She goes, Joey, come on. You want a blowjob? And I looked at her. And there's guys, in the middle of all this. She goes, you want a blowjob? And I go, now Annie Lederman? And she goes, I was going to get one of these guys. And, people have no idea the gift of bringing levity to a situation.
That's what this show is all about.
I fucking hate, like, if somebody calls me and says, hey, call, God forbid, Tom Segura. His dad passed away. I give it a day. I call him like I usually do. Tom, I love you. I'm sorry about your dad. And then I'll just drop like what are we getting in the will? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it going to your fucking creepy sister? Or are we getting, you know, what do we, and people usually go, you motherfucker.
Yeah.
Thank you for making me laugh.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, nobody has the balls to call and insult me. Like, I'll call people and go, you got a brother? What do you want to do? You want to light him on fire so he gets nothing? Nobody else can test the will. And they'll die of laughter. They're like, don't push me, because I hate that motherfucker as it is. And for 5 minutes, I just made their day.
Yeah.
So Annie Lederman, and now it was done to me, and I got it. I understood it. They picked me up, man. Those guys, Richie, and I couldn't even think from the pain.
Dude, I know it.
They put me in a car. I couldn't even sit because the leg was swelling as we were driving. Couldn't drive, couldn't sit in the passenger seat, couldn't sit in the back seat because your left leg has to go up, so your ass cheek is on fucking fire, and you can't sit on your right ass cheek because your left cheek. It was just a nightmare. I went home. I sat home for a few days. Finally had to go to emergency room, x-rays, ultrasounds, the whole thing, you know, on a couch, ice, heat, pain pills, which I went on 2 days of pain pills, and I threw the rest away. I mean, they're the worst medication.
Yep.
It's your pain remains the same, but your head goes to this place where you just feel like you feel bad enough. Like a comic like me, excuse me, I love action. I'm on a couch watching TV. There is nothing I hate than a man watching TV in the daytime. Nothing bothers me more than that. There should be no men watching TV unless you work nights.
Yeah.
You know,
that's your night. If day is your night.
5 o'clock, 3:30. I get home at 3:30. I watch World News Tonight, but I'm not at home at 11 watching. I'm gonna binge watch. What's one? Melistaldo, whatever the name of that fucking Disney show
Mandalorian.
is. Mandalorian, yeah. I'm gonna go home and binge watch in the afternoon. There's got to be something you could be doing, you worthless sack of shit. Write a joke. Then they tell you, I keep bombing, sure, because you're watching Maniscalco, whatever his fucking name is. Instead of fucking watching what you're supposed to fucking be doing. So it just took a toll. But I got blood drawn. There was no blood clots, and I was able to cover the gigs in Miami, Town Hall, New York, and the Chevrolet Theater in Boston, Chevalier. So I'm grateful. And, it's the holiday season. I'm taking a couple weeks off just to
you should
hang out with the baby. I got some spots at the store. You still got to keep the muscle.
Yeah.
It's like going to the gym. A joke here, a joke there, getting the 2020 schedule tight. It's going to be light until the Soprano release.
When is that?
September of 2020.
Okay.
So we got 8 months. And that's it, bro. Just trying to put the one-man show together, trying to put a book, audio book together, and that's it. Just trying to be a dad, brother.
I love it. Sometimes people tell me that shit happens to you and it's a way of, someone or something telling you, hey, slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit. Take your time. It sucks that I was playing when I wrote at E, they had a softball league. So I was like, yeah, I'll play in it. They asked me to play, I'll play. I hit a double. I'm standing on second. Next guy hits a single. I'm hustling the third. And between second and third, right in that shortstop spot, I hear the pop they talk about. The athletes always talk about they hear a pop. And I heard it. And I felt it. And I mean, immediately, your hand just goes, I was like, ha! And I mean, I got the third, I called timeout, and I couldn't walk. I just wanted to walk back to my bench and be like, I'm done. I couldn't walk. I had to sit for a little bit, and I could get up. I moved over. I could barely drive. Same thing. I get home, just blood. I know I called you, and I was like, there ain't shit you can do.
Nothing. It's like a broken rib.
Yes.
Can't do dick.
No.
And it's just weird how it fucking broke me. Like the pain broke me. Like it was, I heard pops, plural. I heard pops. I was 300 pounds going down deep, dog, 288. And
did you hit your head when you went down?
No, I had just squatted the day before, 455 pounds for 2.5 minutes straight. Like I work out Mondays and Thursdays. Those are my 10 a.m. and 12 a.m. on Thursdays. And it's heavy lifting for people over 50. It's heavy, heavy, heavy lifting so you can combat, your joints stay stronger, you eliminate falls, and muscle mass, build everything. I mean, my blood pressure numbers are down, my cholesterol's down, insulin. The fountain of youth is weights over 50. So the doctor even said to me, he goes, by looking at the x-rays, you had some, and I go, dog, I just squatted the day before. So I walked in there tight.
Yeah.
That's what really saved me, the squats, First of all, we'll open up with, I'm very sorry about how we ended the last podcast on an emotional tip.
Why would
But it was just to explain to people where I was put at that time in my life at 14. And it was like when I did time, I wasn't crying for Anthony. I cried about all the shit that went on before Anthony. And Anthony was the straw that broke the camel's back. Like I was crying for my father's death. I was probably crying over Bruce Lee's death, Roberto Clemente's death. All those deaths. And Anthony got me wound up.
I get it.
And after Anthony died, like I said, I became a makeshift figure in their house. I was
And you're 14, 13?
I'm 14.
Okay. That's where we are. Talk about bringing levity to a situation. This is exactly what you're here for.
Summer of 78, I was basically, and this is a true story, I was untouchable in North Bergen.
Because his father, Carmine.
I was at the house of the guy that you had to answer to at the end. So if you decided to fuck with me, you better think twice, because I had this guy. And people knew it. People's personality changed towards me. They knew I was a member of this fucking family. On family functions, I was with them, the whole thing. So
he was a cop, right?
He was a cop.
Yeah.
He was a detective, and he was the mayor's driver.
Oh, okay.
So that's a complete different set of power, and cops would go to the house and they would see me. So now when I'd see them out at night, they'd chase us from the spot. They would come over and go, hey, man, no disrespect. Just get out of here.
They're apologizing
it was
to a
fucking
14-year-old.
it was just fucking craziness. So my house was falling apart. My mom...
your stepdad, your mom had hit him over the head while he was sleeping, and then he split.
He split.
But you had connected again after 8 months or so.
Yeah, him and I, but there was never really a connection. I'm writing this book right now, and when I was writing it, I put a lot of emphasis on him, and I realized that I got to erase this, because at the end of the day, I liked him. I liked what he did for a home, but he wasn't my father. I never took his name. He married my mother. So I never took his name. So he was just a guy that lived in our house. He was just, bringing light to my bad behavior or what he expected for me to be different. So, did we talk about the raid last time? When Carl in the 8th grade?
Yes, he said, tell your mother to clean the house.
Right, so by this time everybody knew what time was up in the neighborhood. My name had come up, my mother's name had come out in the paper. My stepdad, so it changed the dynamic of the house.
It's not just you and your mom in the house.
It's just me and my mom in my house. Somewhere along the line, she closed the bar, and she was had a jewelry store. She had interest in a jewelry store, and this made her work her numbers bank a lot harder. So it really became, we were just roommates, my mom and I. We were just roommates. She would cook on Sundays, and she would make me breakfast. But beside that, I didn't see her. I would only see her at night late, and we would talk at night, 3 a.m. We'd talk for about 20 minutes. But I was always at the Carmine's house, and then...
So that's where you are when your mom's not at home.
Yeah.
You're not even home by yourself. You're at Carmine's.
I'm at Carmine's. I'm at the Benders. I'm at the Garcias. I'm at the park. I could have been in New York City. Blah, 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 blah.
And are you skipping school at 14, or are you going to school?
No, I'm a good student. No drama.
This is no more fights with the nuns?
No. I'm in North Bergen. I had some clout in high school because Carmine beat up the 8th grade gym teacher. So He was now my homeroom teacher.
The gym teacher's now your host. They moved him out of gym.
They moved him out of McKinley and put him up at the high school. So the first day of high school, you got to go to homeroom. Your last name is D. I go to homeroom. Who's my homeroom teacher? Tortora. And I know he didn't say much. Joe Jose Diaz. And on the way out, he goes, hey, no hard feelings. He goes, if for some reason you don't have to come to class, he goes, don't even worry about homeroom. So I never went to homeroom. I never went to homeroom.
You got like an extra 20-minute late start or something?
No, I never went to homeroom. So homeroom, it was a first period, second period, third period, then homeroom.
Oh, homeroom's after that.
Homeroom was about 8:45 to 9:05.
It was always the first place you
they
checked
tricked
in there
you
to make sure you were in the building.
So they tricked you. Then you'd have a late pass if you didn't make your class. Freshman year, I was struggling with just finding an identity. I was a basketball player. I was considered, I partied a little bit, and I was from downtown, and that's anything. But I was known all the way to 91st Street as Carmine's boy.
Okay.
During the elections, I'd be with Carmine.
When the mayor was running?
Yeah, so when they were doing re-elects, I was with Carmine. Everybody would see me, and there'd be opposing forces, but ours was the full force. That meant being with Carmine meant that during the elections, I had to rip signs down.
They would send you out to do that, off the poles?
I had to break people's windows.
Spray.
Light people's...
If they had it in their window, you'd break it.
We would get lighter fluid and put it on cars and light them on fire. Me, Frankie, Political Pete. His name was Pete, but we called him Political Pete.
Service line, what is calling?
If you eat yours in 2 bites, you get stuff done. Cadbury cream egg. How do you eat yours?
Out there trashing the fucking competition. Oh, shit.
So this went on for a while. I didn't play freshman football.
Wait, can I ask you real quick? The school you're going to, is that the school you're in your district, or are you going to another school?
No, I'm in the school in my district, the high school, North Bergen High. I didn't play football, but I played basketball. But by not playing football, it put me on this fucking list. Like, you're supposed to play football in my school. I refused because I wanted to play basketball, but the coach didn't like me. Freshman coach didn't like me. I was obviously the third best player on the team. He just didn't. I don't know if he didn't like Spanish people. He just didn't like me. And he made up. Coaches talked to him. Athletic directors talked to him, and he goes, I feel opposite. I feel Diaz is not a good defensive player. And I was tearing them up in practices. I would destroy their first team in practice. The feelings I had growing up of being alone and being, insecure about who I was started coming back again. Like, here I am again, nobody fucking likes me, and I had to eat this. I had to go to schools that the players were like, I'm like, no. They're like, are you fucking, you're not starting? I'm like, no. And it just crushed me. I started doing more and more drugs. I started selling acid. I would go with this kid, Nicky Biamonte, on Saturdays to fucking East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. And I just took my own money because I hit the number. Let's back it up. I was using my own money. Carmine got me a job as a hard carrier going into freshman year. So they would pay me $75 cash a day. DeCarlo Construction. You know what I'm saying? Heavy duty. What do you want to do? You know what I'm saying? Some days you showed up, some days you didn't, and nobody said nothing.
Nobody said nothing.
All I had to do was carry a wheelbarrow. That's it. I was Wheelbarrow Joe. That's it. And I put away money, and I started this little 100 mescaline. I started selling hits of mescaline. I would get them for 80 cents and sell them for $3. But my biggest money maker was Black Beauties. I would get 1,000 for $40 and sell 35 for 100. or $1 a piece. It was like printing fucking money.
Yeah.
So I started doing that, and I was known as a little bit of a drug dealer and kind of cool. Now, my freshman year, there's this group, football players, jocks that party. They beat people up. They're crazy. They call themselves the Boys. There weren't no money, no gang. Nobody got beat up. Their main thing was to get together, listen to music, get drunk, and then hug each other and sing. And girls would go, "Look at them, aren't they so cute?" And then there were the little boys. Well, the little boys came after me to recruit me. And they were pretty cool. You know, they were drinkers. I was more of a drugger. They didn't like that, you know, so it was like me and 3 other guys would sneak mescaline and black beauty.
Mescaline? What's that? What's that?
It's acid. It's acid.
Is that all?
It was really acid. Okay. We didn't even know we were taking. Every week I'd pick up a different type of acid. Mescaline, 2-way acid, blotter acid, window pane acid. Every Saturday I'd pick up 300, and as my business grew, I'd pick up more and more sheets.
And are you're also taking a little bit?
I'm taking a little bit.
How much acid do you think you'd done by the time you hit 16?
Well, let's back the story up. So we're still 14. We're still taking 1-2 hits a week. Maybe on Sundays I would snort angel dust. We would get this thing called THC.
Why only on Sundays?
Because my mother went to the track on Sundays, and they would buy me 8 hours.
Sundays for the Angels, Joe.
So me, Carlos Perez, me and this Cuban kid started snorting THC crystal. And then our big thing on Saturdays was we'd snort THC crystal, take a bus into the city.
The Keith? You would snort the Keith? Is that what
Listen, THC crystal is what you sold it to Bert as. On the street, it was fucking PCP.
I got you.
It was gorilla tranquilizers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay.
This is the shit that they would shoot.
That sounds
you ever see
nice.
what was that show when we were kids? Omaha, whatever, about animals, wild animals, the Mutual of Omaha.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
When you see a leopard, they shoot him and he'd go over. That's what we would snort.
All right.
It was like animal tranquilizers. So take me, you, Rogan, Bert, Tom, 9 of us. We'd split 3 $10 bags. We'd buy $30 worth, and we'd each do a little line, and we'd jump on a bus on Saturdays, go to New York City, jump off on Times Square, and we'd go, all right, you, Bert, and Tom, see you later. We'll meet at 5 o'clock in Port Authority on 181st Street. So you got to see how to get there. And it's just a foggy world, man.
I'll bet.
We would walk like 20 blocks, then we'd jump on a train for 10, then we'd sit on a park bench for an hour and fuck when it was really hitting you, like we'd be in Harlem talking to black people, and the next thing you know, we had to get to fucking 181st. It was a fun time, and my mother had no control. I was doing great in school freshman year, and then I got initiated into the Boys. The Boys said, we want you to be part of one of us, so I would go to their parties.
So the little boys is like the Cub Scouts and
of the big boys.
And now they're pulling you up.
Right, but what it really meant was that the little boys, there was one particular one who I just spoke to last night, and he had an older brother. What that meant was that I got invited to those older parties. That's what that pass gave.
What are these kids, 17, 18?
These kids are seniors in high school, and they're fucking lunatics. And I loved it for them. I loved it for them. Like the first party I went to, they got garbage barrels. And they put garbage bags in them, and they just filled them up with different booze. No mixer, no margarita mix. It was like just brandy, gin.
Over here.
They threw a shoe in there, and they got a bunch of bees. They got a bunch of dead bees and put them in the thing and stand them up. And for you to walk in, they would give you a ladle with a glass, and you'd have a bee in the glass. And I remember I don't know how many times I picked up the shoe. There was like an old man's shoe in there. These guys were nuts. Great guys. No drugs, reefer, heavy metal music, the Stones, shit like that. I'll never forget the first party I went to. I woke up on a lawn. Like I just opened my eyes up and I was on Richie Sensulo's lawn.
Richie Sensulo, I love your names, God.
His name is Richie Sensulo.
You're on his front lawn?
I'm on his front lawn. I'm looking around And it's Ray Ernesto. Ray Ernesto was a cop who I liked, but I didn't like because he would always play basketball with us, and he would wear colored socks. And that was like a no-no in my hometown.
What are you
and he would pull them all the way up to his knee. He was a cop. And you know how many times...
Even dressed athletically like a cop. You can see, he could tell a mile away.
Oh, my God. Ray Ernesto was the sweetest man on the planet. He was a cop, and to keep himself in shape, he played with the 8th graders on Sunday. Legit guy, no pedo. He'd buy us all out.
No pedophile.
He'd buy us. But there was where we played basketball, like 60 yards away, there was a milk place where milk got delivered from, but they got to know us, so they would sell us iced teas in containers. Remember when iced teas came in a container?
Like a milk cart, like a
milk cart,
open and
delicious.
Yeah.
He would buy us a case and we would play basketball. But after we got to know Ray, we'd go, Ray, what's up with the socks? Because when you were in the North Bergen school system and you showed up to the gym with colored socks on, 2 things happened. The gym teacher threw you out. Because in those days, if you got cut with glass, you would die because the ink from the sock would go into your bloodstream.
Really?
That's how scared of it they were.
Oh, I had no idea.
So if you wore colored socks in my grammar school, A, you get thrown out of class, and B, you caught a beating at 3 from the kids. Like, we just beat you for wearing fucking no more colored socks, all right? So Ray Ernesto, we couldn't give a beating to. So we would just torment them constantly. Like, Ray, what's up with the socks? No more fucking socks, all right? Ray, if you're going to play with us, you got to bring colored socks. And he was older. He'd go, my doctor recommends these. We don't get listened. Tell your doctor.
Diabetes socks.
Tell your doctor to go fuck himself. From now on, you come on this court, you wear white socks. All right, Ray?
Right now, get an unlimited SIM from 3 for just £20 a month.
Introducing new John West Eco Twist. Simply twist, enjoy, and recycle.
Tell your doctor to go fuck himself.
Ray Ernesto wakes me up. I'm looking around Richardson and Sewell's lawn. He goes, are you all right? I'm like, yeah. He goes, hop in the car. Let me give you a ride home. So he gives me a ride home. I walk in my house like 7 in the morning. My mom has a fit. And she's like, I don't know these animals you're hanging with 7 in the morning. You reek of alcohol and all this shit. And so everything in the house was cool. I was with the boys, but I was going to karate. I was a big karate guy at the time. I would go to karate 3 nights a week during basketball season. And when basketball season was over, I was going to karate 7 days a week, 6 days a week. He was closed on Sunday. I would take a bus down there. So I would go to basketball practice till 5, take a bus home, eat, take a shower, get my gi, walk up the fucking hill, and take another bus to karate till fucking 10 o'clock. Takes the men's class.
And you're 15?
I'm 14. And then so now, freshman year, I'm doing all this shit, going to karate. I'm still half legit. My house is happy. My mom is happy. I go to see the Stones without Mick Jagger. It's called The New Barbarians. It was April of 80. April of 79, I went to see the Stones with Mick Jagger. Rod Stewart was the singer. It was, nobody even knows about this shit.
Yeah, I was going to say, I had no idea.
The New Barbarians was Rod Stewart, Robert Plant, either or would show up to sing. Keith Richards, Ron Woods, Stanley Clark on bass, Ian McLaughlin on the piano.
Wow.
And the drummer was Charlie Watts.
Yeah.
And you would see fucking celebrities. New York show was tremendous.
Where would they play?
The Garden.
Really? So this was big, though.
Right. This was a big event. There was a small tour. I think Ian McLaughlin released a thing.
They just do live shows only, like no album
and
or
they did
anything
covers of like Mick Jagger. They did
all their stuff.
Yeah, like all their stuff.
Ah, damn, that probably was a damn good show.
But that also introduced me to a kid named Denny. And people warned me against Denny because his name was the Devil. Even freshman year, he was the devil. He was a couple years older than I was. Denny, his father owned a truck, a ship resurfacing company. So when a ship comes back from a long trip, Denny's father comes in, hauls it out, removes the barnacles, paints, repaints it, sprays Rust-Oleum or certain things. We'd replace all the different ports that needed to be replaced, shit like that, Denny and me so I had the boys, I had the kids from my neighborhood, and then I had Denny.
And Carmine.
But Carmine, nobody really knew my business with Denny. Everybody considered Denny the devil, but Denny would put money in my pocket because Denny was a stone cold thief. So at night, Denny would pick me up at 10 and we'd go down to Newark and we'd rob other ships.
Really? Other ships?
So other companies.
What are you getting? Like, what kind of stuff you get?
We're getting like, I don't know what they're called, like what you put on a ship to let the heat out of the engines, the exhaust, and then you have to take them off the ship with like a metal, and then carry it with 4 guys. We would fucking go on a ship, steal them. He would take them to a person at 2 in the morning. And like, let's say he got 800, he'd give me like 50, and he'd buy like a gram of coke and give me 2 lines and go home. Every time you did business with Denny, you lost money. That's why they called him the devil. But he was one of my many little criminal activities. So now, going into sophomore year, I'm really involved with the little boys. Like, I'm at all their parties. They're out every night. These guys, good bunch of guys. And the summer of 79, I got a job working for a mason. And Carmine got me a no-show job.
A no-show job?
At Horace Mann Grammar School.
What was your position at the no-show job?
I was a janitor.
That place was dirty as shit.
I would listen. The best was going to pick up your check, and all the other janitors looking at you going, "You're a fucking piece of shit." Like, you're a real piece of shit. And I would go in there like, "What's up, guys?" They'd give me the check. With like,
when's the holiday party?
Yeah, like with tears in their eyes, you know. At that point, I was still selling acid, still selling pills, but I really got into selling weed. I had a friend who would give me 4 ounces for $100.
Damn.
And I would sell them for $200. I would make $100 profit.
Did you ever come across back then any of the shit that's like when it got good? Because I was.
Oh no! I sold Panama Red. I sold Colombia.
The shit.
We were getting
seed.
Yeah, we were getting.
I would get the corner of the brick.
We had a teacher in our high school that you would give him money up front. He was teacher. He was in charge of the stagehands. His name was Robert Pullman.
Always in the art.
Robert Pullman. I hope he dies. He was a scumbag. He was a white privileged guy. It was $40 for 3 joints. And it would come from Hawaii on a little stick. It was good weed.
Yeah.
I also had places in the city that had like Panama Gold, whatever it was. Acapulco Gold and Panama Red. Acapulco Gold was great. It was stony, but it was very seedy. So when you bought it, you got more than enough seeds. You'd be pissed off because you were fucking 15. You had to deliver papers.
Yeah.
And then $20, I'm getting 4 joints, but the weed was great. At that time, my mom was getting deeper and deeper into a hole. So she started holding weed for people. People were bringing weed up from wherever they were bringing it, and I didn't know. It was downstairs in my basement, hidden in the little boiler room. And I mean the big sacks of it. So I would take her weed, and she would always come to me and go, "Were you downstairs last week? Guys came by and they said it was a ½ ounce light. I don't know what's going on." and I kept doing this, and I kept doing this, and I kept doing this, and I was making money. And then August of 79, I was playing basketball. I had already, let's take it back 1 second. February of 79. I was fed up. I wasn't fed up with it. My schedule was so fucking busy that karate had just fizzled out. It was between hanging out, pussy, homework, I had all these things, and karate was this thing. I had to get in the bus, and go all the way downtown. I'm just saying. And I was like, I had done everything I was going to do. I was like a fucking purple belt. I had tons of trophies in my rooms from fighting and from, it was semi-contact. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't fighting like you see.
Right.
It was like you could strike from the head to the stomach. And if you hit the head, you got disqualified. So I did all that shit. I was really good at forms. And I just decided on my birthday I was going to quit. There was a competition in New York.
Which birthday? Well,
my 16th birthday. I decided I'm getting out of karate. Like, it's just too much. With the drugs and the fucking... Plus, the karate guys weren't into drugs. I had to hide it from them on Saturdays. They still wanted to go to the city and watch kung fu movies and talk about, I can't wait to go to China. I don't need that shit in my life. I'm trying to get my dick sucked. And I'm going to go to China and learn from the masters. That's great. These fucking retards. So I quit karate before it was a huge snowstorm on my birthday, 1979, February 19th. There was a 2-foot snowstorm, but the competition went on. And as I was leaving, there was 3 bookies at my house that would come over every Sunday to eat, a couple broads, and my mom would cook big meals. And I go, listen, I'm going to this competition. I'll be back. And the one bookie looked at me and goes, hey, what do you want for your birthday? I go, I don't know. He goes, how about we put $10 on a number? Give me a number. I go, 219. I went to Jersey City. I did the contest. I took the bus back. And fucking, when I walked in, they hugged me like, you hit the number.
Straight? Did you hit it straight?
Straight. $5,000.
Holy shit.
So I gave him a $500 tip. And then I took $2,000, gave it to my mother. And I took $2,500 and put it in a bank account. And I was instructed not to touch that bank account. My mother told me, don't touch it. I just touched it for investments, for weed investments. Wait a second. So you mean to tell me if I buy a whole pound, I save, $300? Fuck it, let me buy a whole pound. I started wheeling and dealing. And then summer of 79, 80, I got a job as a hod carrier. No mafia thing. This is a kid across the street.
So what are you carrying?
Hod. Masonry,
Just masonry.
Yeah, this guy was an old Italian guy.
So you're legit carrying masonry. You're not also carrying and delivering other shit. This is a job.
This is a guy right across the street from me. If I looked out my door, 2 houses up, nice Italian family, no mafia involvement, just Italian, hard work.
This is a legit job, not a Carmine.
No, he came up to me and he goes, you looking big now. You want to do some work this summer? Every day at 6 a.m. you could handle. And I go, yeah. So me, his young kid, and another guy, Stinky, would meet him at 6 a.m. every fucking day. Never missed a day. And he didn't believe in...
jackhammers?
No.
These sledgehammers and shit?
So we had a sledgehammer everything.
Oh my God.
So we sledgehammer everything, pick it up, put it in a container with gloves, and then we'd have to make the mortar, and 16 bags of sand, 1 bag of concrete, 3 buckets of water, and we wouldn't have a machine then. I'm getting ahead of myself. That's when I had a machine. In those days with him, you had to make the mortar by hand.
Before you had that little metal.
Yeah, that came later.
I remember that.
I did that for the whole summer, but I got fucking yoked and ripped.
I was going to say.
Because I would get home at 2:30. I would go in, eat something, smoke some dope, put on Ted Nugent, Double Live Gonzo, and I would go to my basement and fucking lift. And then this kid, Richie Vanacek.
After that job.
Job. And then Richie Vanacek, just the name sounds big. He was Czechoslovakian. He would tell me, come to my house, let's lift together. So me and him started getting fucking yoked. But one day while I was lifting, I had to spit. And I spit, and you see how red that is? Mm-hmm. It was redder than that. And it was pure blood. And I kept spitting this fucking blood. Spitting this fucking blood. Spitting this blood. I didn't know what it was. And I didn't tell nobody because I didn't like the doctor. And then one day I got a job on that mortar job at the Carmine called J. Har & Sons. This was, and they got me a job as a warehouseman. J. Har & Sons, I had to be there at 4 o'clock every day after school, and I'd work till 9. They paid you like $9 an hour. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, that is
all
good
of us in the neighborhood got a job.
I mean, minimum wage is what? Only $12.50
in
now.
those days, it was like $4.50 or something. We would all meet, get high, and go in the warehouse. Fucking eat noodles off the shelf. They had a frozen area with lobster tails. We're stealing lobsters, you know. It was a great little job for us, you know. It was a different time back then. It was, think of me, you, Segura, Bert, and Ari all working together in a warehouse.
God, that'd be great.
It was just fucking great. And one day I spit, and the guy saw it. And he goes, hey, man, did you cut your lip? And I go, no. He goes, why am I seeing thousands of fucking blood spots everywhere? He goes, you can't go back till you go to the doctor. And then they fucking called my school. One day in gym, one of the gym teachers saw me spit. And she's like, what the fuck is going on? And they told me in school I couldn't come back until I had a doctor's note. So I went to the doctor. He did like a chest x-ray. And he did something. You know, I don't know. I can't remember what the procedure was. And maybe a week later, I'm at J. Har and Sons, and the guy, Gary Har, comes out. And he goes, Coco, you got a call on line 3. And I pick it up, and it's my mom yelling at me in Spanish. You motherless fuck. You're bleeding. I got to get a call from fucking 3 different people. And
you never told her?
No. She's crazy. She would have had me in the hospital looking me up. She goes, you got 10 fucking minutes to get over here. You got a bed at Christ Hospital in Jersey City waiting on you. Let's go. You have some fungus or something. So I went home. She fucking threw a couple smacks in my face for not telling her. They drove me to the hospital, and it was just a horrible experience. I had paraquat.
What is that?
Paraquat is what the government was spraying on weed to kill it. And that's the result you would get from smoking that weed.
So here I'm thinking that you're getting this shit from the mortar and the mason and all, and you're getting it from the fucking weed?
Weed had a thing called paraquat. A bunch of Americans got sick, ended up in the hospital. With me, it affected my lungs really bad. So I ended up in the hospital for 13 days.
Damn.
It could have been 30 days. They asked me to leave nicely.
No, they did?
Oh, because it was on. Those little boys would come at night and they would bring a case of beer and throw the hospital furniture out the window. It was like a Motley Crue movie. I was watching that Motley Crue movie when they threw the TV out the window. They didn't throw the TV out the window. They were throwing tables out windows. The fucking hospital staff didn't know what to do. They were smoking pot in the thing.
In the room?
In fact, there was a girl who just came to L.A. When the Yankees were in the playoffs. And I told my wife, I have to go. And my wife goes, what, do you like this girl? And I go, no. She was one of the girls that came to the hospital when I was 15 years old.
She visited you, huh?
Yeah. So I went down to Hollywood, met her, and her husband, I know from the Catholic school. He went to Catholic.
With the nun?
Yeah, with the nun. Jamie Exar.
Oh, that's one of my favorite stories. That's in our highlight episode.
Well, something really happened that I want to make. My house was haunted. I'm a very spiritual person, and when I walk into something, I just feel vibes.
This is the Jersey house?
The Jersey house was always there was just a bad feeling to that fucking house. I liked it, but I didn't.
Did you ever see anything or more feel it?
I felt it. And then something happened that my mom did something in that house she wasn't supposed to do. She did a Santeria ritual that they told her not to do it, but the person that wanted to do it said if she did it, he would take care of the financial burden. And he was a dear friend of mine. I loved him. But I didn't want him doing that in my house either, because I knew where he had come from. He was a real shooter, this guy. He was carrying, 20 dead bodies with him, My mom did that, and that changed the dynamic of the house. Months later, we started to feel it. She started going broke. The house started breaking down. Ceilings were leaking. Hot water things were breaking. We were getting infested with mice. Then I got sick. Then I got out September 28th of 79. And first thing I did was take a hit of acid.
Yeah, the weed's dangerous.
Yeah, they had a party for me that night. Everybody was out and shit. And the next month was weird. Then my mom ended up in the hospital. My mom ended up in the hospital with some kidney stone or something. I had a visitor in the city. But while she was in the hospital, they came to her and they said, the alcohol has to stop.
Okay.
You know, her alcoholism, when I say alcoholism in her world, it wasn't like what you think. Alcoholism for her was part of her day. She started at 8, she took a nap at 2, and then when she got up at 3 was when she switched to cocktails. So from 8 to 2 was Heineken's or red beer. You know, a Heineken with a tomato juice. That was her breakfast.
No, I never heard that. That's called a red beer?
Heineken with a tomato juice for breakfast. That's your breakfast.
Yeah.
No eggs, no cereal, no Captain Crunch. Fucking, you know.
Yeah.
So they told her to stop drinking. She came out. She kept drinking. Something happened to her again. They had to rush her to the hospital. And then this time she quit. She came home and she goes, I'm done. And I could see it in her face. And me, on the other hand, I'm having the time of my fucking life. I'm partying and everything. The week before, my mom, early October, before she went to the hospital, my mom had bought property in Miami with my father, and she went down to see if she could sell it. She was that broke. And I had a party, and one of my friends, the big boys, had like I had a party. The boys, the little boys, thought the party was in their honor. I had a party for everybody. I'm trying to get my dick sucked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When they showed up and saw girls and other people from other cliques, they were like insulting. They got up and left. And they threw me out of the fucking boys' crew.
You got thrown out for that?
Yeah, but 3 of the guys remained my friends. And it was funny, we have a Dominican kid in my block at the time. His name was Louis Hernandez. Me and Louis played freshman basketball together. We hung out all the time. And one night he was fucking this chick upstairs, Darcy, that belonged. She dated one of the big boys, one of their girlfriends, this guy Eddie, who thought he was a tough guy. And Eddie walked in my house with 6 other gorillas, and he goes, I want to know where she is. And I had a big St. Lazaro in those times. My mother had this statue, only 6 foot. Think of this statue, 6 feet.
Damn.
In your living room with crutches, with a gold thing on them. Cause
that was in your living room?
Yeah, because so people would come in.
Person.
People would come in and go, what the fuck? Who has a saint in their living room?
A full-size saint.
But my mom loved that guy, San Lazaro. And I'll never forget that they were like, we either find Darcy or we're going to start fucking you motherfuckers up. And I remember there was a kid that his name was the Red Devil. He had just moved from Cliffside Park. He took one of the crutches from the saint. And he goes, Darcy ain't here. Darcy was upstairs fucking Louis the Nigger in my attic. And we're like, Darcy's not here, and I suggest you turn around and leave. And I'm shitting pickles. I'm like, Chris, we're going to have to fight these motherfuckers. And they're seniors. We're fucking sophomores. He goes, fuck these punk-ass bitches. And they were like, you guys are going to pay for this. And we're like, all right. But for right now, get the fuck out of our house. Out of my house. They left. So right away, that put people on high alert. I was still one of Carmine's boys. The bees knew it. That kid, Eddie Borelli, he fucking knew it, that I was one of Carmine's boys. And this was on and running. So they left. Blah, 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 blah. Maybe 10 days later, I go to a Halloween party. Great fucking party. We took fucking acid. It was a big boys Halloween party. So the little boys weren't invited. So it was the big boys, and it was in an attic with a hole in the middle. So you had to go into the kid's garage, and then there was a stair, like a ladder, and you had to climb into the attic, which was huge. It was the size of this. But there was a hole going into the attic. You understand me? So for you to go to the attic, there was a ladder.
Yeah.
And you had to climb up off that ladder, and then you could mingle. And there was a keg up there, and so everybody's drinking.
But that ladder that you're climbing up,
Right.
that fold-down ladder that you used to climb up, like that kind of ladder getting you in.
No.
The hole you're talking about.
No. There was a hole.
That's the entrance, and then once you're in the attic, there's a separate hole over there just in the middle of the floor.
No. So you walk into the garage,
okay,
and he would go, you want to come upstairs? His name was Julio Gamio. He would take
This goddamn
he would
thing.
take a ladder, put it there, and you'd have to climb up
to that hole.
And then for that night, they got a real ladder, so you could walk all the way up, get out, and there was a Halloween party. And people dressed up like Satan and, Abe Lincoln, whatever fucking people dress up as. But me, Lubes, and Avila, who were little boys, and they still took my side, we took acid, unbeknownst to all these 18-year-olds. They're drinking, they're listening to the Stones, and we're fucking howling. But our goal was to push people down that hole. So let's say I would get you.
Wait, hold on. Before you say what you're about to say, how far is the drop? Is it an 8-foot?
10.
That's breaking necks and arms.
10, 12-foot drop. So do you understand me? So
yeah, I got it.
If I started talking to you over here, my job was to turn you and walk you towards the hole. Yeah, I know, yeah. Fucking Tom. He flew me back. And then we leave you by the hole, and eventually all you hear was, and we were...
Onto a concrete garage floor.
And I mean, we saw 2 chicks go down, and one guy... Chicks were great. They went down easy. Guys was... And the funny thing is, you'd see a woman standing there, and all of a sudden you just see it just drop right in front of you. It was class. But there was this one guy, his name was Joe Focaraccio, good dude. He was already in college. He was one of the older boys from the big boys gang. He went dressed as Satan, but in his mind, he was really Satan. So at that time, it was me, this kid, Steven, and this kid, Lubes. We were all 16. We had all taken the acid, and we weren't hanging out with each other. But the universe connects you when you're on acid. So whenever we were having a good time, we just all look at each other and we this is great. And then we go back to the conversation. But Satan came, Joe Focaraccio, and he came with the horns, the whole thing. So me and Lou was we got to get Satan down the hole.
Yeah, I was hoping you would say that.
We never forget. We got Satan. We walked him all the way over there. He turns around. He goes down the hole head first. I'll never forget. He came back up with an ice pack. But he still had his Satan horns on. Hilarious. And they were all bent.
That's what's making me laugh.
And he loved
Wonder Woman's going to Abe
yeah,
Lincoln. They're all dressed up and they're dropping. The devil's all busted up. Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Upstart. Between hitting the gym, eating cleaner, or learning a new skill, there's a lot of ways we can better ourselves in the new year. But I can't think of one that's more important than starting the year off tackling high-interest credit card lending platform. Upstart will reward you based on your education and your job history in the form of a smarter rate. Upstart believes you're more than just your credit score. They believe it's a great suitcase. It's thoughtful.
Feeling like another go?
Okay, if there's one AI site builder you need to meet, it's this dope tech from Wix. Now this whole flow is a conversation, so your words...
Thoughtfully designed, like I said, very durable. The features help me keep everything organized. It's easy to carry up and down stairs because it's so lightweight. It's a really great bag. To get your suitcase and shop other travel essentials, visit awaytravel.com/honeydew. I'm telling you, it's a great suitcase. They're a great company. Again, to get your suitcase and shop other travel essentials, visit awaytravel.com/honeydew. Now let's get back into the do.
Now the whole night I'm waiting for the broad to show up. I'm waiting for a girl to show up to meet her. It had been in the works that me and this girl were going to hook up. Nothing was official. It was like you coming to me going, she wants to hook up with you. She's going to talk to you at Cameo's party Saturday night. So I'm at the party. It's like 2 a.m. And this blonde comes up to me, Robin, and she goes, "Where's Lisa?" And I go, "I don't know." She never showed it. She's like, "She's around the corner. She wants to date you so bad. Let's go." She was dressed in a wedding dress. She was my age, but she dated a man. His name was Glenn Zemenak, and Glenn was a bad motherfucker.
How old? She's what, 16?
She's 16.
How old's he?
20, and he was already had a reputation of fucking smacking people. He slung a little bit. Tough guy. So her and I are walking down Kennedy Boulevard, and all of a sudden we hear a car screech. And it's Glenn Zemenak. And he fucking comes out, and he's like, what the fuck? Why are you with my girlfriend? I'm like, whoa, Glenn. Because he's like, I called you tonight. You didn't. And she's like, you didn't want to go to the fucking party. Fuck you. You want to sit around like a fucking old man. I'm going to this thing. So now they're fighting in front of me. And he smacks her. And I jump in between. And this kid could kill me. I go, Glenn, you can't do that. And he looked at me like, okay. And he put her in the car. She was crying. And then he went home. And then about a week later, I saw him, and he pulled me aside, and he goes, hey, man, what you did that night was cool. I'm sorry I did that in front of her. And then she became tighter with me. But that night, I stayed out till 5 in the morning. And I had a rule in my house. I had to call my house every hour on the hour. And after like 2, I called, and my mom was sleeping. My mom had just gotten out of the hospital. You know, her head was sad. She was brokenhearted. She had no money. And I didn't call. And that night, as soon as I got home about 6, and when the key hit the door, she opened it. And she's like, where the fuck have you been? And I hadn't seen her like that since I was a kid. But I knew where she was coming from. She was very hot. Her life had spun around completely. Yeah. This was a woman who had self-made millions and was now living day to day because of a gambling addiction. She was a fucking degenerate fucking gambler. So, you know, we started arguing. She's like, you're supposed to fucking call here. And you broke your rule, so that's it, no more. And I'm like, I'm going to go out. And she fucking held off and smacked me. And she goes, go to fucking bed before I pipe you in the fucking skull. And I went up like I didn't cry. Like I just looked at her like, you got some pair of balls. And the next morning I woke up. And she was sitting on the bed, and she brought me orange juice. And she's like, listen, I'm sorry about last night, but you got to understand what I'm going through. And she goes, my biggest conquest is to raise a man. I'm trying to raise a man here. I don't know if you know what that means to me. She goes, you have to call. Because one day you're going to be married. And you're going to have a family. And you have responsibility. You have to call. You cannot do this to your wife. Don't ever let me find out you do something like this to your wife. You call your wife. And she's like, I'm just prepping you. And we got up. She goes, come on, I made breakfast for you. And she was walking out the door first. I put, like, whatever T-shirt on. I had pajamas on. And she turned around and she goes, you just have to understand one thing. And she had big fucking red tears in her eyes. She goes, I don't care how this ends up. I just want you to be a man.
Wow.
And I went downstairs with her.
I mean, because she's talking to you as a mom and as a wife who was treated a certain way that she don't want you treating your future wife.
Yeah, like
there's a lot going on.
It was a bad morning, and we talked whatever football, and then she went and did her thing, and our relationship was back we were back together. But that whole week, I kept thinking about. She's been telling since I was 3. She's been telling me, you gotta eat pussy. You know, you gotta be a man. You know what I'm saying? When you get older, you gotta suck tits. But you gotta be a man. You know what I'm saying? You gotta be a man. But this time sounded a little different. Didn't sound like the other times. It sounded like she was trying to tell me something. So the first week of November in New Jersey.
I mean, would you say this time was more of a plea than a message? Like your whole life she's telling you to be a man. This time she's trying to tell you, like, this is...
I don't know what it was.
You have to do this.
I don't know what it was, brother. But I do know that 10 days later, the first week of November, even here, it's the state school. You only have school on Monday and Wednesday. The rest of the week you have off because of teachers' conference.
Yeah, they do. I never had that before. I know now because of my daughter. Yeah, you're right.
So that meant exactly Monday night we went out and lost our fucking mind. Tuesday we had school. But Wednesday night we were going to fucking kill somebody. Like we didn't have school till Monday. Somebody was getting sacrificed. So we started talking about Wednesday on like Saturday. Like, we're doing this type of acid. We're doing this type of this. We're going to do this. You know, and I'll never forget, in those days, you met at Nick's Pizza Parlor. There was 100 kids. Cops wouldn't pull over and say, break it up. They knew better. There'd be 100 of us. We'd cross the street to the liquor store, wait for somebody to get us liquor. There was a pinball place next to that, Wizards, and they sold like obscure drugs like heroin and bow and arrows and shit like that.
Bow and arrow?
I don't know, anything you want to kill yourself, whatever. They sold next level drugs, you know. Creepy people playing pinball. Wizards was a pinball place. I wasn't a pinball guy, so I didn't go in there. I sold my own drugs. And we went to this meeting place, and we got a keg, and we were all outside drinking. It is November, fucking cold out, we're drinking. All of a sudden, we see cops' lights. They got the high school fucking surrounded. They knew about our little party. So I see a hole in the fence, and I grab like 3 of us, and we run out. One of the chicks I run out is this chick named Denise. And we keep running, and we're dodging. And I got acid in my pocket, and I got beers in my pocket. And I got a beer in my hand. I throw it away. We're running. And finally we end up on like Smith Avenue. And she goes, the cops are on every block with lights. She goes, but if you want, we can hide in my backyard. Now, by the time we're walking up the block, I'm tripping my ass off.
Yeah. You're sweating and running.
Every fucking, that acid was on fire. So we go to our backyard to a little mosquito hut. Like people in the 70s had like little, today they call them gazebos.
Yeah.
But this is like a little smaller where a family of 4 could sit in and eat without mosquitoes
like
bothering you. Yeah, netting.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
So we went in there and I'm tripping on acid. And she was a pretty girl, but her titties were banging. And we started making out, and I take one of the tits out, and she keeps telling me, oh my God, you downtown boys are aggressive. And I'm sucking on her nipples, I'm fingering her, and she's like, no, and all of a sudden the acid's starting to hit me. And I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ, look at her tits, they're getting bigger. You know? They're getting fucking bigger, like her tits were fucking... And I remember sucking her tits for like another 10 minutes and then having like a panic attack. And just telling her I gotta go. And she's like,
right off the titty like that?
Yeah, because she wouldn't let me finger her. We're gonna stop at the tit. I got things to do.
I got things.
Yeah, oh, you have to wait. Are you gonna take me to the prom? Yeah. We'll do it the night of the prom. That's in June. I want my dick sucked tonight. I hadn't had my dick sucked yet, really, you know. So I fucking left. I was like, fuck this. And I start walking side streets so the cops won't see me. But that afternoon, my mother called me before I went out and said she wasn't feeling well, that she was going to come home. So I go, perfect. She's going to go to bed at 10. I could walk in at 12 or 1, and she won't know I'm on the acid. I don't know how long. It took me about 45 minutes to get home. I cut through a cemetery in those days, and I fucking hit my block, and my fucking lights are on the way I left them. I'm like, God damn it. This bitch is still not fucking home. I open the door, she ain't home. I'm like, fuck. Now I gotta hide. Because I'm tripping my balls off. This bitch is gonna come home and want to talk to me about a day, about her horse didn't come in by a cunt hair, and she just knows she's gonna keep the light on. And while she would be telling me this, she would be drinking and she would go in her bra and take an aluminum foil out, and she would two little bumps of coke and tell me about a day.
Right in front of you.
Right in front of me. My mother was not like any other mom by this point. So, and she would bring me like Chinese food or a Cuban sandwich, or she would bring me a BLT from the 4-Star Diner. If you're ever in Union City, go to the 4-Star Diner and get a BLT. That nobody makes it like that. Whenever she'd wake me up with a BLT from the 4-Star Diner. So I would eat in my bed while she was telling me about her day, who's a scumbag, who can't be trusted, who's a cocksucker. When you get old, I want you to break his fucking skull and all this shit. And it was like her confession to me about her day. This had been going on since I was 6. She'd always talk to me, so I was like, fuck, she's gonna wake me up with her fucking bullshit about whatever the fuck her horse didn't come in. And I'm tripping, so I obviously am not hungry. So I went to my bed. I left the hallway light on because I was tripping. And then I actually fell asleep. It was about 12:31. I actually fell asleep. But it was like an acid sleep. like I was at a party and I was hearing voices. And every time I would get up, I would look and the hallway light would be on. And I would look at my clock and I'm like, this bitch still not home. And she was feeling sick. Thank God. You know what I'm saying? Like that was my mother. I'm not feeling well, but I'm going to still go drink 32 cocktails. So I wake up, I hear her downstairs. I hear her in the kitchen, and I'm like, thank God she's home. I look up and I see the hallway light is turned off. So that means she came up to check on me. She went back downstairs, and I heard her yelling at one point. And I'm like, I'm not going downstairs. I'm still tripping. You know, she probably wants to feed me Chinese food. Let me put the blanket over her head so when she comes up, she won't wake me up. Like, she cannot see my eyes bend.
Yeah, right.
And then I went into like this other little acid sleep for maybe another 15, 20 minutes. And I kind of heard her yelling for me, but I avoided it. And then I woke up and I'm like, she still didn't come up. So I got up, I went into a bedroom. A bedroom was empty, but I could hear water running in the kitchen. And I walked down the stairs, I go, Ma. And I go around the kitchen, and there she was on the floor.
She was?
Dead.
Dead?
Arm was purple.
Oh.
Shoulder was purple. Neck was purple. Fucking, the eggs were cooking. They were down to like this little fucking thing. And I just knelt.
And you're how old?
I'm 16. I kneeled down next to her. I checked, from watching Emergency and all this shit. You check pulses and you make believe, but
that's how I found my father. All the purple, the blood settles.
That's what I didn't fucking know. And I got up and I dialed 911 and the first thing that came to mind was that she would never find out I got left back. I'm like, thank God. I knew that bitch was never gonna find out. So I called the ambulance. I couldn't sit in the room with her anymore. I went outside and sat on the stairs. The cops came first, and they went in. The ambulance
How
came.
old was she, Joey?
48.
48. God,
and I'm sitting there in the stairs, and the cop comes out, and he goes, it's Coco, right? He goes, yeah, your mother's time expired, and I'm really sorry. Is there somewhere we could take you? And I go, no. I'm just going to wait and make some moves, and I'll wait till the sun comes up. And I still remember them putting her in the ambulance and driving the ambulance down to the corner. But when the truck made the right, I heard, I just want you to grow up to be a man.
Yeah.
At that moment, I had skipped childhood. Childhood was done.
Bye.
Childhood was out the window. Like, it's so weird how I knew my fate. And I basically sat on those steps. And then maybe 20 minutes later, I didn't cry. I got to be honest with you, I didn't cry. I was just in shock. I was more like, I always knew this was going to happen. What am I going to do? And I'm sitting there on the stairs, and all of a sudden I see a car racing up my block. It was Carmine Balzano, because he would sleep with the police scanner on.
He heard it on that.
And he heard it on the scanner. And he came over. And he brought Political Pete with him. And we went to a diner, and we just sat there from like 5 in the morning till like 8, eating, listening to music, laughing. And then he goes, what are we going to do? And I go, I don't know. I got to go home, make calls, and see what the fuck we're going to do. So I went home. I called my mother's best friend, Zoraida, who I did the This Is Not Happening about. Mm-hmm. And she said, I'll be there within an hour. She couldn't believe it. I called my mother's brother in California. I called my mother's male best friend, this guy, a married guy that was always at the bar. And I called my aunt in Miami, and Zoraida came. I went out. I didn't say nothing to nobody. I went out to the park like nothing happened. And I'm talking to people, and when I got home, Zoraida was there, so we had to go up to the county coroner's office and identify the body. She was going nuts. She was like my mother's sister from Cuba. They weren't sisters. They were street sisters like me and your brothers. She was a mess. I still remember them opening up the curtain, and like she didn't believe it. She had to go back there and look at her and hug her, and I'm just like, I don't need this shit. So my dear friend is a funeral director, so I called him from the county coroner's office.
Did they tell you the cause of death? Do you know?
At that time,
heart attack?
No, it was a heart attack.
Stroke?
It was a heart attack, as Americans call it. The Chinese call it dying of a broken heart. So Ralphie made, I don't know. You give up your will. You give up your will so much, you just don't want to live anymore. You had it. Like you just had it. And your body wins, you know. So, this is the fucking funniest thing in the world. We go to the county coroner, you know, she's going off, Zoraida smacks the guy because my mother's earrings are missing. Where's the earrings? And my mother's like, she's had those earrings. She wouldn't get rid of them. The guys in the ambulance like, we don't know what happened to him. She fucking punched one of them. They threatened to call the cops. Fucking, she had to bribe him with $200.
Now she's losing money.
This is my mother's wake, dog. And we get back to the house, and the house is filled with people. You know, and I had just called Veneri, and I told Veneri, yeah, I want my mother to be up there. But Veneri was a white dude. Veneri was a white dude that was a dear friend of mine. I still talk to Veneri. He's an assemblyman in New Jersey. Ooh, I didn't want these fucking crazy Cuban people embarrassing me at Veneri's funeral parlor. And there was a knock on the door. And Nardo, my mom's friend, came upstairs. I was in my bedroom. And he goes, there's a man here to see you. I go, you know what the fuck it is? He goes, no, it's a Cuban dude. He says his name is Rivero, and you're going to know who he is. I go, I have no idea. The guy comes up to my room. He goes, I don't know if you remember me. He goes, you probably don't. He goes, I'm going to cut through the chase. I own a funeral parlor. And when I came from Cuba, I was dear friends with your father. He goes, I grew up with your father. I played baseball with your father. He goes, after something in Cuba, we lost contact. And one day I was in New York City pushing a cart. And I saw your father. And he got out of his fucking Cadillac and raced over to me. And he's like, hey, what the fuck are you doing pushing a cart? You're, you know, Ryan Sickler. And he's like, I gotta feed my family. And he goes, quit this fucking job. And he just gave him like $3,000. And because it was Christmas time. And he goes, I gotta do this. I got no gifts for my kids. And my father gave the money for the gifts and stuff, you know. And he goes, go to your house, give me the address, and I'll bring more gifts over. And my father went over and brought more gifts. And this guy told me, he goes, your father saved my first Christmas in Cuba. He saved face for my family. He brought food. He gave me cash. He goes, I told your father I was going to pay him back. And he told me to go fuck myself. He wouldn't take my money. He goes, after about a year, I got a job at a mortician's, and I started making money. Every time I'd see him, I'd try to give him $100 back. And he said, when my son gets old, give it back to him. So, he goes, one day I found out your dad died, and fucking, I didn't go to the funeral, I didn't know what he goes, I found out and I was too busy working. He goes, so I got a proposition for you. To pay back your father, I want you to do the wake at my funeral parlor, free of charge. I'm taking care of everything. The casket.
Wow.
This was my payback to you. You know, it was just beautiful things happening, you know. We did the wake, 5 days. The wake was tremendous. Cuban wake.
Yeah, what's
Makes
that
an
like?
Irish wake look like a fucking daycare center.
A daycare.
Yeah, because they're 24 hours.
They are?
Yeah.
Now, with the is the body present? Is your
Body's
mom there
in the room.
in the casket?
In a
You're just
casket.
around and
in a casket. First fucking night, first viewing. I'm not in there. 5 minutes, and I'm hearing Zoraida yelling and screaming. And I look around, and she's got Rivero by the throat. By the throat, like against the wall with like a fucking bottle. And she's like, you motherfucker, you put the wrong dress on her. She's like, you get in there and you fucking put the right dress on it. I told you it was the fucking blue dress. And I'm like, this is gonna be...
Gotta take her out of there and change her.
They fucking took her out. Put
Your
her
mom had an outfit change.
An outfit change.
When she was dead.
They put her back in the living room. Now these Cubans are walking in like there's another funeral. You know, when you have a funeral parlor, you have 3 rooms.
Yep.
You have 3 bodies at once. My mother's friends didn't give a fuck about the other families. They started coming in with coolers and like little portable bars and tables to play dominoes because they're like, this is what your mother wanted. Your mother didn't want nothing. Your mother wanted heavy duty people snorting coke. So we had to work the funeral in shifts. 8 to 4 was Zoraida, 4 to 12 was me, and 12
Most
to 8.
viewings are like 7 to 9 tonight and tomorrow.
No, this started. My mother died on a Wednesday night. My mother died on a Wednesday night. The viewing was 3 days, 24 hours. And I mean, fucking craziness. People snorting coke, people fucking drinking. Zoraida snorted coke anywhere. Like Zoraida's claim to fame was that she could be right here watching it, and all of a sudden she'd just go in her bra and put it back, you know, and she wouldn't say a word. Since I was 5, I knew Zoraida, and she was always snorting coke, and she would do it no matter where. She did it at my first communion.
Your first communion.
No matter where we were, we could be at Barnum and Bailey Circus in New York City, and you'd see Zoraida doing little bumps. I watched her the whole weekend, just sitting there observing people. And she would go up to people and go, excuse me, didn't you have an argument with her in 1958? Get the fuck out of here.
She's bouncing people.
She was throwing people out. She never liked you and I never liked you.
Didn't you have an argument in 1958?
Oh my God. It was something, and then her ex-husband came, and that's when Zoraida's fucking porcupines. She put him in check, and he was a killer.
Let me tell you why I love this. If you remember John McCain, when he died, he said, don't let Trump come to my funeral. Do you understand the hatred you have to have for a living human being while you're alive to say, listen, and the trust you got to have in somebody to be, don't you let that motherfucker in here. I'm trusting you in the afterlife. You got to have some hate. I love it. That's cold-blooded shit right there.
Bro, Zoraida was checking everybody. And Zoraida was a big-time drug dealer on 113th Street. She had 8 or 9 goons. They were there with her. And she's like, I'm running this thing. You, out. You, go home and change that shirt. You know, I mean,
that's its clothing.
Oh, my God. She had people
dress
fucking...
code and
you show up like that? Get the fuck out of here. Oh, my God. Everybody who went to this wake would put a bottle of Pinch in my mother's casket.
What's that? What's a
Pinch? Alcohol.
Is it type?
Yeah, it's a whiskey, like a brandy
whiskey,
Pinch,
okay.
P-I-N-C. They kept putting Pinch, and I would see them like put fucking cocaine in the fucking thing, and here I am going, Jesus Christ, I could steal that coke and sell it. At that time, I wasn't a cokehead, nothing at all. There was
you weren't doing it.
I had
then?
done coke once at that time, like the week before she died, but it was just she fucking hated my stepdad. So she declared war on him right at the funeral. Every time he would come in, she would make comments. There was fucking comments. And then they were going to bury her on a Monday morning, and Sunday it was slow. And they told me to go home. And I go, I don't feel like going home. I'm going to go outside. And when I came back, and it was just her and Zoraida. And that's when I saw one of the most beautiful things in my life. I saw a thing that's called friendship, that is a thing that's been lost in this time we live in. You know, Zoraida and Denora were such tight friends. I never understood it when I was a kid. If my mother went to Hollywood and you lived in Hollywood, like she went to your house every day, like in her, and they would talk for 10 minutes, do a blast, have a drink, and my mom would leave. But that night, I saw Zoraida kneeling down Like, I went out and I came back and it was just her and my mother. I'm like, wow. And Zoraida was telling her, I'm going to take care of your son.
You're hearing all this, and she doesn't know you're there?
She doesn't know I'm in the room. She goes, I'm going to make sure he grows up to be a man. And I'll never forget, she's saying all this stuff. And I'm watching in the middle of all this. She goes...
Yeah.
She goes... she goes in the bra, and she's doing like a bump. And she's like, I would give you one, but, you know. And she's like fucking... I mean, it was just classic. It really stuck with me. And then the next day we buried her, and she stayed with me for 2 weeks until my life got together, until we decided what I was going to do. I was either going to come to California, go to fucking Miami, or I could stay with my godmother in New York. But I was just getting it started in North Bergen. For the first time in my life, I was a somebody. I could have been, you know, when you watch Marlon Brando and On the Waterfront, you know, I was a somebody. People were starting to like me. I had clout, I had karma, I sold drugs. You know, I had a couple friends. I can't just leave. So I decided on, the clear choice was for me to live with the Balzanos. But I loved him too much, number one. Number two, I knew it was going to end up bad because he was too strict. So I knew this was not going to end up bueno. So before we even do this, let's agree to disagree. I loved him like a father, and I loved Marianne like a mother, but I could not be in your house at 11 o'clock at night. I was already raised a certain way.
Yeah.
So I was like the draft choice in the living room. I was like the draft choice in my neighborhood. I was just waiting for the perfect deal. Like the Garcias reached out.
The free agent.
But I had to share a room with the younger brother. Okay, I'll get back to you on that. They had a good day. They had a nice house. They had HBO. And they put the air on in the winter. They got to put the air on in the winter. A couple people offered me asylum. They weren't much into air conditioning. I can't live with you. All right. Balzanos.
Air conditioning, you want motel requirements.
Yeah, because, look, I was a single child. I had a cable in my room.
Yeah, you're alone at what, 16 now?
Growing up, I always had I had central air and I had an air conditioner. I like my room cold. My fan broke last week, so my wife had to buy me a new one. This is like the fan they used in Spider-Man 2 when Tobey Maguire was...
Yeah.
You put this on high, like sheets are blowing. I put it on high, and I tie everything, because I have sleep apnea, you know, like, so whatever. So I wanted... The Benders had everything. They had air conditioning, central air. Their parents owned the deli, so there was always cold cuts. They cooked Italian, so the food was great. And there was no curfew. So I moved in with the Benders.
You're staying at the same school and everything?
Yeah, stayed at the same school and everything. Now, it was weird. Whenever I lived in that neighborhood, remember, my mom is buried a block and a half from where I grew up. That cemetery had always been there, and I hated it. I never walked on the same side as that cemetery. I couldn't because of my Santeria stuff. I couldn't walk on the same side of that cemetery. I had to walk across the street. So, when I moved in with the Benders, I stayed with Zoraida for 2 weeks, got my life together, you know, packed up I had a dog. I had to give him away. That was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
I couldn't bring him with the Benders.
What kind of dog?
Just a mutt. I called it Crystal THC. Because she was white with little spots. And, you know, you wanted to really know about 17. I don't know how much time we got left.
I want to ask you this question before you say anything else. You heard your mom calling for you. I've had it happen both ways. I didn't hear my dad call, and we found him dead in his bed. And my grandmother did come out of her room and say, "Someone help me." And I watched her drop dead in front of me, and I gave her mouth to mouth. Do you ever regret not going down to your mom that night? Do you ever think about that? Or do you think that, because I can tell you from both ways, I'd much rather find somebody than go down while they're calling me and then watch them fucking die. Okay. And there's nothing you can do, because that sounded like whatever it was a massive heart attack or whatever, and there's nothing you could have done to help.
Honest engine. about a month after her death, you know, you can't accept it. When a parent goes, or anybody
that
goes,
young,
when
especially.
anybody goes, you can't accept it. I don't give a fuck what anybody tells you. It got to the point where if I got really drunk, I would still go by my house, even though I saw her buried. My eyes saw her laid into the ground. I was one of the first people that threw dirt on her. My soul, something deep down inside of me didn't believe she was dead. So there were nights I would go on the block and look just to see if it was a mistake. Maybe she went to the wrong house that night.
I had that dream that night.
Maybe
Somebody literally said this was a mistake.
This is a
the
mistake.
word mistake.
This is just a dream I'm going to wake up from. She's going to wake me up. I'm going to smell bacon. And she's going to wake me up and say, breakfast is ready. Fuck, you slept a lot last night. I had a horrible dream. He died. You know, like it was just... And then I think it was about a couple nights before New Year's, Pink Floyd came out with The Wall. And they had a song on there called Mother, Do You Think They'll Drop the Bomb?
That's a great one.
Well, whenever that song came on at a party, I was taken aback. And my friends would know it. And I would try to speak over it to make it seem like... after that night that I went to a party and I freaked out. And I actually had the keys to the house, but I didn't want to know the truth. I banged on the door. It was 3 a.m, and I banged on my mother's door, just praying to God she would open it. And I fell down in the front, and I just stayed there till 6. And that was a caterpillar becomes a butterfly becomes a caterpillar. What's that thing that they go through?
Cocoon?
Yeah, but they go through a period.
Oh, you mean what's it called when they go? Oh,
not an incubation.
But what the fuck's that called? It's not. It's like tadpole becomes a salamander. What is it called? Not morphing. Is it morphing?
Morphing.
Is that for lack of a better term? What is it?
Metamorphosis. I metamorphosized from a young man that had goals, had a couple problems, a couple emotional issues. Right there at that point, I turned into a person that thought the world owed me something because it took my mother from me. I thought that, if I saw a bug, I would step on it now. I hated life. I hated myself. I couldn't believe God had done this to me. God did not exist in my life anymore. Fuck God. Fuck Jesus. Fuck the Virgin Mary. Santeria I was kind of done with. But I could feel it. That night when I was feeling on those steps, I could feel the toxic that was in that house. And for a couple month run there, I went on the I could have saved her if I went downstairs thing. It turned from a couple months to maybe a year. And then when I was around my friends and we would get coked up, that was the topic of the night. I could have saved her, man. I could have done something, but I didn't. And my friends would come over and it was just bullshit. I thought it was bullshit. I heard her yelling, and yes, I did knock them down. But we're all born with an expiration date. All born with an expiration date. And you could sit there and say shoulda, coulda, woulda. If I would have kept riding that victim thing out, I wouldn't have been here no more. That would have been Michael. You ever meet those people that you meet them and they're like, this is what's his name's son. He's been dead for 12 years, but they're still in mourning, and you still got to feel bad for them. It's like, get it together.
Yeah, get your shit
together.
Yeah.
I was becoming one of those people. And I had seen it, I didn't like it. Hey, this is Tom Segura's boy, and I got to make believe like Tom was a great man. He
died 30 years ago.
Died 30 years ago, and the kid's still coming up with puppy dog eyes. Go get a fucking job, will you? Look at her life, all right? I gave you an envelope at the funeral.
I gave you an envelope
At the funeral. Now you're coming over here with puppy dog eyes, looking at me like I owe you something. Get the fuck out of here. It was like I knew if I would have rode that, I would have became a victim. So thank God I let that go.
Yes,
I did hear her yell. She was crazy. She yelled every fucking night. Her breakfast was, come on down. She loved The Price is Right.
Yeah.
So that's what she would say, Jose Antonio, come on down. You have one on oven. And I would go, you know, so you never knew what the fuck she was coming from. So yes, deep down in my heart, I could tell, I'll tell you the truth, she yelled for me that night. Did I go down there? No. Did she die because I go down there?
No.
We all have an expiration date. I never want to put nobody through that.
I wish I didn't see what I wish I had discovered my grandmother dead and not. I never in my wildest dreams would I think I'd have to give my grandmother mouth to mouth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I had just been through lifeguard training, so I knew it. I knew everything. And I mean, it made sense that I was the one that had to do that. But man, I wish.
But there was something else I have to add to this. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, please.
When I was in the 8th grade, I met a girl that I fell in love with. And we even talked about having sex. She was a cheerleader. She was a Catholic girl. Really pretty. And we spoke about having sex. This is why you got to respect life. And I think I had sucked her tits outside in the freezing weather. And then I was so much into basketball, I didn't give her attention like that. Because she really wasn't my girlfriend. I looked at her as we were dating. In those days, you saw somebody, then you dated somebody. Seeing meant you could see other people. I considered her, I was seeing her. I liked her. She was beautiful, redhead. She looked like that girl from American Hustle. Katie, she was also in a movie with Marky Wahlberg, the fighter. That was her.
Yeah,
and I'm a sucker for those Irish girls. And we were ready to fuck. We had made a decision to fuck on my maybe 15th birthday on a Monday. You know how it's always my birthday's on the 19th, so that Monday would be President's Day. Mm-hmm. And I went down to her house ready to fuck her. I'm in the 8th grade. Yes, I'm in the 8th grade. I was ready to fuck her. I get down there, and she had a sister named Peg. And the hot song at that time was Peg by Steely Dan. Peg, we can come back to you. Peg. So I loved Peg. I loved her. I had been swapping spit with her and holding hands with her for a few months. So I never really asked about her family. And I'll never forget this. I get and I'm ready to, we're about to sit down. Because in those days you sat down first, you held hands. But I'll never forget saying to her, what time did your dad come home? It was 11 in the morning. I go, what time did your dad come home? And she goes, 5:30, you have plenty of time. I go, what about your mom? And she goes, my mom died at childbirth.
Giving birth to her?
I think it was childbirth. Yeah. When she was 2, I don't want to really. And I looked at her, and all the blood drained from my body. Heart on died. Feet went numb. Heart skipped a beat. Because I had never met anybody who didn't have a mother. The first time I met somebody without a mother was in the 8th grade. That was something I loved my mother so much that was something I could never even think about. When she told me her mother had died, the first thing that came to mind was, what could you have done in this life or in the previous life to lose a mother? And all of a sudden I'm like, you know what, I don't feel good. And I got up, I kissed her. I said, she's like, what, we're not going to? I go, we'll do it next week. I knew next week was never going to happen. I went home. It took me 3 days to call her. Then 3 days later, like a man, I broke up with her. I could not date a woman that didn't have a mother. I could not.
Why?
What kind of person are you? What did you do that you don't have a fucking mother? Oh, if my father died, anybody can be a father. But a fucking mother. When I found my mother, I felt so guilty about me breaking up with her.
I bet.
When I sat on those steps that night, it was like fucking, I cannot believe that I did this to this poor girl because she didn't have a mother. Now, what does that make me?
Right.
So that night that I went to the balcony and knocked on the door. I went. That was the last time I was a decent kid. Like, my plan after that was to seek, destroy, and if it meant me dying, it meant me dying. Like, it took, like, when I think about that point in my life, there's no sunshine. It's like a fucking Batman movie. It's black and white. So no, I felt really, really guilty about that. So the guilt, the thing about my mother, you know, your dead mother. Now I'm living with the Benders. I moved in with them.
But are you thinking, let me ask you this, are you remorseful that you did that to that girl because she didn't have a mom, but are you now thinking differently of her, or are you thinking the same thing of yourself? What the fuck must I have done?
I'm thinking about the same thing about myself.
All right.
Took it
so it didn't change your mind. It just made you feel the same way you did about her.
What the fuck did I do?
Okay.
I took my father, and now my mother died. What the fuck am I? I'm a piece of shit. So it just went into, it was all beautiful on the outside. I was playing the character on the outside, but in the end, the inside, I was just hating it, and it was pure hatred, and it was hatred towards myself. Moved in with the Benders, and that was great. They were, till this day, I can't thank them enough for what I did, and it's a shame we don't see eye to eye on certain levels, because they were very good to me. I learned something from moving in there. I moved in to be good friends with John. Me and John had always been friends, but when I moved in with him, I realized that we weren't good friends. I didn't like hanging out with John. John was a bore, and John is a great heart, and he had a great family. His father was the strength of the family. And him and he kept me together. I was just a tenant in that house.
How long were you there? How long did you live with them?
I was there for 18 months, and it was a disrespect to them. Till this day, I live with a heavy guilt because of the in and out, the way I lived. I was in and out there. I came and went when I didn't pay rent. They never asked me for a dime.
So they got you through 18, and then...
They got me through 17 and a half.
And then you're on your own.
And then April, right after Reagan got it, they tried to shoot Reagan.
Yeah.
They asked me to leave. They said, you have to leave. At the time, I'm selling coke. Acid and all that shit was gone. We were on to coke.
Just coke now.
Coke, Quaaludes.
Okay. Pill.
Tumanols.
What's a Tumanol? Is that a pill?
Like what, like oxycodone is today, F66 Express. There was a family in my town that the mother was dying of cancer, and they would send her an amount of pain medication every month. And she's like, I'm dying anyway, sell it.
Sell it.
So we would take the F66, you would get fucked up. So I went dark. I went into a dark place, no girlfriend. I would date little girls from time to time, but my main influence at that time was how to eliminate this pain. This pain. The pain of losing my mother was so overwhelming. It wasn't just my mother, it was that world. That Spanish, Latin world that was gone. It taught me, the wake taught me a lot about people. It taught me that people are bullshit. 1,000 people came up to me at that wake and gave me their phone numbers and said, call me if you need something. Within a week, the phone number was changed. But Zoraida stayed true to form. She made a promise to my mother, and every Sunday, she would come over from 113th Street in a cab. I'd meet her at a bar, we'd have a drink, and then we'd go down to my mother's plot, and we'd put flowers. And
every Sunday?
Every Sunday.
That's nice.
And she'd give me $200 cash.
Damn.
So I could lie to people and tell people that I struggle. That's not the truth. And I'm a hustler. I'll never struggle like I was a hustler. Then the fun part started in my house, and we have to talk about this. I used to get all these jobs. People would always give me jobs. You ever see Sleepers?
Yeah.
When he goes, go see, what's his name? He's a man. And he goes, and the kid goes, I'm here to see you about a job. He goes, what the fuck do I know about jobs? He goes, everybody in the neighborhood knows that if you need a job, to come see you. And he goes, why the fuck should I give you a job? He goes, because I need the job. He goes, all right, come by tomorrow at 3:30. We'll find something for you. that was the 70s. We'll find something for you, you know. And I was at Jay Harn's son, and one day I got a call from Carmine, and he goes, "Come on over, I got to talk to you." So I go up to his house, and him and Political Pete are sitting at the table. And I go, "What's up?" And he goes, "Pete's quitting Rendell Lumber. I got a job. I got a job. I got Pete a job over someone else, but I need you in Rendell Lumber. We're going to give you the job. I need you in there watching. I want you to let me know what goes on in there. Let me know what people from North Bergen go in there. You know, let me know who's buying shit from there. Blah, blah, blah." He goes, "I'll talk to the owner tomorrow." I'll never forget, I had to go to the owner's office. His name was Richie Warderman. I went up. I filled out like a half-ass application. He asked me if I was experienced in lumber, if I knew anything. I go, "I know how to measure." He goes, "That's fine. That's all you need." He goes, "I only got one test for you." He goes, "Get a broom and sweep this office. I want to see how you sweep it." You know, so I did everything. I moved everything. I moved the chairs. I swept it. My mother taught me how to be a man, how to clean. I didn't just sweep around things. I swept it. But he also left a little thing on the table, a bag with cash in it. So I opened it up. I took a $100 bill off the fucking top. I put it in my pocket. He comes up a half hour later. He goes, "You did a great job." As he walks out, he goes, "Hold on one second. I got to see something." He opens it up, and he counts it. He goes, "It's $100 light. Did you take it?" And I go, "No, I didn't even touch the bag." And he goes, "Well, listen, I counted this money 3 times before I came up here. It's $100 light. If you didn't take it, who could have taken it? The fucking broom?" He goes, "I'm going to do this. I'm going to fucking leave for 5 minutes. And when I come back, that 100's going to be back in there. And I'm not going to ask no questions." And I go, "How's it going to be back there if I didn't fucking take it?" And all of a sudden, you're not going to believe this. There was a knock on the door. There was an old man. He goes, "Hey, Richie, what envelope do you have in there?" And he goes, "I got this one here." He goes, "That's the wrong one. This one had the right amount of money." When he counted, it had 2,000.
Come on.
Dog, it was like a dream come true. I had robbed the guy. So now I go home and I see Pete, and I go, "Pete," he goes, "How did your first day go?" I go, "Went great. I stocked paneling. I did this." And he goes, "Oh, we forgot to tell you the most important thing. You got to steal." I go, "What?" He goes, "If you don't steal, they're going to know I was stealing." Because I was taking them for like $4,000 a week. I go, "What were you doing?" So he told me all the names of the contractors that you cut deals with. They come in, they get 10 sheets of plywood. It's $80 a piece for a 3/4-inch marine plywood for your boat.
Yeah.
You charge them $40. You get them for $400. I was picking up $400 a day in there.
Damn.
Selling coke, stealing,
skimming off the wood.
Skimming off the type. And then they had the old type registers. So if you came in and you spent $699, okay, $699, I would ask you, "How are we paying for this today? Cash or check?" If they say cash, I'd bring $99 in. I'd take the $699, put it in the register, give them change, and I knew I had $600 coming. So when everybody went to lunch, I'd just go and take. So at lunchtime, I'd have 6 in that register, 4 in that register, and 8 in that. It was just insane.
Damn.
It was fucking insane. And I wasn't the only guy to rob.
Right, everybody's.
Me, there was a guy, Jack Finn. That was the first guy I ever saw coked up. He would do all this shit. I mean, you had to see him. He would show up on Saturdays, like, and they would say, "Jack, you got to go home." You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go.
And he goes, "What? What's the matter with me?" Bro, this guy was a mess. When he would do coke, he'd do all. He was the first person ever. I had seen my mother had a thing she did with her hand. Like when she did coke, it was like she was playing a ukulele or something. But I had never, ever in my life see something that this guy was doing. It was embarrassing. He gave me the coke to go see AC/DC though.
Did you get to see AC/DC with Bon Scott?
Yes.
I got Brian Johnson.
August 4th, 79. And then he came back the following year, August 1st, 1980. And it was at the Palladium. I think July 29th, July 31st, they started in Philly. Then they came to us. That's where I got the coke from.
Okay.
So I worked at this place. And it was just like a fucking, I worked in there from 2 to 5. And then all day Saturday. So it was like 25 hours a week. I'm pulling down $4,000 a week. I'm stealing
$4,000
right,
a week in this.
I had no idea what I was robbing.
That's a lot of fucking money.
I mean, I'm robbing this guy, and I'm not the only.
That's $250,000.
And I'm not the only guy robbing. I'm not the only guy robbing. I mean, everybody's robbing this guy.
Holy
There's
shit.
a guy in the back. I always tell people I got 1,000 stories I could tell you, and 2,000 I can't. This is one of the ones that I can't. But I can't drop a name. He was a little guy that had a counter in the back that bought and sold coins, memorabilia, stamps, whatever. He had a book, and if he had a problem, he would call the guy. But I could tell he wasn't no stamp and nickel guy,
He ain't selling
I became friends with him. I would talk to him. And then it just so happened that I was friends with his sons. Not real good friends. His sons were scholars and like football players that were going to go to like Rutgers and Penn. They were 2 years older than me. But this guy was the real deal. He was like Joe Pesci in The Irishman. All right, he would talk to me every day, little things. And then he would ask me, if you ever interested, come see me. The guy owned like 15 construction companies, and he was mobbed up to the max. He was the real deal. I can't mention his name. I got to meet him at the age of 17. He was out on parole, so he couldn't associate with other known criminals, so that's why he took this
You got the new crop coming in?
Yes,
okay.
That's why he took the little hut. He must have been around 50. He took a liking for me. He started out with like little jobs, like take this envelope, go down to Little Italy, drop it off at this dry cleaner. Don't look at it. Okay. And I never...
And those you don't fucking touch.
No.
You didn't skim off those?
Nothing.
Yeah, right.
I liked him. I really, really liked him. He was a neat old man. He always bought me a ham and Taylor ham and egg and cheese. He'd always have it for me. But then the job started getting a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? Like, he introduced me to one of his buddies, Bruno, and like me and Bruno at night would go, like, he had a construction company. So if somebody built a wall, like they won the bid, me and Bruno and a couple other guys would go fuck up the job. You know what I'm saying?
You had that sledgehammer experience.
Light it on fire, break down the wall. Oh, we used to do all that shit. So here I'm hanging out with let's just call him Boge for this. I'm doing little jobs for Boge. Nobody knows. I wouldn't tell anybody because I didn't want to ruin my relationship with Boge. I was doing little jobs for Boge. I was doing the lumber yard, and I was doing robberies with Denny. Right, so now Mr. Denny comes to me one day and he goes, the devil's father? Because I was allowed in their house. They had a hot sister, and then they had a brother. The Denny's house was a very complex house. You had Mike Denny and a sister who was beautiful, and they were twins. Then you had the older Denny, and then you had a medium Denny who thought he was Jimmy Page. He quit high school when he was like 9. And he just played the guitar by the park. And he would try to be like that dude that was like very coolish. Mm-hmm. But the claim to fame of Denny is he had a chick that would suck your dick on demand. So if you'd see Denny, he'd go, what are you doing right now? Nothing. Suck his dick. So she never sucked my dick. I could be strictly, and I'll tell you the truth.
I know you would.
I saw him a couple times, and he was such a creepy dude, and she was good looking. But then one night he took her to a party, and she sucked 22 dicks.
Come on.
I heard she burped and came out at the end and said, "Who's next?" So then I heard like a month later she blew 18 more guys.
Come on.
So they started calling her Marathon Woman. And she would sit in class and people would go, Marathon, Marathon. I'll never forget her taking a picture. She was a year older than me and looking at the yearbook and seeing her like Marathon, and then like seeing like her name, like Mary, whatever her name was, and most likely to succeed. And I'm like, she sucked 40 dicks in 2 nights without even burping. You know what I'm saying? Like, So that was the claim to fame to Jimmy Denny.
That is a lot of dick.
Bro, this chick sucked 20. She broke the record. She broke the record.
She's a record breaker.
I don't even know what the record was. I think Houston 500 broke her record when she fucked the 500 people. But the Denny's were weird. But let me tell you how I had it. I was 16 and a half. And I was hanging out with Denny, and he goes, bro, we got to figure out a way for you to be able to drive. I go, Den, I got my learning permit, but I can't. He goes, fuck that shit. About a week later, his father called Mr. Denny, called me at the bend. He's like, you got a minute, come over. I went over there, Mr. Denny's outside. There's a driving school guy with a little hat car with like driving school.
Yeah.
It's like Denny's driving school. It's like his cousin.
Instructor.
I walked up, he's like, give him a license.
Give him a license.
Give him a license. Write your name down, kid. I wrote Jose Diaz. I lied on my date of birth. I wrote it for it to be 1962 instead of 63. The guy gave me a receipt and I had a license.
And how old were you actually?
16 and a half.
So you got the license that way.
Got the New Jersey State.
But did you know how to drive at all?
I knew how to drive.
Okay.
I had been driving for years.
From stealing cars and shit?
No, I never stole a car. I never stole a car.
You never did?
No, don't like it. That's the dumbest crime in the world. When you catch me, I'm in it.
You're in it.
I can't get out of it.
Yeah.
At least I could throw coke in the weeds, and you have to prove that I threw in the weeds. If you catch me in the fucking car, your possession, you're in. So I never was a big dad.
Then they pin you with everything you got on you.
I was never into stereos, people robbing people.
I never. I mean, that was. Remember that when people used to steal radios? I just
pissed me off.
The other day.
I used to rob them from Sears and sell them to you.
Yeah, new ones.
So I would go to. If you told me you had a stereo in your car, I would call Mike Walters, have him rob it, and then I would sell you a Blaupunk or one of those things, whatever was popular in those days. You know, like that type of shit. But
I learned my lesson. I had a stereo system in the back of my Civic, and I played it a little too loud coming home one night. And in the morning, I woke up, and that shit was gone, and I never did it again. I was like, well, fuck that. I know exactly what's going on around here. They busted in. My wallet was in the glove compartment. I'm sure it was someone I knew. Like, leave his fucking wallet, but bust the window, take the speakers, and take the amps, and take the fucking radio, and that's what they did.
Yeah, but it was really weird what world. At 17, I was still going to school like a normal kid.
God, we were only at 17.
I was still going to school as a normal kid. I was working for Boge.
You can't even vote yet. We've done all this. You ain't even allowed to vote.
I was doing crimes with Denny at night, and I was hanging out with you, Segura, and Bert like nothing happened. You, Bert, and Tom did not know about my relationship with Boge.
Right.
And you didn't know about my relationship with...
You don't mix the work and the friends.
No.
Yeah.
I got thrown out of the Benders. I got fired from that job. Boge stopped using me. He kept telling me, the babanya got to your mind. Stop doing that babanya and call me when you get older, you know. And I moved uptown with a family called the Runnies, who I'm still very tight with. They're my niece. In fact, she was in town Tuesday night.
Oh, yeah?
I saw her when she was 2. And when she was a baby, we used to hide the coke under her crib. Okay? Because who would think of hiding the coke under the crib? So you had to actually pick her up to fucking get her coke under the crib. We built like a fake inch with a thing, and we put coke and flatten it in the packages. So Kelly knows this today. She's like, I can't believe you and my uncles, my real uncles. She calls me her uncle because I grew up with her real uncles. I stayed there from April of 81 to September of 82, and that was some of the best times of my life. Because Mike, the guy who took me in, out of the 5 brothers, he weighed 160, and I'll put him up against anybody. I'll put Mike up against anybody. He has this weird attitude that he'll fuck you up. And if you fight Mike, you're going to knock him out. You might break his neck, but I'll tell you, you're going to go home with a missing ear.
Yeah, you're going to be a
Because his motto was, I'm taking something with me. he was taking an eye.
I'm the same way. You're not going to be the same person.
When he was in high school, I seen him spit at the umpire's face. He called him to the fence. He goes, come here, can I talk to you?
Over. Can I talk to you?
And the ump's like, how can I, you motherfucker. And he spit right through him at the fence. The Boston Red Sox were looking at him. They stopped because of his attitude. But I think I was okay till once here's real funny. So I moved in with the Benders my junior year. I finished out my junior year. That summer, I kind of bumped around a little bit. I did a couple burglaries. I was that kid in the neighborhood that already was marked as he used to be a good kid, but
yeah,
this situation is going to put him over the top. We know this is not going to end pretty, you know. And January of 81, I quit. I got a job that August at Masback Century Hardware. I finally came to terms that high school wasn't going to do anything for me. I had to start being a man. And I got a job there as a warehouseman. And I got maybe, I worked a month, and then they put a list up to be a night loader. And a night loader paid like $18 an hour. You worked 5 nights a week, but you really worked 4, and you got paid for Fridays. Basically, Friday you went in at 7 and you left at 7:45.
Okay.
So I took the job, and I was loading trucks, and everything was going great. My life was going great. I was paying rent. Me and Ronnie had the downstairs apartment in his mother's house, and I cut myself. No. I puked. I must have eaten something. I was loading the truck, and I puked. And I puked on my shirt. Like I puked on my clothing, and I walked off. I lived up the corner, so I walked off the lot. Nobody would see me. I go, let me go home and change my shirt and get some water and brush my teeth. And when I tried to get back in, they wouldn't let me in. The fence was closed, and I would call the warehouse, but it wouldn't ring in that manager's office. So the next day they fired me. And it was November of 82, so I figured let me go back to high school. And then one day I went to pick up my last check, and who do I see at the fucking Masback Century Hardware? Boj,
no.
The gangster from the thing. And he goes, what are you doing here? And I go, I'm coming to get my last check. I go, what are you doing here? He goes, this is one of my stops. And I saw the shop steward come out and shake his hand and give him like an envelope. And then the shop steward looks at me and he goes, where the fuck you been? I go, I got fired. He goes, why'd you get fired? I go, because I got sick and I couldn't get back in through the fence. I had been fired about a month already. And he goes, fuck that. Boji goes, get him his fucking job back. Just like that. And he goes, the guy you got to deal with is a fucking scumbag. Worst case scenario, we'll break his fucking legs. We'll get your job back. Like 2 weeks later, I swear to God, like 2 weeks later, I get a call, man. And it's the union leader. And they're like, you got to go down to a meeting in West New York with him, your shop steward, and it was an Indian guy, a Hindu, that didn't like white people, that was in charge of the Night Stalkers. And he gave this whole diatribe on how I left and stuff. And that fucking shop steward said, let me tell you something. He don't get his job back. How about I make sure you get fucking deported back to that land of rats? I mean, he just insulted him to his face. He's like, he starts Monday. I don't give a fuck who you put there. The guy's like, but I put this kid there. And he goes, I don't give a fuck. He's gone. He goes back, and you go back to the land of rats. I'll never forget that statement. And the guy just looked at him. We got up, and Monday I went back to work. And guess what?
Employee of the month.
2 weeks later, I got laid off because it was a slow season, so I collected like $400 a week.
Oh, they were still paying you?
Yeah, they collected me unemployment. And January of 81 was when I started running with who later on became my crew. Not my crew, but they're my brothers, Roger, Stinky, and Ferdy.
And that's when you're like 18 and running?
18 and running, and
that's where we're going to pick up next time. But I want to say this, because I asked you this, I told you I'd do this at the end. You were like, no Houdini, no it. this is a real question I have for everyone. Knowing that what you said about your mom calling out and knowing about the girl you broke up with in 8th grade because she didn't have a mom, and then where your life went, if you could go back and
This is a bit unfair on him because he's a very good footballer. You know, not that I've broken the bank much before, but you know.
I counted about 3 or 4 digs there, Dino. You got
you
one more.
set me up for it. You set me up for it.
This episode is brought to you by Upstart. More on that later. Let's get into the do. But before we do, I want to tell you, and I apologize for this, it's not something I really wanted to do, but Phoenix, I'm not going to be there this weekend with everything going on, with all the announcements from the CDC, with all the announcements from the DOH. It's not smart to be out there. Let's get through this thing and get past it, and we'll have some fun. So Phoenix House of Comedy, my dates have been rescheduled. I'll be there September 24th through the 26th. Your tickets will still be honored. We'll have a good time then. As a guy with a nickname already, a sickle cell, I don't need to add any more shit to the list. You know what I'm saying? I'll see you in September, Phoenix.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here at Studio Gene's doing it at your mom's house. I'm Ryan Sickler. You can follow me on all social media at Ryan Sickler. My website's ryansickler.com. Go sign up for the email list there, the newsletter. Phoenix House of Comedy. I'll be there this weekend, the 19th through the 21st. I'll be at the La Jolla Comedy Store March 26th. And I'll be at the Rec Room in Huntington Beach April 3rd. And then I'll be up in Vancouver, coming to see you for the first time in Vancouver at the House of Comedy April 23rd through the 25th. Go to ryansickler.com for more dates. I'll be in Boston this year. I'll be in Minneapolis. I'll be in Edmonton. I'm planning on New York, Baltimore. I got some places I want to go this year. So get over there. You'll see all the updates there. The website for the show here is thehoneydewpodcast.com. That's where you can go follow on social media there. Everything's there you need. The merch, the social links, all that stuff. And if you are new to the show, what we do here is we highlight the lowlights. I love to say that this is the stories, these are the stories behind the storytellers. And this week's storyteller is no stranger to the Honeydew. We'll be picking up where we left off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, the one and only Joey Diaz, everybody. Yeah. Joey Diaz is back.
How are you, sir?
I'm great. I'm always great when I'm sitting across from you.
Me too. I feel good, too.
You feel good?
A little 7-Eleven coffee.
Yeah, you came with it.
That's the shit the terrorists drink. They don't drink Starbucks.
What's your hummus joke that I keep? Like, every time you eat hummus, the terrorists get $1.
Yeah, every time you eat hummus. When they were eating onion dip, nobody was getting blown up. The World Trade Center was dead.
French onions.
Think about that. When we were eating onion dip, farting, your fucking shit smells like death from that Lipton soup powder. That's like bicarbonate. There's chemicals in there to make a bomb, Lipton soup. And all of a sudden we started eating hummus and fucking buildings start going down. But what are you going to do? Now there's no more ISIS. Now it's the Chinese walking around. They bombed the Chinese and they sent them out across the world to fucking... You haven't heard from ISIS. It's the coronavirus.
Yeah, it is the
You think about that? Nice and quiet. All right, so where the fuck were we?
This is where we were. When we ended last, we are chronicling your whole fucking life. This is what happens. We're going to be current.
All right.
We left off in May of 82. That's where we left off. I believe you were 18. Is that right?
18?
Yeah. Something like that. May of 82 is what you said.
It was supposedly my senior year of high school.
What do you mean by supposedly?
It was supposed to be my senior year of high school, but I quit in September to get a job in a warehouse. I just didn't see any point to
So the beginning of your senior year, you quit?
I quit. And then my friend's dad, who was the superintendent of schools, kind of talked me back into it. They moved some shit around for me to get slipped back in there in November. So I got put on unemployment.
Okay.
So I collected unemployment, went back to high school.
So because you started working in September, they put you on unemployment?
They always do. In the winter dies.
Okay.
The job dies, so they would always lay somebody off. So I got put on unemployment, and that January I connected.
So you're actually being paid while you're going to school?
While I was going to school. Plus I was robbing, whatever the fuck, everything else.
Yeah. We've heard.
So now I hook up with this crew. 1982 was probably my best year because it's what summer of 82 is the summer to beat. Like no summer has ever beat summer of 82. And it started around that time, like January of 82, it was 4 of us. And then we always had like a special guest star who hung out with us. Like you had to be a special guest star, like to hang out with us.
Special guest star,
You know, like show up with a half a gram, or you had Quaaludes, or you knew somebody who fucking had heroin. That's the only way you could be a guest star. So it was just weird. I was on my own. I lived with a family called the Runnies, who had 4 boys and a couple girls. And
the Runnies,
and we lived downstairs. Me and Mike, we lived in a basement apartment downstairs.
That's Mike, their son.
Mike, their son. Okay. I'm tight with Steve. I'm tight with all 4 boys, but I'm really tight with Mike. He's my age. So, I was by like May. They told me that no matter how many classes I took, I was still going to be short a couple credits to graduate. So I was like, you know what? Why am I doing this? I don't want to graduate on stage. I got no parents. It's not like my parents are going to come to watch me on stage. I go, fuck this shit. And I just quit high school altogether. And I was delivering refrigerators and washers and dryers.
Did you ever get a GED?
Yeah, I got a GED years later before I went to prison because it makes you look better in front of the judge.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, we'll get to that story later.
Yeah, let's build.
So I didn't even think of a GED. Like, I was like, fuck it, you know. And at that time, you know, in the 70s when you quit high school, you were done. Like, you were done.
I guess back then, yeah.
You might as well put a tattoo on your wrist and end your life. That's what it meant, that you were going to be a fucking loser. So that whole period fucked with me. It wasn't bad enough my mom had died and I was living with a friend's house, and now I'm officially a fucking loser. Once you quit high school in the 70s, you might as well put a BTL tattoo on your forehead because you're born to lose. You're going to be a blue-collar guy, you know, you're going to fight for the rest of your life. You have no education. And in the 70s, they looked more at that. Now, they don't give a fuck. You know, now these kids are coming out with a bunch of debt. But in the 70s, you had to go to college.
Yeah.
It was well documented. You had to go to college and get a degree, and then you get a job. So I was like broken inside. So my answer to that was I just acted like a senior. I didn't go to school, but I still hung out with them. I still went to the events. I didn't go to the senior prom, but I went to the night when they make you like the most likely to succeed and shit like that.
Like the honors and shit.
And it was around that time, I'll never forget, like waiting for my friend who won Adonis. Like he won Best Body. So we had to wait for him to get the award, and we were parked outside. And he got in the car, we went right to 135th Street. We copped a fucking 8-ball. And my buddy Sabatino's father owned the liquor store. And he would dose his dad at night, like with fucking, with Tumenols and shit.
To knock him out so he could get out?
And he'd take the fucking keys, and we'd open up the liquor store, and I'll never forget that particular night. He took the biggest bottle of Jack and a case of Nips. You know what Nips are, the 8-ounce beers?
We called them ponies.
Ponies.
Yeah,
so when you buy a six-pack, there's 4 6-packs. Mm-hmm. But when you buy an 8-pack, there's 6 8-packs. So we fucking got a 6-pack. We got a bottle of Jack. And we had an 8-ball and a half of Coke because we bought Coke for everybody else. And we took it to this bar on 22nd Street in Union City across from it was across from the county coroner's office. That was a bar where we used to get angel dust and shit. And all of a sudden, we're going down there to celebrate the fucking awards night. Like, this is the worst bar in the world. And sure enough, a fight breaks out, and fucking some guy corners me with a bottle, and he's just about to fucking cut me. And my buddy comes flying out of the bushes and just fucking knocks this guy out. And I stepped on glass. I slipped my foot open through the fucking sneaker. Every time I walked, I could feel the sock going from the blood and stuff like that. But it was We were out every night, like every fucking night. We were out 7 nights a week. The only exception was they went to school and I didn't.
Right.
You know?
So are you with, what's the kid's name you were close with living in the basement again?
Mike Runny.
So is he
Mike
running
Runny
with
was
you
a
too?
freshman in college now.
Okay, so
he's a
year
freshman in
older.
college. He's doing his own thing.
And you're still living there at the time?
I'm still living there.
They letting you come and go or just quietly slipping in?
They let me come and go. I paid them $35 rent.
Wow.
A week. I was part of their family. They were very good to me. I'm still very tight with them. Very, very tight with them. I speak to, in fact, they have kids now, and I speak to the kids. The kids come to my shows.
Really?
Yeah.
How old are the kids now?
30s.
Wow.
They come to the shows.
No
Uncle
shit.
Joey. Yeah, the girls especially. So May of 82, I'm already... I'm running with my friends, but I'm also doing things outside the box that my friends didn't know about. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't want them to know. Like, I was already doing drug deals like they didn't know about. I would rob a drug. Like, while they were in school, I would rob a dealer in West New York, and they would never know.
All right, so this is what I want to ask you. Walk me through the strategy of robbing a dealer. What do you do to rob a dealer?
All right, so...
That's fucking dangerous.
Okay, so let's say I went to high school in North Bergen.
Like, I feel that's more dangerous than robbing a store back then.
Well, let me tell you what happened. I went to school in North Bergen, high school, but my mother owned a bar in Union City, so I knew everybody in Union City. And Union City turns into West New York, which is another big Cuban community. My stepfather had a business in West New York, so I knew that whole hot block. It was 57th Street, and I knew Union City. I knew tons of people in Union City. So I would, in the daytimes, like in the mornings, I didn't have a job. My job was the case. I would just get on a bus and come up here. And I knew you guys would be here. So I come in here, hang out with you guys. I go outside to smoke a joint. Maybe that guy that we saw before with the glass, he pulls up with a van, he goes inside, but on the van there's 4 TVs. I tell you, pull the car around, we're going to rob this guy. We were shit when we were sleeping, you know what I'm saying? But in those days, what I was doing was I had to deliver appliances. So I would show up with my buddy. He didn't even know what I was doing. That's how dumb he was. We would have 2 different trucks. And I would show my buddy to, like, Sickler Electronics. And they would say, okay, you're picking up 4 TVs and 2 stoves and 2 refrigerators. I'd fucking load up whatever I had to load up. He'd load up whatever he had to. And if there was something lurking, I'd load it up like I didn't know what it was. Like one time I just loaded up 30 air conditioners. 30? 30 air conditioners.
I don't know what that's a hell of a lot.
At 200 a pop in May. What, are you kidding me?
Right.
200 a pop, $400 air conditioners, 200 a pop all day long. It was like I had the summer of good luck. Like everything was in my corner. There's a bunch of stories here we could tell in between. There was a girl I was in love with. It took me 4 years to get in her pants. And finally I got in her pants that fucking June. She asked me, as a matter of fact. Like for 4 years, I was like, I just had her on a rope. I knew I was going to drop some dick on her eventually. I just didn't know when. And one day she called me and she's like, when are we doing this? And I was in love with her.
Yeah.
I was totally in love with her. But 82 was when we just caused havoc. Like older kids were calling me going, where are you guys going tonight? Because you guys like to talk of the town. Monday nights was Monday Night Football. Tuesday night was Shillelagh's in Jersey City. 8 to 10, 60 cents Alabama Slammers, 20 cents for a mug of Heineken.
20 cents?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
And from 8 to 10, it would be armpit to armpit. And then 10:01, the place would just empty out. Like back the drinks went up to $2. Fuck
yeah, fuck that.
You'd order an Alabama Slammer and a fucking whatever. And I'm snorting coke. And since a lot of people didn't have the balls to go into the city and get coke those days, I would get coke for you. So if you told me you need an 8-ball, I would put $50 on it, take a half gram out, throw a half gram of cut in, and fucking that was your deal. You still get great coke. It was a lot better than what you were getting.
Were you
in your
getting it
neighborhood.
pure though?
I was getting some great coke.
Yeah.
With some Colombians on 135th Street who had a combination disco rooster fight in place. So in the daytime, you'd go there, and there'd be roosters killing themselves, and then at night it was like a disco, like for illegal aliens and shit. They'd be down there fucking singing to Blondie, you know what I'm saying? Call me. So fucking, they would hide the coke. I'll never forget the guy. If I would go there like at 2 a.m, the guy would hide the coke, and the door jams. And while he was spinning the songs, he would have the scale right there. He would just be weighing coke all night. Boom, you're gone. And you would walk through the DJ booth that was on 135th Street in Amsterdam. And I remember on the corner there was a bodega that sold the best fucking fried chicken. Remember when Mike Tyson got into the fight at 4:30 in the morning in Harlem? He got into a fight with some guy on like 148th Street or something.
Was that the Mitch Blood Green?
Green,
when
yeah.
he hit him. He kept saying, "Oh, he got me with his ring." And that's why I was. I remember that fight. Mitch Blood Green.
That whole neighborhood kicks at 2, 3 in the morning.
Is that where they were? They were in that neighborhood?
Okay. It's all black. Barbecues open. But I'll never forget that on the corner of that bodega there was like a fucking wild dog just chained up to a thing. And I'll never forget that one night we went over there. Our plan was, it was 2 of us, me and Rago. My friend Stinky worked at UPS from 11 to 2. Shout
out to UPS Baltimore Hub, Primary 1, Joe Avenue.
We had his car. And our plan was to go into the city with his car, pick up the 8 ball, and then pick him up at 2, and then we'd go down to Jersey Shore and snort for the weekend.
Let me ask you real quick. What do you, I know you take a little bit out, but what are you cutting with back then?
Inositol.
What's that?
Inositol is a drug that used to be used with cloline. When we were kids, Joe Weider, there wasn't no GNC.
I remember Joe Weider, yeah,
it was
the
Joe
muscle
Weider,
guy.
the muscle guy. So one of the things he made was cloline inositol pills. And they said they helped you burn fat.
Is that like that hydroxy cut and all that these days?
But the thing is that inositol came in a powder. In 1978, you could buy an ounce of inositol for $3. By 1985, an ounce of inositol was like $200.
Really?
Yeah, because everybody found out that you could cut cocaine with it. It was the best cut there was.
So it's a legal speed you're putting in.
It's cocaine. No. It's just a legal stimulant, whatever. Look it up. Inositol. Yeah. They have it at GNCs and health food stores. Sometimes it comes by itself. Sometimes it comes mixed. And you grind it right into the blow, and nobody will even know it. I didn't like putting baby lax in.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I heard a lot.
I don't like none of that shit. I want fucking.
And even the days I see guys now still do coke, and it's cut with speed, and just their jaws going all over the place.
It's cut with speed at the plant.
Is it?
While they're fucking processing it, they're throwing shit in there.
Yeah.
It's not that some guys at home throwing fucking crank in it, because then you know
it is on the Netflix docs I watched. These motherfuckers.
Yeah, so they throw that extra shit in while they're making it to give it that extra potency, you know. But it was just a weird time. We were living with no supervision. There was like 4 of us. We left the house at 8. We walked in at 4. And we called each other at 10 to go eat lunch. Like every day we go
8
eat
at
lunch.
night, 4 in the morning, sleep, and then go to
sleep.
Were these kids also parentless and everything else?
No.
You're the only one like that.
They had decent worlds. They were just wild men.
Right.
And they were on the same boat as I was. We were just going to hustle and make a living. And it was so weird. We'd meet at 10. We'd go get lunch at like Hashway's Deli, get like a fucking gulp there and yell and scream till 1:30. And then we hang out for another hour. Sometimes we go into the city and cop drugs early to get it out of the way. So we have to go back at night. Who's going to hold the 8 ball? Nobody's trustworthy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we would do that, and then we go home, take a nap. I'd lift, and they'd pick me up at fucking 7 o'clock, and we'd just go. Wednesdays was ladies' night somewhere. Thursdays was ladies' night somewhere. And Friday nights we're out 7 fucking nights a week with these guys.
And like, how much money would you say you're making at the time? Are you doing very well, or?
I was making $800 a week, paying $35 a month rent. When you're making fucking $3,200 a month, you know, you're dropping money. It was 4 of us, you know. Some of the kids' parents had money, you know, shit like that. But we were 1 for all and all for one. If you didn't have it, don't worry about it. We got it. If you got it, one guy's father owned the restaurant. He would work a couple days. The one guy worked for UPS. The one guy was hilarious. The one guy was like, you know, his motto was fucking, my father buys cars, I crash them. He would tell his dad at dinner, you buy them, I crash them. Don't worry about nothing. His dad was a bookmaker. He would hide his money in Breyer's ice cream.
What do you mean? In the ice cream?
Yeah, he would
ziplock it and stuff it down in there?
He would hire in Breyer's ice cream.
Keep it in the freezer?
Keep it in the freezer.
Good, yeah.
So whenever he would come over, he'd go get my dad in the living room talking, I gotta rob him.
Had to go into the fucking freezer and dig a knife.
Yeah. So he'd get in the car, he's like, whammo, I got my dad for 60, my mother for 60. What's that, 280? And I go, no, 120. He didn't know how to tell that. He couldn't read Roman numerals on a clock. So if you were at a bar and there were Roman numerals all night long, he'd keep asking you, what time is it? What time is it? I don't know those Roman numerals. This guy that I hung out with him, with dear friends still today, his brother was my driver when we robbed the jewelry store heist. That's coming up later on.
That gets him maybe in the fall.
Yeah, because his brother was the real deal. There was an older one and a younger one. His brother never did a drug. Just drank. And then just one day he started snorting coke. And he went nuts. He would tell his parents, come on, I need some cash. I need a quicker picker-upper. And he would say all this shit to his parents. And we would die a laugh. And then it was just fucking, you know, it was a different time. The world was different. The country was different. Kids were different. Like, we just didn't have a curfew. Us and 30 other kids. You know, we hung out with a group of girls. It wasn't like we were fucking them or having orgies. They were our friends, you know. But that year I started robbing this jewelry store. There was this jewelry store on Bergenline Avenue next to a Burger King. And this girl worked at this Burger King. And every time I go to the Burger King, I like jewelry. My mother was a big jewelry, so I would go into this jewelry store.
What'd you like? I know you still wear a necklace. What were you doing back then? Rings
and jewelries
bracelets
and shit like that. I like all that stuff. So I went in there one day and I noticed, Jesus Christ, every other jewelry store on Bergen Line has a buzzer. This one doesn't have a buzzer. And there's 2 ladies in a 90 working behind the counter. I could have a field day in here. So I would go in there from week to week and say, hey, let me look at that ring. And they'd put the tray up and walk away. And I'd take a ring and put it in my sock and leave and give it to my little girlfriend or whatever. And I kept doing this every other month.
And they wouldn't say, hey, where the hell's that?
Nothing. Thank you. I even told them I want to be part of like the $5 a month club where you pay $5 and they save money for you to get like a ring, like layaway. And then one day we're eating at Burger King and I'm like, I got an idea. It was like July of '82 and I had a football shirt on. It was hotter than fuck. And I'll never forget walking in there and then giving me the tray of diamond wedding rings. And I'm looking to get married. And it was like I was there every 4 weeks with a different story. And they'd put the trays on and walk away. And this one time I just took the whole tray and put it on under my shirt and ran out of there. I had 30,
the whole fucking tray.
30 wedding bands. Had like $2,000 a pop. So I had this dentist then that used to buy stolen shit from me. I had a couple different guys.
Everyone's crooked in this fucking neighborhood. I love it.
And he paid me in cocaine.
The dentist.
So I sold him like 10 rings. I had this guy, Nick, that was a pizza man. He was a Greek. His name was Nick. And he would always go, speak, you suck. He was very racist, you know. But he was the best because I would sell him stolen jewelry. And he would put in a schmuck, and he would hang it up, and he wouldn't get rid of it. And like a week later, I go down there, Nick, let me go to the bathroom. And I go to the bathroom, I'd steal a ring back from him. And then I go in there a week later and go, Nick, do you see this ring? And he go, I don't know. That looks very familiar, Spick. I used to resell him fucking stolen jewelry constantly, that poor bastard.
Reselling stolen jewelry to the guy you took it from.
I would sell it to him. I remember one time I sold him like a bracelet 3 times. I couldn't even believe it myself. I'm like, this guy can't be this stupid. He was a degenerate. He was a degenerate horse gambler. Good guy. I love Nick. Very racist. He would not last to that.
No, you would not last to that.
There was an Italian kid that would go in there and buy a slice of pizza, but he would cross the street because the iced tea was a dime cheaper. And
so he would get the pizza and then he'd go over there to get the tea?
And Nick would be talking to us. He goes, where's Vaniti? And we'd tell him, he went across the street to get that fucking thing at Hashways. He'd run out in the street. And Vaneri would be crossing the street. He'd start yelling, Vaneri, you fucking Jew. He didn't give a, he's Italian. Yeah. You fucking Jew, you fucking suck. Fuck you, fucking Jew. And then one time there was a no hands, you couldn't hit Nick. There was a no fucking policy. I went in there one night with my sophomore year. I walked in there on a Quaalude with puke all over my shirt. I had been fucked up. And he's like, what's the matter? He started calling me Belushi. You fucking Belushi. Look at you, you suck, Belushi. So he had a name for everybody. He called me Belushi. My buddy had a beard. He called him the Ayatollah Khomeini. Yeah, oh my God. Everybody had a fucking beard.
Yeah, right.
And it's so weird. Tonight I'm getting pizza from this new place in the Sherman Oaks. It's fucking tremendous. The pizza something of Brooklyn.
Is that the place Simone took me to?
Yes.
I've been there, yeah.
The fucking Sicilian pie is out of this world.
Is.
He used to have a Sicilian pie, but he put it by the window, and there'd be a fan, and the flies would come in and they'd land on the Sicilian pie. So we used to call it the airport. Like whenever we went in there, we'd like, Nick, give me a slice of that fly fucking pizza. And he'd be like, fuck you. Because all the flies will land on it, take a shit, and then take off.
Yeah.
So it was like you were eating fucking fly shit. So it was, that summer, if it wasn't nailed down, I robbed it. And it was like God gave me every opportunity there was to rob that summer.
And are you ever worried at this time? Like, you're still young?
No, because I had North Bergen police around me, and they were all my friends, and I had Carmine the Torch Bowles handle, and I always knew I had a get out of jail free card if I didn't shoot somebody or, do something off the fucking off color to somebody. It was weird. A situation happened around that time, like June or July of '82. We were hanging out one night. Just hanging out. A couple of us. It was a Sunday night. And it was me and Mike, the guy I lived with. And I love Mike. I'd give my life for Mike. Mike was tough. You better bring a sandwich, bitch. Because you're going to be there for a few fucking hours. And a car had gone by. We were on Kennedy Boulevard, and a car had gone by. Like an older Camaro, one of those fucking things. And he made a U-turn. They just kept staring at Mike. It was me, Mike, and Stinky, and somebody else. I don't remember. It was like 4 of us. And all of a sudden, they went down the block and made a U-turn and parked up the corner. And they just got out of the car, and they were walking towards us.
2 of them?
3 of them. But the one guy thought he was Buford Pusser. He had that handle from an axe with no axe on it.
Yeah.
So I'm watching this because I got great street eyes. I'm watching this whole thing going down. My friends are talking amongst themselves about pussy or whatever the fuck you're talking about. And the guy with the stick pushed the stick up behind his hand so nobody would really see it. And the 2 guys that were first in the passenger side and the driver's side approached Mike and Stinky, and said, what the fuck were you guys laughing about? The guy with the axe handle was maybe 10 feet from them, but that's the guy that I was watching.
Yeah.
I got the Heineken bottle in my hand, right? And I'm like, if this shit goes down, I'm attacking that guy with the axe handle. Because these two guys could definitely knock the fuck out of these two guys. I'm confident in Stinky and the other guy. I just don't want this guy coming with the axe handle and breaking one of our fucking skulls. So Stinky and the guy have a few words. I saw the guy make one move, and I just went at him. And I got like 4 feet from him, and I just threw the Heineken bottle in his face. And it just blew up.
Did it?
It was like an explosion. It was like boom. His head blew up. There was blood on the walls. I almost puked and fainted.
Could you imagine?
and his fucking friends got in that car.
They all took off.
And they fucking ran. And I was scared, but Mike was like, thank you for having my back. I didn't see that guy with the axe handle. Nobody saw him. It was just something that I had really good eyes because they were trying to throw him off by attacking this way. That's something that happened to me like July of 82. Because I remember going to court and like...
They took you to court?
Oh yeah, they had stitches. They didn't charge me with anything. But they were trying to get like a civil suit going. And my hometown told them like, look, do yourself a favor. Don't come back. You're not getting a dime. But I still remember specifically going to court that morning with my stepdad. Like I had to call him and go, you have to go to court. They want a fucking parent or something. And a guy in front of me, his name was George Rupp. He had been to Vietnam. He was crazy. And he was up in front of me. I'm like, please don't piss this judge off. And this guy goes up first, and the judge is like, George, what the fuck? Assault in the 3rd degree. He's like, Your Honor, we can take care of this. We don't need all this handcuffs and bail.
Tell the judge.
He's telling the judge, he's like, just let me loose. Let me over to Beirut. Just like that, he's telling them. Like, I don't know what they are over there in Beirut, but I'll kill them all. We don't need this shit. I'll never forget him yelling at the judge, telling the judge, I just want to kill people.
I just want to kill people.
Yeah.
Yelling in the courtroom.
In the courtroom, and me dying of laughter. Like, I gotta follow this.
Yeah, right? Yeah, I'm next.
Every fucking time I went in front of a judge, the guy, you pray that the guy in front of you doesn't piss the judge off. You pray that the people in front of you don't piss the judge off. Like when I got sentenced, I was telling somebody the other night before I got sentenced, I go, I hope I'm the first guy and he's in a good mood. Nope, I'm the second guy. The first guy is a black guy in a purple suit. You know those suits from the Hollywood Suit Outlet?
Yeah.
They give you 3 of them for $200. Yeah. You just can't light a match next to you. Because the fucking the suit
catch on fire.
Oh, you just burst into flames like Richard Pryor. He had like a purple suit on, this black dude. Funny as shit. I didn't know what his name was. I'll never forget, I'm sitting there with my attorney. I'm like, what's going to happen? He goes, well, it depends on what happens with the mood of the judge. Fucking Superfly goes up there.
Superfly.
And all of a sudden, his mom is there, his aunt's there. They're all tipping the scales at like 800. They're all huge. They got diabetes and shit. And the fucking judge goes, okay, Mr. Williams, whatever. 90 days. And he goes, 90 days? Shit. I could do that standing in my head. No, the mother goes, what do you say? He goes, 90 days, mama. I could do that standing on my head. And the judge looks at him and slams, and he goes, well, here's another 90 days. So you get back on your feet. And I'm like, God damn it. I'm going to fucking do 80 to life, no parole. So, I got in trouble for that, and that just went away. 82 was just a party summer. We robbed a gas station.
How?
The last gas station.
What are you using when you rob? Because the jewelry store, you didn't have a weapon or anything. You just took shit.
The gas station was an inside job. My buddy worked at the gas station. He left everything open, but he didn't leave the safe open. So we ended up getting all these books and cash. But weeks later, we found out somebody got in the safe and found $750,000.
Holy shit.
So we were ready to shoot ourselves. My buddy had the combination to the safe. He never opened the safe. We stole everything else. We were just doing,
disappointed.
There was, me too. We were doing something like, it was one of these things where something was coming to you every day.
All right, so that's what I wanted to say. When you're robbing, you're not using weapons or anything. It's all some connection to something.
Tom
right.
Segura, we sit here all day. We're thinking of robbing Rogan, and all of a sudden Josh Potter walks in and goes, I got a different scam. Let's go. We got a guy that picks up 3 kilos every Friday at 11. We're going to intercept the kilos, hit the guy in the head, and run on. You live like that. You always kept robbing the Comedy Store in the background.
Right.
Like, if worse comes to worse, we could always rob the Comedy Store. But every day we come up with a move. There's some days that some guy would come up to you and go, hey, man, I need for you to unload a truck of air conditioners. I'll give you $1,000, and you're unloading and the cops are driving by. You're going to get in trouble. Every day there was something, It wasn't, when you set up drug dealers. Okay, so I would have you as a friend, Tom as a friend, Bert as a friend, and we'd all be friends, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't really friends with you. I was just a customer that was giving you rope. In those days, it was well known. I would give you rope, but if you fucked me, I was just going to rob you. There was no beating. There was no threat. When you least expected it, when your guard was down, I know that every Friday at 11, Ryan Sickler picks up 8 ounces of Coke. I go to a bar at 6 o'clock, Ryan Sickler's drunk. I'm going right to your house. I'm kicking the door down. Kicking the fucking door down and taking it. You're going to accuse me that you can't, because I'm going to be at your house the first day the next morning, telling you 100 reasons why it wasn't me and how we're going to get the bandit who robbed you.
The bandit.
I was a professional. I was a professional. I just knew. So that whole summer carried me into whatever. Something weird happens in August of '82. A buddy of mine, the Bonehead family, the DiLorenzo family, great family. Grew up with them. 2 older brothers. The oldest one's a heroin addict. That's a plumber. A fucking great guy, one of my brothers in life. The middle one's a fish guy, owns a fish company. At the time, he was a mechanic, auto body mechanic. But the younger one I grew up with, we were very tight growing up. I loved him dearly. His mother loved me. His father, I grew up in his house. And he was pretty much a financial genius. He had this scam going on where he would open up a bank account and put $2,000 in your bank account, and then he would take a $2,000 loan from the same bank, and then he would close the bank account at 2:45 and run across town to the same bank. Like, let's say there's 2 Bank of Americas, he would close the bank and then run down to the other Bank of America, and the computer wouldn't move fast enough. He'd empty the other 2,000.
Oh, so he'd go withdraw
he
there.
Was smart and fuck.
I see. Okay. I guess back then, huh?
He took student loans at 1% and bought homes. And
really?
Flipped homes. Like, this guy was just a genius. He had the whole thing down. So he pulled me aside one day. He goes, you want to go to school? He goes, what if I told you I'd get you a couple grand a week to go to college? And I go, sure. And he talked to some people at Glassboro State. Next thing you know, I'm taking 4 classes, GED, no paperwork. And he's like, go over there and pick up $2 grand. Just give me like 300. And I'd pick up these little Pell Grants. So I went to Glassboro. That lasted for like 3 weeks. Like, I went down there. He got me a job loading roofs with tar paper. Mm-hmm. So I would have to carry fucking tar paper up a roof and shit. And I really gave it a chance. Like, I was like, I'm going to go to school. I'm getting paid.
So this is when you got the GED?
I didn't get my GED yet.
It only last.
Nobody knew nothing.
Yeah.
He told they got a degree, yeah. They
he just told them.
Yeah, don't worry about nothing. But yes. put yes on the paper.
So you're taking college courses without even a high school finished education?
No. Psych 101, fucking, you know.
Yeah, I know those classes.
And I'm just going to pick up a check. They give me like a check every 2 weeks because I'm part of some Spanish thing. I never really thought about what he was doing. And after 3 or 4 weeks, it was Philadelphia. What a great town. We were going to fucking 6 of games. That was the year they won the championship. So we were going to 6 of games. We were fucking going to concerts. I'll never forget one night I woke up and he was fucking a chick with a bunny mask on.
She had it or he had it?
He had it on, a bunny mask on. I mean, he was nuts. He's dead now. God rest his soul. So he got me the scam, and I would come up on the weekends, and I'd stock up on blow. I'd get as much blow as I could. I'd get some money up front from some of the people in Philly. I told them this is New York City cocaine. And I'd take a bus back on Sundays, and I'd make 300-400, go down there with an 8-ball, and at least had shit for the week. And then one Monday, it had to be like classes started like September 3rd, and I think like September 28th. No. It was like September 28th or something. I came home, and it was a Monday night football game. And it was the Steelers against the Dallas Cowboys in their heyday. It was their fucking heyday. And me and 4 of my buddies decided to put a huge bet in. Like $10,000.
Damn.
And the over and a parlay. We put the bet in with a high school teacher.
He was taking a bet?
Yeah, his name was George McGrath. We used to call him Camel Breath because he smoked Camel cigarettes, and his fingers were red. His mustache was red, and that's when Def Leppard first came out with whatever, High and Dry. So we used to call him George McGrath. I don't want to.
For photograph.
Oh yeah, we had like fucking 10 different. We had this coke dealer named Mundi. He was a Cuban coke dealer. And we used to always goof him, and my buddy would go, I love that motherfucker. You buy coke from him on a Friday, and you don't get home till Mundi. Because his coke was that fucking strong. So it's like September something if you look it up. It was a Monday night game. We had the opposite side. I put the bet in with Mr. McGrath. Camel Breath. And I'm an honorable guy. You know, I couldn't run out on Mr. McGrath after everything he had done for us. We didn't know that Mr. McGrath was a coke dealer till the last day of school. And then something happened. I sold him a half a gram, and I asked him how it was, and he goes, let me show you real coke. And he fucking, so
serious?
Oh, my high school teacher was a trip. His name was George McGrath. He was also our driver ed teacher. So you had to sign up.
Yeah, back when I had it in school too.
3 of us would sign up for 45 minutes. It started off with, Mr. McGrath, what the fuck? Just stop at the Chinese restaurant. Let's get some steak on a stick. I can't. I'm going to lose